Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Deku found himself in another world part 3. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see part 2, comment down below and let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel and also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story Lord Bingus the Destroyer from 𝗏 3. So let's start the video. Izuku sighed as he got home, asking Amy if she could put the groceries away while he took his shoes off. She nodded, quickly getting to work. He noticed that Metal Sonic was still gone. Walking into his room, today was quite the long day, and he just wanted to relax for a bit. He took his shirt off, looking down at his stab wound. He cringed when he saw a bit of blood leaking through the bandages. He would have to replace those, better sooner rather than later. He walked into the laundry room, switching the freshly washed clothes to the dryer, and placing his shirt, along with some towels and some of Amy's clothes, into the washer. He then walked into the bathroom and focused on the mirror, unwrapping the bandages around his lower abdomen, quickly starting to apply more. Amy peeked her head in, curious, quickly spotting Izuku's scarred back. He wasn't too heavily scarred or anything, but he did have a good dozen scars, all different shapes and sizes. He had a few less on his chest and abdomen, but he still had a fairly large amount overall. Izuku's eyes shifted to Amy in the mirror, and he smiled as he noticed her looking at his scars. "You want to hear how I got that one?" he asked, pointing to a splotch of slightly darker skin on his right pec. Amy blushed as she realized that he caught her staring, before she shrugged. Izuku smiled, knowing that she was curious. "It was over a year ago. Back when I was still fairly new at controlling OFA. I could only access 8% of the power without straining myself at the time, and I was sparring with one of my classmates, Ishido." He started, his eyes gaining a wistful look that only appeared when he talked about his old friends. "She accidentally used too much power in an attack, and her acid burned a hole right through my costume, leaving a small scar. She apologized so many times that I lost count, but I forgave her immediately. I knew she didn't mean to do it, and she even bought me a hoodie as an apology," Izuku recounted, a smile on his face. Amy smiled with him, walking up and finishing bandaging up his abdomen. He blinked, coming back to the present and looking down at her with surprise. "Whoa, Ames, you don't have to do that," he said, and she smiled at him, shaking her head. "It's fine, you had a long day. You want to watch something on the couch after?" she asked, looking him in the eyes as she finished tying the bandage. Izuku sighed, closing his eyes with a smile. "That sounds amazing, Ames," he said, wrapping his arms around her sides and pulling her into a lazy hug. She giggled at him before she grabbed into his chest, pulling herself away. Izuku paused, blinking a few times, before he looked down at her with a grin. "Did you just feel me up?" he asked, and she looked away, blushing at being caught. "No," she lied, and Izuku chuckled, before he picked her up princess style, making her squeak. She pouted at him, crossing her arms as he carried her out of the room. "Warn me next time," she said, her face red. Izuku grinned teasingly at her, lying on the couch. "But you look so cute when you're angry," he said, and she looked away, huffing. "Flattery will get you nowhere," she grumbled, and Izuku's grin widened. He gestured to her tail with his eyes, and she looked back, her face going crimson when she saw her tail wagging. She scowled at him, pushing him back against the house and grabbing his shoulders. "See mere dumbass," she said, before kissing him. Izuku smiled into the kiss, pulling her closer to him. Amy shamelessly ran her hands across his body, before a knock echoed throughout the house. Amy stopped, looking back with an irritated look on her face. "Really? Now of all times is when someone chooses to knock?" she asked, getting off of Izuku, who looked slightly disappointed. She walked to the door, opening it and spotting Tails, who looked at her, eyes wide. "You and Izuku need to come to Angel Island, now," he said, and Amy's eyes widened. "Whoa, what happened?" she asked, and Tails shook his head, taking a few steps back. "We'll explain when you get there. Sonic, Metal, and I are about to leave, so just come to Angel Island as soon as you can." Tails spoke hurriedly, before he zoomed away. Amy watched as he left, annoyed. "Well, there goes my night," she muttered, before walking over back to Izuku, frowning sympathetically. "I hate to say this, but we need to head to Angel Island," she told him apologetically. Izuku groaned, closing eyes. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered, and Amy winced. "I'm sorry." Tails didn't clarify what we needed to go there for, but it sounded urgent, she explained, and Izuku stood up, pinching the bridge of his nose. "I'll get a shirt and my shoes on," he said tiredly. Amy gave him a quick peck on the cheek, smiling softly at him. "I know you don't want to do this, so I'll make you that meal you like so much when we get home," she promised, and Izuku's eyes widened slightly. "You mean katsudon?" he asked, and she nodded. Izuku sighed with a grateful smile, stretching lightly. "You're the best, Ames. I'm gonna go get dressed," he said, walking into their room. Amy hummed as she walked over to the door, clasping her hands together behind her and bouncing on her heels. After a minute, Izuku walked out of their room, wearing a black shirt. He quickly slipped his shoes on before he opened the door. The two walked out, and Izuku grabbed onto Amy, who nodded to signal that she was ready. Izuku nodded back before leaping away. He flew quickly through the air, quickly catching up to Sonic and Tails and Co. Sonic grinned at him, noticing his sour expression. Metal went on ahead. You two seem grumpy. Did we wake you up or something? He asked, and Izuku grunted. It's been a long day, and we were cuddling. I did not want to get up, he said, and Amy hummed. Yeah, we were just about to get to the good part, too. She groaned, and Sonic raised an eyebrow. The good part? You sure you were just cuddling? He asked, and Izuku blushed. The good part of the movie we were watching. Right, Amy? He asked, looking at the girl, who huffed. Yeah, sure, she said, and Sonic cringed in disgust. Yeah, I don't need to hear about you guys' sex lives, he said, and Izuku blushed crimson. We weren't doing that, he replied, and Sonic rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure, he said, echoing Amy's last statement. Izuku looked at Amy, eyes pleading for help. She sighed, looking at Sonic. Don't worry, Sonic, we were just cuddling. Though that was probably going to change if Tails hadn't interrupted. She murmured, looking away. What? Izuku shouted, face even redder. The girl looked at him, eyebrow raised. What? It's true, she said with a shrug, and Izuku blushed, his eyes widening. But don't you think that's moving a bit too fast? He asked, and she shrugged, looking down a little bit. Well, you had a long day, and I know you're probably pretty stressed, so I thought I could relieve some of that stress. Do you not want me to? She asked silently, their conversation now private. Izuku shook his head, looking down at her, his gaze soft. I mean, I wouldn't not like it, but do you want to? You shouldn't just offer yourself like that just to make me feel better. You mean more to me than that, Izuku said, and Amy paused, before she smiled lovingly at Izuku. You're a good man, Izuku and I'm proud to call myself your girlfriend, she said, making Izuku smile back. I'm just treating you with the respect you deserve, Ames, he said, and Amy grinned. Like I said before, flattery will get you nowhere, she said, and Izuku smirked. It certainly got me somewhere last time, he quipped, making Amy blush. Oh, when did you get so smooth? She asked, and Izuku blushed, embarrassed. That just slipped out there, I promise, he muttered, and she smirked teasingly. It was kinda hot, she replied, and Sonic cleared his throat, an uncomfortable frown on his face. Can you two stop flirting right next to me? I don't want to hear this stuff, he pleaded, and Amy grinned. Oh, Izuku, you're so devilishly handsome. I can't wait to go home and see what's in those pans, she started, and Sonic scowled, his face pink. Shut it, you're being weird. Besides, Tails is right there, Sonic said, pointing to the fox who clearly wasn't listening to them. Amy rolled her eyes before she giggled. The look on your face. You really hate relationship stuff, huh? She asked Sonic, who cringed. No, it's not relationships that I hate. It's well, that kinda touchy-feely stuff like kissing and all that. I just don't see the appeal. I like running and adventuring and stuff. All that mushy crap just isn't my style, Sonic said, and Izuku hummed. I had a friend like that. He was asked out by a bunch of girls, but he always declined. He said he wasn't interested in that type of stuff. It's called being asexual or aromantic. You might be both, Sonic, Izuku stated, and the hedgehog shrugged. If there's a word for it, sure, Sonic said, and Amy gasped. Oh my god, that makes so much sense, she said, and Sonic grinned. Even if I wasn't aromantic or whatever, I still wouldn't choose you though, he said, and Amy shivered. Good. I can't believe my standards used to be so low, she said, and Sonic scowled. Hey, he shouted, and Amy shrugged. What? I got a taste of the forbidden fruit and you expect me to want an ordinary apple? This guy's like the ultimate boyfriend, Amy said, and Izuku blushed. While I appreciate the kind words, I think you might be overselling me a bit, he murmured, and Amy looked at him, unamused. You're considerate. You pamper me. You love cuddling almost as much as I do. You're a great kisser. You're hot, she started, and she just kept going. Izuku's face grew more and more red before he finally spoke. I get it, he exclaimed, and Amy giggled. You're also really easy to tease, she added, and Izuku sighed. Are we close yet? He asked, and Sonic nodded, squinting into the distance. Yeah, I think I see Angel Island. Wait, if the Master Emerald is broken, how is Angel Island still floating? He asked, and Amy paused. That's a good question, actually, she murmured, and Izuku shrugged. Well, we'll probably find out when we get there, he told them, making both hedgehogs sigh. On the way home, can you go faster? I get that you're trying to be nice or whatever, but I know you want to relax. You've had a long day, and I don't like seeing you stressed, Amy requested, and Izuku smiled softly at her. Of course, Ames, he replied, before he looked ahead. noting that they were basically there. Izuku burst forward a bit, landing on Angel Island and setting Amy down, who stretched. Izuku saw Metal tapping his foot, waiting. The two of them walked over to Metal Sonic, waving. He spotted them, immediately making his way to them. "Hello you two. Apologies for disappearing for a while. I believe I forgot to tell you that I'm going to be spending the night with Sonic and Tails. Tails wanted to show me some things he created, and I decided to just stay there for the night," he explained, and Izuku nodded. "Of course, you don't need permission to go anywhere or anything like that, but you do need to tell one of us, all right," Izuku said, and Metal nodded. "Understood. I will add that under my rules directory," he said, and Izuku paused. "Right, it looks like the tornado's landing. We should probably move," Izuku said, before he walked further into the island. After a minute, the plane had landed, and both Sonic and Tails hopped out of the plane, the latter leading them around. "All right, let's go," he said. Izuku looked around, admiring the view. He had never been to this part of Angel Island before, and he finally understood why Amy was so adamant on him visiting. The foliage was full of life, the ancient stone pathways were well kept, and the air was a lot clearer than he expected. Tails led them up a large staircase, where Knuckles stood at the apex, someone next to him. The group immediately locked onto the stranger who was tending to the flowers, who quickly noticed them. She smiled at them, clasping her hands together. "Hello, everyone. I appreciate you coming on such short notice, but as you already know we have a problem that needs to be dealt with," she said. Sonic, Izuku, and Amy were all confused. Who is this random girl and why did she kind of look like Knuckles? Metal Sonic, on the other hand, he stared at her, his eyes showing surprise. What a beautiful organic, he thought to himself, his mind hazy. What was this feeling? His circuitry felt warm. He felt fuzzy inside, despite being made of nothing but wires and metal. "Might I ask for your name?" he asked, shocking everyone at his stutter. The girl smiled at him, performing a curtsy. "My name is 𝗂𝐿, and it is a pleasure to truly meet you all," she said, and Metal nodded, before placing his hand on his chest. "My name is Metal Sonic," he stated, and 𝗂𝐿 giggled. Metal saved that sound, as it was the most beautiful thing he had ever heard. "I know who you are. In fact, I know all of you. Sonic the Hedgehog, born with an incredible power that he was tasked to keep hidden," she said, smiling at Sonic, whose eyes widened. "Miles Tails Prower, the fox born with an incredible gift," she continued, looking at Tails, who blushed in embarrassment. "Amy Rose, the Amazonian hedgehog chosen to wield the ancient 𝗵𝗃𝗃 hammer," she continued, making Amy pause. "Amazonian," she thought to herself, before 𝗂𝐿 looked at Izuku, her smile dimming. "And Izuku Midoriya, the chosen one from another world," she murmured, and Izuku raised an eyebrow, his eyes distrustful. "How do you know so much about us when we've never met you before?" he asked, suspicious. 𝗂𝐿 giggled, her hand over her mouth. "Are you telling me you really don't recognize my voice?" she asked, and Izuku paused. "What are you wait," he started, his eyes widening in realization. "You're the voice I heard, the one who told me to activate my power and accept your gift," he said, and she nodded. "Correct. I am the one who saved you that day. Ever since you all were born, and since you arrived here, I have been watching over you," 𝗂𝐿 admitted, and Sonic's eyes narrowed. "Hold on you've been watching me since I was born. If you had the power to save Izuku, then why didn't you save?" he started, only for 𝗂𝐿 to frown sadly at him. "I'm sorry but I can only interact with those close to me. I swear that if I could, I would have," she said cryptically. Sonic stared at her, the most serious that Izuku had ever seen him, before he looked away wordlessly. "Now, I believe I owe you all an explanation on why Chaos looks like your human friend," she said, and Izuku uncrossed his arms with a sigh. "And how he knows everything about me and my last friends," he gritted, and 𝗂𝐿 nodded. "Yes, I'm sure that you all know that Chaos was sealed in the Master Emerald thousands of years ago, correct?" she asked, and the group nodded. "Well he wasn't the only one. I'm not going to go into detail but the echidna tribe was struggling. Chaos was angry at us because of... Never mind. What matters is that he was thrown into a fit of rage, nearly exterminating us. So, I sacrificed myself, trapping myself in the Master Emerald, as well as the God of Destruction for 3,000 years, 𝗂𝐿 told them, closing her eyes sagely. Izuku's eyes widened and Amy's jaw dropped. Metal Sonic paused, his admiration for the girl growing at learning about this selfless act. "I tried everything I could to placate his rage but he wouldn't listen. Eventually, I gave up trying, and just focused all of my will into not letting chaos energy leak from the emerald. And I succeeded for the most part," she said, looking at Izuku. "Chaos he was changed by the Master Emerald. For being trapped in it for so long, he had forgotten who he truly was. Everything changed when you were introduced, Midoriya. When I opened the emerald's power to you, Chaos used that split second to gaze outside the emerald and he saw you. He absorbed your memories your identity. He doesn't think he's you but he wants to be you. He believes that if he kills you, then he will replace you, giving him a purpose. 𝗃𝗁 explained, and Izuku was frozen in shock. Wait, so this god is idolizing Izuku? Amy asked, and 𝗃𝗁 sighed. Not quite. It's more of a deadly obsession. One that took all of my power to restrain but it was all for naught, as that evil doctor shattered the emerald, setting both chaos and my spirit free. She explained, and Metal paused. Your spirit? You mean he started? And 𝗃𝗁 smiled sadly. I died the moment I was trapped in the emerald, my body becoming nothing more than a small amount of energy that flows inside it, she said, and Knuckles looked down, silent. I truly am alone, he thought to himself, hiding his tears. Izuku looked down, a frown on his face. Sacrificing yourself for the greater good was sadly the only way to save everyone sometimes. He knew, as he had attempted to a few times, though everything had luckily worked out in the end at least for him. Amy sighed, crossing her arms. So we have an angry god that's obsessed with my boyfriend and wants to replace him. Great. How do we stop him? Amy asked, and 𝗃𝗁 looked down sadly. There is no way to placate his anger. The only way to stop him would be to end his life, 𝗃𝗁 stated, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Wait, what? Amy asked, and 𝗃𝗁 flinched. I know it's not the most convenient, but it's the only thing I haven't tried. I'm sorry, she told them, making Izuku pause. He looked down at own hands, the thought echoing through his head. The only way to stop him was to bloody his hands once more, in front of Amy no less. Izuku clenched his fists, staring up at 𝗃𝗁, eyes asking for a positive answer. Are you sure there isn't another way? He asked, causing Amy and 𝗃𝗁 to look at him. 𝗃𝗁 shook her head sadly, her eyes shining with understanding. I'm sorry but there isn't. Believe me, I wish there was but there isn't, she said, and Izuku looked down, dark memories flowing through his head. Amy walked up to him, grabbing his hand. He looked at her, smiling appreciatively at her, but it was clear that it wasn't helping much. I know that you don't want to do this, but we don't have much of a choice. Once chaos is subdued, he will pass on peacefully, she said, and Izuku nodded. Before he looked at her, his eyes wide. Is that all? He asked, and she nodded. Yes, you know all that you need to and may leave. Thank you again for coming here on such short notice. Please allow me to heal your wounds, she said, before closing her eyes, focusing. Izuku winced, lifting his shirt and moving his bandage to see that the stab wound he received was starting to close. He sighed in relief when it fully healed, a scar in place of the injury. Thank you, 𝗃𝗁. Let's go, Amy, Izuku said, and Amy grabbed onto him, noticing that he was shaking slightly. The two blasted off, and Tails watched as they flew off worriedly. You think that he'll be okay? He asked, and Metal paused. Scans indicate his heart was beating 38% faster than normal, as well as signs of shaking and slight hyperventilating. I believe he will have an anxiety attack, Metal stated, and Tails winced. Oh, I hope Amy can help calm him down, he muttered, watching as Izuku and Amy disappeared over the horizon. Izuku stumbled inside as Amy watched from behind, concerned. She bit her lip, clasping her hands together. Would you like some water? She asked, and Izuku paused. No, no, I think I just need to lie down. I'm a little dizzy. Thank you, 𝗵𝗄, he muttered, walking into their room. She shrugged his shirt off, barely noticing how much he was sweating. Amy followed him, watching on with worry as his slightly sickly form stared at their bed before he shook his head. Maybe I'll take that water now, Izuku muttered, walking past Amy and into the bathroom. He looked at himself in the mirror, realizing just how pale he was. He stared at himself, before his stomach crawled, and he put his hand over his mouth, quickly lifting the toilet seat. Amy meekly peeked inside the bathroom as Izuku threw up, and she gasped. Izuku was heaving, sweat running down his face. He flinched as Amy started softly rubbing his back, and he calmed down slightly. He looked at her, eyes filled with tears. He saw her worried eyes staring back at her, and he grit his teeth, his pupils dilated. I don't want to do this, Amy, he shouted, one of his hands holding his forehead. I'm scared, 𝗵𝗄. I don't want to kill anyone, not again, he whimpered, and Amy cupped his face with her hand, before hugging him, not caring about his sweaty body. We'll get through this, Izuku, and we'll do it together, she said, running one of her hands through his hair. Izuku looked down at his hands, his eyes wide. His vision flashed and he saw blood coating him. His hands, his arms, his torso, everything. He shuddered, nausea coursing through him. Am I a monster? He asked shakily, his voice cracking. Amy gripped onto Izuku tighter, her eyes narrowing in anger. Not at Izuku, not even at Eggman. Just the world. The world was cruel to them, and for what? Izuku had lost everyone, even himself for a while. all because he wanted to do the right thing. Now he can't even trust whether or not he's a good person. It just ... it wasn't fair. Amy pulled back, looking Izuku in the eyes. Izuku Midoriya, you are the best man I have ever met, and nothing is going to change that. Despite everything working against you, you always did what you thought was right. That's the least monstrous thing I've ever seen. You are not a monster. Not at all, she said, passion and love echoing throughout her voice. Izuku looked at her, eyes wide, before his eyes filled with tears all over again. He wrapped his arms around her, surprising her with the force that he used. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me, he muttered, and Amy smiled softly. Well ... you should take it to heart ... and you should also take a shower. You stink, she said, covering her nose. Izuku blinked, before pulling back, looking down at his sweaty body. He winced, quickly nodding and standing up. He flushed his throw up down the toilet and grabbed a towel, smiling shakily at Amy. I'll be out soon, he said, and she smiled at him, shaking her head, amused. She exited the bathroom, closing the door behind her. She sighed as she heard the sound of the shower turning on, before she sat at the table, resting her head in her hands. Today was a long day. It was already starting to get dark outside when she and Izuku started cuddling on the couch. Now, it was night time, and she was tired. Her body ached, and she winced as her head throbbed. She needed to take a shower as well, and she was most definitely changing into some sleepwear after. The thought of finally laying down with Izuku and sleeping entered her head, and she groaned, longing for this day to just end. Metal Sonic stared at Tkal as she talked to Knuckles. Sonic and Tails had left a minute ago, and he said he'd follow them soon. However ... he was a little distracted. Tkal smiled at Knuckles, talking to him about the other echidnas she knew. Despite being a spirit, she had so much life in her movements, and the way she smiled made his processor feel warm. She then looked at him, and he flinched, before he tapped his claws together nervously. He must have looked like a fool, just standing there and simpering like some pathetic dog over this beautiful creature that stood in front of him. Is something the matter, Metal Sonic? She asked, and he panicked. Oh chaos, she's talking to me. What do I do? What do I say? All I know is that I can't talk about how I have 40 terabytes of RAM. Just don't mention that, and I'll be fine. He thought to himself. I have 40 terabytes of RAM. He blurted, before he slumped, disappointed in himself. You idiot ... she probably thinks you're some malfunctioning old automaton now. He thought to himself, and Tkal giggled at him. I don't know what that is, but you sound stressed, she commented, and Metal cringed. I am not capable of feeling stress. I think. You you have very pretty flowers, he said, looking at the lilies that surrounded the shrine. Tkal followed his gaze, smiling at her. Thank you, Metal Sonic. Are you into gardening? She asked, and Metal looked up, pride in his LEDs. I actually have a sunflower growing at home, he stated, and Tkal stared at him for a second, before she smiled kindly. Well, that's very impressive, Metal, she told him. Due to her not having a heartbeat, Metal couldn't tell that she was lying to make him feel better, so he simply took the comment in stride, standing up straighter and rubbing the underside of his nose. Yes, I am superior to Sonic in many ways, including gardening, he boasted, and Tkal smiled, amused. He's cute, she whispered to Knuckles, who raised an eyebrow. Really, he's quite naive, Knuckles stated, and Tkal looked at the echidna, unimpressed. She said, and Metal walked up to Tkal, looking at her nervously. If it's not too much trouble, could I get a tour of the palace? He asked, and Knuckles grinned. Sure, just follow me, and he started, but Tkal cleared her throat loudly. I believe he was asking me, Knuckles, she interrupted, and Knuckles paused, before he coughed into his fist, embarrassed. Oh ... my apologies. Well, as the current guardian of the Master Emerald, I allow it, Knuckles said, and Tkal shook her head. Come on, Metal, I'll show you around, she said, and Metal Sonic followed her as she led him through the temple. Watching the way she practically floated through the halls with elegance and grace, he relaxed a bit as she spoke excitedly about their culture, hanging on to the edge of every word. Amy sighed as she stepped out of the bathroom, towel around her head. She dried her quills off with the hedgehog-designed towel, already dressed in shorts and a tank top. She slipped her gloves and some socks on, just foregoing shoes entirely. She looked around, noticing Izuku putting her dress and his own clothes in the washer, wearing some green shorts and a white t-shirt. She smiled at him as he closed the washer, sighing. He looked much better now, his body back to its natural color. She walked over to him, kissing him on the cheek. He looked over at her, smiling, before he leaned down to kiss her on the lips, only for her to take a step back, wincing. Did you brush your teeth? She asked, and Izuku smiled. I wouldn't try to kiss you if I haven't. Did you? He asked teasingly, and she scoffed. Of course I did. What kind of girl do you take me for? She asked, and Izuku blushed. I wasn't assuming anything, he said, and Amy blinked, before she giggled at him. Izuku, I was joking. You didn't offend me, she said, and Izuku calmed down, before looking down in embarrassment. "Oh, sorry," he said, and she rolled her eyes, grabbing his hand and dragging him to their bedroom. They both flopped on their bed before Amy grinned at 𝗧𝗑𝐿. "We have some unfinished business, don't we?" she asked. 𝗧𝗑𝐿 raised an eyebrow at her before he blushed, remembering their small makeout sesh on the couch. You mean?" he started, and her grin widened, her tail wagging slightly. "Lose the shirt, carrot top," she ordered. Amy blinked awake, looking around. 𝗧𝗑𝐿's arms were wrapped around her waist, holding onto her hips. She looked down, blushing at the sight. She may have gotten a bit carried away last night. There were a few hickeys across his chest and neck, making her blush. It wasn't her fault he was so him. 𝗧𝗑𝐿 murmured in his sleep, his grip on her tightening. She purred slightly, flattening herself against his body. This was really comfortable. The vibrations of Amy's purring made 𝗧𝗑𝐿 fall into an even deeper sleep, smiling softly. Amy rested her head on 𝗧𝗑𝐿's chest. Content. 𝗧𝗑𝐿 mumbled in his sleep again, his hands moving on their own. Amy repressed a yelp as a pair of hands grabbed her behind. She looked backwards with a red face to see 𝗧𝗑𝐿's hands over her rear. She looked back at 𝗧𝗑𝐿 to see him smiling softly. Well, she wasn't complaining. Amy's tail started involuntarily wagging again as she slowly drifted back to sleep. Not quite awake, but not quite asleep either. 𝗧𝗑𝐿 murmured Amy's name in his sleep, and the girl smiled. Love you, Zuzu, she muttered, about to finally drift to sleep when, boom, both 𝗧𝗑𝐿 and Amy awoke fully with a start, the sound of heavy footsteps echoing throughout the house. "Find the kid and the hedgehog brat and kill them both. If you fail, your heads will be on my wall," they heard, and 𝗧𝗑𝐿 scowled, bulking up, as well as using 30%. Amy summoned her mallet, irritation coursing through her as well. "Can't we just get a break?" she muttered, and 𝗧𝗑𝐿 had to agree with her. He slid off the bed silently, staying low to the ground as he stepped, making not even a creak. Amy hopped on his back, checking his blind spots. Suddenly, 𝗧𝗑𝐿's head snapped to the side to see a massive fist flying right at him. He flipped backwards, using Black Whip to stabilize Amy, before he was sidelined by another giant fist, slamming into his torso and sending him into the wall. Or better yet, through it. 𝗧𝗑𝐿 grit his teeth as Amy yelped, falling out of his Black Whip restraints. 𝗧𝗑𝐿 grunted as he landed on the grass outside, facing the sky. It must have been the middle of the night, as the stars were shining brightly. He looked to his side to see Amy standing up, wiping some blood from her nose with a grimace. 𝗧𝗑𝐿 performed a handspring, and Amy scoffed. "Show off," she said, but 𝗧𝗑𝐿 was a bit focused. Their house was crumbling to nothing in front of them, the frame nothing but a few walls. A large amount of men rushed out of the destroyed building, all wearing some sort of red and yellow armor. Finally, a woman wearing a long black trench coat walked out, her red hair tied back in a long ponytail. She grinned at them, her teeth sharp and her single remaining eye sharper. Her eye was a mix of crimson and black, looking almost like a bloody black hole. 𝗧𝗑𝐿 grit his teeth, squaring up, only for two giant robots to fall from the sky, landing on what used to be their house. "Hey, we lived there, shitheads," Amy yelled, tightening her grip on her hammer before her eyes widened. "Oh no, my dress was in there. You spent so much money on that," she yelled, looking at 𝗧𝗑𝐿 with a sad frown. "Worrying about a dress when you're surrounded by super soldiers. Wow, you're dumber than I thought, rat." The woman spat, a dark grin on her face. Amy scowled back, rolling her shoulders. "The hell did you call me, bitch? I'll turn you inside out," Amy replied, and the woman's grin widened. "Destroy them. Leave nothing left," the woman demanded, before she swiped her hand through the air, vanishing. The men all grinned, some cracking their fists while others chuckled, believing they had won. The two mechs were entire stationary though, not moving an inch. 𝗧𝗑𝐿 took a small breath, electricity coursing around his body, and Amy snarled, her body glowing with chaos energy. "It looks like you two had a fun night. We really do hate to interrupt you guys' gross interspecies shit, but we've got a job to do," one of the men said, slamming his metallic fists together. 𝗧𝗑𝐿 realized with a start that these men were the same super soldiers as the one that he fought while saving that big cat Mobian. "Be careful, Amy. These guys are stronger than they look. Use enough force to subdue them, but do not kill them," 𝗧𝗑𝐿 ordered, and Amy nodded, glaring at the men. "Got it. Any game plans, or should I just go wild?" she asked, scanning the crowd that was starting to get rowdy. 𝗧𝗑𝐿 grinned, showing a hint of excitement. "Go as wild as you'd like, as long as you don't kill them, that is," 𝗧𝗑𝐿 said, and Amy grinned darkly. "Ooh-ho, I was hoping you'd say that," she said, before the two of them vanished from sight. 𝗧𝗑𝐿 reappeared next to the man that spoke, and the man's eyes widened as his head slowly turned to him. 𝗧𝗑𝐿 spin-kicked the man in the jaw, immediately sending him to the ground, knocked out. He looked around, noticing that he was surrounded by men that all had the same augments. He smiled, putting his hand up and motioning for them to come at him. He immediately deflected a right hook as well as sidestepping an extended kick. He flipped over the man that kicked at him, grabbing his head, before using float to extend his airtime, flipping horizontally midair and slamming the man into the dirt. He then grabbed a knee, using it as leverage to bounce higher into the air and perform a split kick, hitting two men, knocking one of them out. He landed on the ground, getting kicked in the back. He grunted, stumbling forward into a left hook. Izuku grit his teeth before he parried an uppercut and jumped, kneeing the man in the chin. He looked below him to see a boot flying at him from below, and he landed on the top of the man's boot, crouched down. He reached behind him, grabbing the man's collarbone and jumping off of his boot, taking him down with him in a WWE-style neckbreaker move. The man obviously wasn't killed, but he wouldn't be getting up for a while. Izuku immediately got to his feet, sidestepping a punch before he looked over at Amy, who had already taken out her fair share of men as well. Amy had taken a few more hits than Izuku, but that only reinvigorated her more. A man yelped as she rushed him, pouncing him and stomping on his chest a few times before slamming her hammer into his face, sending him to Sleepy Time Station. Amy's quills then bristled, and she flipped over a man who attempted to sock her in the back of the head, before kicking him in the back of one of his knees, making him lose his balance and fall into a hammer swing which launched him into one of Izuku's enemies. Izuku gave her a thumbs up as he destroyed one of the men's robotic fists. She grinned back at him, before scowling back at her opponents, her grip on her hammer tightening. One of the men jumped into the air and slammed their fists into the ground, sending a crack towards Amy, who lost her footing and fell with a yelp as the ground became unstable. Dust was kicked up, and Izuku looked at where Amy once stood, concerned, only to get socked in the jaw. He growled at the man who did that, feinting a left hook and making the man flinch, before going in for a vicious right hook that sent the man flying into a group of other super soldiers, taking them all out. The man that cracked the ground chuckled, taking a step towards the dust cloud. Easy as taking candy from a bab, he started, only for Amy's hammer to fly out of the dust cloud, embedding itself in the man's armored chest. The man fell into his back from the power of the throw, and Amy leapt out of the dust cloud, a few scrapes across her body, but otherwise fine. She landed on the man's chest, ripping her hammer from the man's armor. She then stomped on the man's face, breaking his nose and knocking him unconscious. Amy sighed, straightening out her quills and tweaking her eyelashes. She leaned on her hammer, just barely leaning out of the way of a powerful jab that created a small gust of air. Geez, can't a girl pretty herself up for her boyfriend? You men nowadays are so impatient, she said, a grin on her face. The man scowled at her, before he clenched his fists, two vibrating blades popping out of the back of his metallic fists, making Amy pause. He swung the blades at her, and Amy blocked the blades with the handle of her hammer, only for them to cut right through it. Amy looked down at her sliced hammer, before she scowled, throwing the two halves of her hammer to the ground and resummoning it. Fine, you have some weapons of your own. Let's see how it compares to my hammer, she said, rushing forward. Izuku huffed as he performed a hammer fist on one of the men, a thin layer of sweat covering his body, the cool air around him doing little for him. He looked around, noticing even more men than before rushing at him, which was strange because there must have been at least 20 unconscious men around him. Izuku batted another fist away, the sweat on his body turning into steam as he powered up even further, the electricity around him growing more erratic. His hair stood on end, and he closed his eyes, pouring all his focus into danger sense. He stood entirely still, the electricity around him calming down and forming a thin green aura around him. He inhaled deeply, and without opening his eyes, gracefully dodged multiple blows, weaving and bobbing effortlessly through the attacks, delivering his own counter blows. After a moment, he exhaled shakily, losing his focus and dropping out of his flow state, but it was enough to take down 18 more men. He then grit his teeth as the strain of that technique caught up with him, causing his muscles to lock up painfully. He then screamed in agony as he felt something pierce through his back. He looked down, seeing a red vibrating blade sticking out of his chest. His body deflated slightly, going back to its original size. Amy heard Izuku scream, looking over at him to see blood streaming down his chest, a blade sticking through him. She froze, her eyes widening and face going pale. He shakily looked over at her, reaching out towards her, before his eyes rolled back into his head, his body going limp. Amy swore she felt her heart stop for a solid few seconds, before she scowled, rage and hatred flowing through her blood. The ground cracked around her as her wrist ringlets glowed with power, supplying excess chaos energy to her already large reserves, before dark purple electricity sparked around her. She fell to her knees, hands grasping at her head. Drool trickled from her mouth as she stared at Izuku's unmoving form, her eyes filling up with tears, before she pointed her head to the heavens and screamed. Her pupils disappeared as her mind snapped, a dark flash erupting from her body. The men took a few wary steps back, any possible hope they had stripped away as a suffocating aura surrounded them. When the dust cleared, the men all saw the same incredible sight. Amy sat there, her eyes glowing a harsh white, and her now dark purple quills floating at the sides of her head, almost resembling a blooming rose. She slowly stood up, the grass around her both burning away and regrowing itself, a never-ending loop of rebirth, anguish, and love in a never-ending cycle. Amy turned to the men, her gaze piercing, before she disappeared from their sight. Wind whipped at the men as they covered their faces, before she reappeared behind the man that had stabbed Izuku. He immediately turned around, his instincts screaming at him to put that thing down. He waved his bloody blade through the air, slicing at Amy. But it froze as it made contact with her aura. The blade rusted instantly, falling to pieces, before those pieces halted midair, reforming into a new beautiful shape. A metal rose floated in the air, and Amy gently grabbed it, watching as it bloomed, before simultaneously wilting into nothingness, the dust of what was flowing away in the wind. She clenched her fist, glaring up at the man. She then uncurled her fist, placing her open palm against the man's armored chest. "Die," was all she said, before the man simply evaporated, not even being able to scream before he was no more, a victim to death. Time. Amy didn't quite know what the power she was harnessing was, but she didn't want to, nor did she care. All she knew was that the one she loved was lying on the ground, and these men were trying to take him from her. Amy vanished once more, and the men all looked around, fearing for their rapidly fading lives. One man noticed the grass die near him, and he attempted to warn his comrades, before he was whisked out of existence by a wave of Amy's hand. One by one, the men ceased existing, their bodies, minds, and souls just gone. They weren't sent anywhere, nor were they killed in a natural sense. They just didn't exist anymore. Amy stood at the center of it all, her eyes glowing with power, making a mockery out of life itself. She looked up once the remaining men were gone, spotting the two large robots the size of buildings. She blinked out of existence, reappearing in front of them. For the first time, they shifted, moving their massive heads to lock onto her. Simultaneously, the two reached out for her slowly, and Amy held her palm out, a buildup of photonegative energy building up at the center of her palm before she looked down at it. It was no larger than a gumball, yet it held an unimaginable amount of power inside it. She released her hold on the energy, and it floated forward, coming into contact with one of the robots. The robot immediately halted, its joints rusting and turning into stardust, which blew away in the cool breeze, soon joining the very cosmos that it was made of in the first place. The other robot, on the other hand, she let it grab her, and she was nearly amused as it attempted to crush her in its grip, though her face remained emotionless. With a minimal flex of her energy, the hand combusted, and the metal from its hands couldn't even reach the ground, transforming into sparkling water that grew a small pink rose. Amy looked up at the robot, before she started rising. She placed her palm against the robot, and both she and the giant disappeared. Before she returned, the robot nowhere to be seen. Amy then floated softly to the ground, slowly looking at Izuku. She walked over to the boy, gently grasping his head in her hands. Interestingly, unlike everything else, Izuku wasn't changed by her power. Amy stared at his lifeless form, her hand placing itself over Izuku's heart and feeling nothing. For the first time, this new Amy Rose expressed emotion, her mouth scrunching up in a heartbroken scowl, nebulous tears stinging at her eyes. She brought her love's body closer to her, sobbing painfully into his chest. Her tears landed on his chest, absorbing into his body. Slowly, the wound that he had just received closed, patching itself up, and leaving nothing but a scar to remember it by. Amy tightened her grip around Izuku, her eyes narrowing in anger. Why? What was this cruel game that she was playing? Memories of their time spent together flashed through her head, from the moment they first met to the moment he kissed her for the first time, and she sobbed, her sorrow visualized by her pulsing aura. Ba-dump. Amy froze, feeling his heartbeat in not only her mind, but her soul as well. Then she felt it again, and she quickly placed her hand over Izuku's chest once more, her pupil-less eyes widening in a cacophony of emotions. Izuku's eyes slowly fluttered open, gazing at the divine form of Amy Rose, acknowledging that it was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen in his entire existence. Amy caught his stare, cupping his face, a smile working its way into her face. "Oh my Izuku," she muttered, before she leaned down, sharing a kiss with him, her aura dying down and her quills shifting back to their original pink color. Her pupils returned and she backed out of the kiss, looking down lovingly at Izuku, who had fallen back into a wistful state of unconsciousness. Amy stared at him for a second more, until she too went limp, joining him in his sleep, the only evidence of their interaction being the stardust that rested on Izuku's lips. 𝗃𝐿 smiled at Metal as he decided to stay the night in the shrine, her tour lasting far longer than she had expected. She waved at Metal, who looked away, flustered, and walked away. She giggled at his reaction, before freezing, feeling an immense amount of negative chaos energy shake the very balance of the universe. She stared at the direction that the energy laid, her eyes wide. Deep under Central City, the woman that had planted the camera in the bush near Izuku and Amy watched the large monitor in front of her with wide eyes as the girl fell unconscious, lying next to the other person she was tasked to keep tabs on. She was speechless as she stared, utterly shocked by what had just transpired. She tapped a button on her desk, not looking away from the screen. "See Commander Tower. I think you'll want to see this," she murmured, and she quickly got a response. "Agent Topaz, ℏ. This better be important." She heard from the other side of the comms, and she swallowed thickly. If this didn't count as important then she didn't know what did. Eggman scowled as he made his way through the egg carrier, one of his badniks waking him up from his slumber. "If this is just another bird, I swear to God I will turn you into my sewer pipes," he shouted, looking at the screen that the badnik kept gesturing to, his eyes widening under his glasses. Laying at his old base on Little Planet was one of the large robots he had made for those poachers, vines and blooming pink roses embedded into its metal corpse. His glasses fell off of his face, revealing his shocked eyes. "What I in the world could have done that?" he asked, unaware that the culprit was a little pink hedgehog. Metal Sonic flew through the air, the sun having just reached its peak a few minutes ago. His head was filled with thoughts of Tkal and the experiences they shared yesterday. Talking for hours, the two had multiple enriching conversations that made him appreciate life even more. However, he still didn't understand the feeling he experienced when he was around her. Hell, he didn't even know he could feel warm. They were all strange new feelings that he was afraid that he'd need help to understand. He reached the familiar green plains of Green Hill Zone, quickly flying in the direction of Izuku and Amy's house. However, he froze when he spotted the ruins of the building, along with a large number of unconscious bodies lying on the grass. Yet Izuku and Amy were nowhere to be seen. Panic filled his mind as he landed on the ground, rushing to the building and lifting any rubble that blocked his way, throwing it aside. He saw the crumpled washing machine, Amy's torn dress inside it. He looked around a bit more, clenching his robotic fists when he found nothing. He quickly sped outside, ignoring the unconscious poachers around the house, flying to Sonic's house in record time. He hurriedly knocked on the door, and Sonic opened it after a moment, a chili dog in his hand. "Metal, what's _? What's up?" Sonic asked, taking a bite of his food mid-sentence. Metal immediately pushed past Sonic, startling the hedgehog. "Whoa, hey man, what gives?" he asked, nearly dropping his chili dog. Metal turned around, his eyes glowing in a mixture of panic and anger. "Izuku's house has been destroyed, and the two are gone. There are a large number of poachers everywhere around the house. We need to go get Tails," Metal hurriedly explained, and Sonic's eyes widened. "Wait, what? Hold on, you're serious?" Sonic asked, and Metal nodded. "Very, Sonic. We need to go and find out what happened," Metal said, walking out of the house. Sonic paused, before sighing. He quickly inhaled the rest of his lunch before he walked over to Tails' room to see him tinkering on something. "He's been doing that a lot lately. Tails, we need to go. Something happened to Izuku and Amy," Sonic said, and the fox looked up, surprised. "What? Are they all right?" he asked, standing up and leaving his unfinished gadget on his desk. Sonic sighed, shaking his head. "I don't know yet. Metal just showed up and told me that something happened, so here we are," Sonic said, exiting the house, Tails following hurriedly. They just barely saw Metal speeding away, and quickly followed him. After a minute of running, Sonic winced as he spotted the house. Yikes, Metal wasn't lying. The house is completely totaled, he murmured, and Tails nodded, worried. He walked over to the unconscious men, examining their bruised and bloodied bodies uncomfortably, before he spotted a patch of red grass. His ears flattened against his head as the worst filled his mind. He leaned down slightly, sniffing the red grass and whimpering as he proved his hypothesis correct. "Gee guys, there's a pretty high amount of blood over here," he told his two friends. Both Sonic and his metallic doppelganger quickly walked over to him, Metal scanning the blood. He paused, before he took a shaky step back. "Gee, this is this is Izuku's blood," he said, and Sonic looked down worriedly. "That isn't good," he muttered. Izuku's head was filled with haze as he stirred, thoughts of the previous night flying through his head. He remembered sleeping with Amy on his chest before poachers invaded their house and locked them in an arduous battle. He remembered his body failing him ... and ... Izuku's eyes opened slowly as phantom pains assaulted his abdomen. He slowly ran his hands over where he felt the sensation, wincing as he touched a mass of fresh scar tissue in the middle of his abs. He tried to look around, but it felt as if he was weighed down by an invisible force. Through sheer will, he moved against his own body, stumbling off the plain white bed that he laid in. He looked down at himself, noticing that he was wearing nothing but black pants. He cringed as his head throbbed, now on his hands and knees, the spotless white ground hurting his eyes. Where am I?" he muttered, looking around. Fog clouded his mind as he slowly got to his feet, leaning against the wall for support. He grunted, his hands making contact with a white reinforced door that nearly blended in with the rest of the room. He attempted to slam into it, but the impact of his body barely even made a sound. He placed his hands against the door, running black whip through his arms, acting as more muscle. He pushed, and the door didn't budge. He grit his teeth, pushing again, only to gasp for breath, already tired, getting angry at both his strange weakness. He pushed through the fatigue as well as the door. The door finally gave way, the hinges snapping and falling to the ground, making a loud crashing sound. Barely catching himself with a single palm against the fallen door, Izuku slowly stood up, sweating. He breathed deeply, exhausted just from pushing down a simple door. "What is wrong with me?" he muttered, blinking slowly. He stumbled forward, nearly crashing into the wall in front of him. He looked to his side, seeing a long hallway that looked eerily similar to Eggman's old base on Little Planet. He grit his teeth before he felt something deep in his very being. He could feel something calling out to him, something familiar. It wasn't a sound, but an intense sensation in his chest that tried to lead him down the hallway. He recognized the feeling, but he didn't know from where. He paused, closing his eyes and focusing on the sensation. His eyes shot open as that same sensation came back with a vengeance, words appearing in his mind. No, that wasn't it. The words appeared in his soul, and it was Amy who spoke them. "Izuku, where are you?" And his eyes widened. "Amy," he whispered. His feet seemed to move on their own, making their way to where he felt the sensation coming from. He slowly stumbled through the unfamiliar location, not knowing what lay ahead, yet willing to do whatever it took to make sure Amy was safe. A good 10 feet behind him, a pair of nurses watched, surprised. "You said you pumped him full of enough anesthesia to knock out a horse," one of them whispered angrily. The other one was staring at Izuku, both insanely impressed and absolutely mortified. "I did. He should have been asleep for at least a week. It's been 9 hours and he's up," she replied, not wanting to get near something that could do ... Well, that. "So you're saying you filled him with sleepy pills, but he's just resisting it?" The first one asked, prompting a nod from the second nurse, making the first one go pale. "Who the hell is that guy?" The first one asked, and the second one gasped. "Gee, the color of green that build. He's that masked psycho that killed those men." The second one realized, and their eyes welled up with tears. "We're gonna die," she whimpered, unaware of their presence. Izuku continued on, wincing as he felt his leg nearly fall asleep. I need to make it," he thought to himself, before he heard some more words in his soul. "Izuku," he heard. He paused, looking around, confused. "Amy," he asked inwardly. There was a brief pause before he heard Amy again. Can you read my thoughts?" she asked, and Izuku's eyes widened. I don't know NGH, Izuku thought, his leg going numb under him, pricks and needles making him shiver. "Izuku, are you all right?" Amy asked, and Izuku quickly responded, reassuring her. "I am fine. Just ... feel really weird," he said, and he heard Amy sigh in his soul. "Yeah, I woke up a few hours ago and I felt the same. I think it's anesthesia, because it wore off after an hour. I heard some nurses talking outside about how they just gave me what was left. Whatever that means," she said. Izuku would have chuckled if he could move his mouth more. "I think they ... gave me most of it. I can't feel either of my legs," he thought, and he heard nothing for a few seconds. "Izuku, please tell me it feels like you're getting stabbed by tiny swords in your legs," she said, and Izuku paused, confused. "I can ... Why did you want to know?" he asked. His legs have just fallen asleep. It was nothing major. If too much anesthetics are used on someone, they could lose feeling in their bodies for life, Amy told him, and he froze, his eyes widening. Well, one eye widening. "Oh, thank you, tiny swords," Izuku thought, and he heard Amy scoff. "What are these guys' problems? They kidnap us, stick us in these weird glass tubes for some nerds to look at, and drug us to high hell. Oh, when this liquid drains, I'm gonna annihilate these jerks," Amy said angrily, and Izuku paused. "I'm sorry, tube. Liquid. What are you talking about?" Izuku asked, confused. "You didn't wake up in a tube with this gross green liquid floating around you. I have this ugly bodysuit on, and it feels like there's something over my muzzle ... It's super uncomfortable," Amy whined, and Izuku grit his teeth. "Amy, are those nerds wearing lab coats? Are any of them carrying clipboards or something?" Izuku asked, and he heard Amy hum. "All of them are." "Why?" Amy asked, confused. Izuku frowned, furious. He would have scowled, but he barely felt his mouth, so that was a no-go. "Amy, those are scientists. They're doing tests on your body," Izuku thought, using float to hopefully travel faster. He rose lazily off the ground, traveling through the air lazily. He grunted, irritated at how slow he was traveling. At least it was faster than his attempt at walking. He continued moving, allowing himself to be pulled towards wherever this strange sensation wanted him to go. However, it seemed like fate was against him, and a guard dressed in heavy combat gear stepped out of a room, spotting him immediately. The man's eyes widened, and he grabbed his pistol off of his side, aiming it at Izuku. "Freeze, how did you get out of your cell?" he asked, and Izuku tried to lift his arms, but they were refusing to move. "Amy, where is Amy?" he asked, and the man grit his teeth. "Drop down on the ground now, or I will shoot," the man yelled, and Izuku's eyes fluttered, the anesthesia causing him to start falling back into a state of unconsciousness. "Izuku, where did you go?" he heard, and he dropped to the ground with a heavy thump, just barely sending one last message out. "Guard, spotted me gun drawn he mumbled, before passing out. Amy's eyes widened as she heard Izuku's last message. "Wait, what? There's a guard aiming a gun at you," she asked, only to not receive a response. Izuku, answer me. "𝐈𝐴Z𝐿, she asked, her eyes widening. She struggled in the strange liquid, her body heating up with power. "𝐈𝐴Z𝐿, I swear to God if someone hurt you I'm going to tear their dick off and feed it to them," she screamed inwardly, before someone responded. Though it wasn't Izuku. "Wait, is that young Rose?" she heard. Amy's eyes widened, before she narrowed them. "How do you know my name? Who are you?" she asked, and the strange voice cleared their throat. "My name is Toshinori Yagi, but you probably know me as All Might," the voice said, and Amy paused, before her eyes widened. The #1 hero from Izuku's world. "How the hell are you in my head?" she asked, and All Might chuckled. "It's actually you that is in mine ... or young Midoriya's, I should say. I guess he hasn't told you that the previous users of One for All's consciousness get uploaded into the quirk, has he?" All Might asked, and Amy paused, before she frowned. "No, he hasn't," she thought softly, and she heard All Might chuckle. There was something strange about his presence ... It made her feel warm. It made her feel ... safe. "Worry not, young lady. It's not that he doesn't trust you with this knowledge, he just doesn't want you thinking he's crazy," All Might said, and Amy scoffed. "Oh please, we all know he's insane. That's one of the reasons I love him though," Amy said, sighing lovingly. All Might chuckled, and Amy smiled. "Well, you certainly have a better sense of humor than him," he complimented, and Amy hummed. "Oh, I know. Wait, if you're in Izuku's head, did you see what we did last night?" Amy asked, her eyes wide and an embarrassed blush on her face. All Might cleared his throat uncomfortably, but he answered quickly. "We can choose to not look. Most of us, including me, usually don't peek at him when you two have your moments," All Might told her, and Amy flinched. "Most?" she asked, and All Might sighed. "One of us tends to watch so that she can tease young Midoriya about it later," All Might answered, and Amy scowled. "You're telling me another woman is looking at my man when he's shirtless? Bring her in here so I can give her a piece of my mind," Amy yelled, and All Might winced. "That's ... not what I meant. She does look, but not like that. Besides, she's been dead for over 30 years. She has no interest in that sort of thing." All Right reassured her, and Amy huffed. "She better not," Amy growled, before she felt something tug on her soul. It felt like a plea, a promise, and a cry all at once. Her eyes widened as she recognized the feeling of the energy, her body jolting with a start. "Izuku," she mumbled inside her head. She looked around as the scientists studied her, and she scowled at them, slowly moving her limbs through the thick jelly-like substance. She gripped at the thin tubes that stabbed into her body, grimacing as she pulled them out. The scientists started looking at her more intently, before they looked to be panicking. Amy smirked under her mask as she focused on her chaos energy, bringing it to the surface. A spark of pink electricity appeared next to her fist, and the liquid started bubbling as she brought more of her power to the surface. Her limbs were basically gliding through the green liquid now, and she grinned as the glass cracked. Amy closed her eyes, bringing her arms close to her chest. Before she grunted in effort, a pink pulse of energy exploded from her body, shattering the tube. She landed on her knees, her body slightly numb. She grimaced, ripping the small patches attached to her body out, before taking the breathing mask off, spitting out some of the gross green liquid. She heard a bundle of clicks, and she looked up to see a group of men rushing at her, rifles in their hands. She frowned, getting to her feet and squaring up. The men all pointed their rifles at her, and she inhaled softly, before disappearing from sight. The men all looked around cautiously, but Amy wasn't even in the room anymore, dashing down the hallway, leaving a trail of green liquid everywhere she went. She looked behind her, a grin on her face. However, she quickly slipped on the floor, the liquid working against her. She grimaced, hand on her head ... her naked hand. She went pale, before she looked down. Well, at least she had some sort of black socks on, along with black shorts and a sports bra that covered everything important, though her belly was showing. She growled, standing up and shaking herself, getting as much liquid as she could off of her. She heard the sound of heavy footsteps behind her and turned to see the men running after her, before one of them fired at her. She yelped, jumping out of the way and continuing to run. She was luckily much faster than the men, but that didn't stop them from shooting at her, a few bullets grazing her skin. She grit her teeth in annoyance as blood leaked down her arms. "Young Rose, are you sure it's the best idea to run through this place? You don't know what could lie around the corner," All Might warned, but Amy didn't slow down. No, I have to get to Izuku. I swear to chaos if they hurt him, I'm going to tear them to shreds. Amy growled, her quills getting a shade darker for a fraction of a second before going back to normal. Just be careful. Young Midoriya would be heartbroken if something happened to you, All Might said, and Amy nodded, her eyes narrowing in focus. She sped up slightly, becoming a blur as she dashed through the halls. The throbbing in her soul grew stronger, and she grit her teeth, feeling a wave of something wash over her. I'm getting closer, she muttered, slowing down slightly. She was about to turn a corner when she saw a door open. The group of men that had been chasing her before rushing out and glaring at her. Stop or we'll shoot, one of the men screamed, and Amy growled, pausing. She took a step back, placing her hand on the wall. Anger rushed through her at being denied the ability to find Izuku, and the wall warped around her hand. She looked to the side to see vines sprouting from the wall, roses blooming across the vines. She blinked, and the vines shot forward, slamming into the group of men and sending them back into the room. She blinked, before the vines crumbled into nothing. She looked at her hands to see that they looked completely normal. She shook her head. She'll think about it later. While she continued down the hallway, flipping the men off as she ran, gritting her teeth. Just hold on, Izuku. I'm coming, she whispered. Izuku startled awake, feeling something prodding his forehead. He blinked, a light shining in his eyes. He tried to move, but he realized with grit teeth that he was tied to a chair. He attempted to activate OFA, only to get electrocuted by a stun baton. He looked up, seeing two heterochromic eyes glaring down at him. I've been watching you, Izuku Midoriya. I know everything there is to know about your life since you arrived here. You're 17 years old. You had friends who were murdered by a psychopath, and you parade around the city in a stupid costume, fighting criminals like some sort of hero. The man said, and Izuku scowled back. Where's Amy? He growled, and the man scoffed. We're doing tests on her. She's another dangerous threat that needs to be studied. As for you, I'm going to ask you a series of questions. You're hooked up to a lie detector. Tell the truth, and we move on. Tell a lie, and you'll get shocked with enough volts to leave a normal man in a wheelchair. The man said, and Izuku clenched his fists behind his back. And if I don't answer at all? He asked. The man paused, before smirking at him. He reached into his back pocket, pulling out a shining Desert Eagle. He spun it in his hand, before pulling the slide back and turning the safety off, pointing the weapon directly at Izuku. I'm sure you can guess what'll happen, so unless you want your little girlfriend to find you with a hole in your head, I suggest you cooperate, the man said, lowering his weapon. Izuku glared at the man, but didn't speak. Now ... what's your name? He asked. Izuku rolled his eyes. Izuku Midoriya, he responded, and the man grinned. Good. Age? He asked, and Izuku immediately responded. Perfect. Name of your power? The man asked, and Izuku glared at the man before answering. Superpower, he said, before he jolted, gritting his teeth as he was electrocuted again. The man scoffed at him as the electrocution stopped, and Izuku panted, smoke rising from his body. Well, it looks like you are resistant to electricity. How fascinating. Let's try this again, shall we? Name of your power? He asked, and Izuku scowled. One for all, he muttered. The man grinned, nodding his head. Very good. Where were you on April 8th at 12:17 a.m.? The man asked, and Izuku scowled. In bed with my girlfriend, he answered, and the man hummed. So, you didn't kill those men. I had already suspected that was the case, but you can never be too safe. Now, do you have any affiliations with Dr. Ivo Robotnik? The man asked, and Izuku shook his head. The man chuckled, before he slammed his fist in the table, scowling at Izuku. Answer with your words, moron. He spat, and Izuku closed his eyes. Technically no. He wanted to work with me, but after learning what he did, I refused. Happy asshole? Izuku asked, and the man paused, before looking behind Izuku and giving the man a thumbs up. Izuku screamed in pain as he was shocked again. Even more electricity coursing through his body this time. After the electricity stopped, Izuku glared at him, one eye half-lidded. That was the truth, he grit out. The man hummed, nodding. Yes, it was. However, I take disrespect very personally. Understood? The man asked, and Izuku grit his teeth at the man, who chuckled. He grabbed the gun, pointing it at Izuku once again. I asked you a question, or do you just want to die? The man asked, and Izuku flinched slightly, making the man smirk. Understood. Izuku spat, his pride wounded. No, it's understood, sir. The man said, and Izuku's fists clenched again, his anger building up even more. Understood, sir, he said, and the man nodded in satisfaction. Now ... do you remember what happened last night? The man asked, and Izuku scoffed. Barely. We were attacked in our own home. You have something to say about that? Izuku asked, his lip curled in anger. The man rolled his eyes, clicking his tongue. Oh please, you really think I ordered that attack on you? I would never lower myself so far as to work with criminals. The person who wants you dead is a woman going by the name of Dahlia Redmist. She's an infamous criminal due to her racist views against Mobians. and she's also the founder of the little club that she calls the Poachers, the man said, tapping his fingers against the desk in front of him. Early this morning, while you and your little girlfriend were doing God knows what, they broke into your house and started attacking you. You defended yourself well, I'll give you that, but in the end, you failed. You were impaled in the chest by a blade and died soon after, the man explained, and Izuku paused, confused. But he wasn't dead. I can see that you're a little slow, so let me explain in words that you can understand. You were stabbed, and you died. All caught up now, the man spat, and Izuku scowled. Are you like this with everyone you kidnap? He asked, and the man smirked, putting his hand up to his ear. I'm sorry, what was that? Do I hear you asking to get shocked again? The man asked, and Izuku scowled, but didn't respond. The man leaned back, smirking down at Izuku. That's what I thought. Now, as I was saying, your girlfriend went berserk after seeing you get stabbed and killed 8 men, the man said, and Izuku's eyes widened. Wait, what? He asked. The man grinned at him, nodding. What's wrong? Surprised that little Pink had it in her. I was too, until I saw the way she did it. She tapped into a power that nobody's seen for thousands of years. And that means a lot to someone who knows their stuff, like me, the man said, before he grabbed a clicker from off the desk, pointing at the wall that Izuku was facing. A large screen dropped from the ceiling, and a picture of a cave with ancient carvings on it appeared on the screen. This was discovered 2 years ago in a cave on the other side of the world, and only we know about it, the man said, and Izuku studied the picture. There was a hedgehog with quills as black as the starry sky, and glowing red roses tattooed all over her body, grinning maliciously down at multiple charred corpses. Her body covered by a black and red robe that barely covered her important parts, her eyes devoid of pupil. The sky above the etched hedgehog looked like it was tearing apart, stars falling from the sky. Underneath the mural, the words 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐼𝐴 were carved. Izuku looked back at the man, a scowl on his face. What does this have to do with last night? He asked, and the man looked back down at him with disdain. I'm getting there, annoying prick, he growled, before he clicked a button. The screen changed to show a familiar scene. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw himself lying in the grass, blood leaking from both his mouth as well as his abdomen. However, what really captured his attention was Amy. Her quills were a deep purple color, and her eyes were glowing, pupils nowhere to be seen. She was staring at him, her face devoid of all emotion, but tears filled with nebulae leaked from her eyes. She looked almost exactly like the hedgehog on the mural. Even if you were from this world, you probably have absolutely no idea who 𝗧𝗏 is. So let me explain. 𝗧𝗏 was a Mobian that lived over 2,000 years ago, and when she was alive, she quickly rose to power, becoming the leader of a clan known as the Amazon, a group of all-female hedgehogs. The man explained, and Izuku paused. Hadn't Tikal called Amy an Amazon? With her in charge, countless factions fell, burned to ashes. This would be fairly normal for this time period. But how she acted certainly wasn't. 𝗧𝗏 lived to slaughter people. Nobody was safe from her, whether it be men, women, even children. She didn't discriminate, and it showed. Eventually, her clan rebelled against her, having enough of her disgusting ways. In a fit of rage, 𝗧𝗏 transcended her mortal form, becoming a deity of death. The man said, glaring at the picture of Amy. She exterminated the Amazons, and everyone else who stood in her way, until the Echidna clan stepped in. With the power of the Master Emerald, 𝗧𝗏 was slain, and the self-proclaimed goddess of death was no more, he explained, and Izuku glared at the man. So, what you're saying that Amy is secretly a psychopathic god? He asked, and the man chuckled, before slapping Izuku across the face. Izuku grunted in pain, glaring back at the man. Do you think this is a joke? We believe that Amy Rose is the reincarnation of 𝗧𝗏. It's obvious that she isn't her, but she definitely has the same power. This is why we took you both. Someone needs to put her down before she becomes too dangerous, and that someone is you, the man said, and Izuku's glare instantaneously hardened. A cold chill entered the room as he powered up to 70% of OFA. He was electrocuted, but the electricity that crawled across his skin devoured the energy. Even if it didn't, he doubted he would even feel it. Who the fuck do you think you are? Izuku asked, and the man scoffed, drawing his gun and pointing it at Izuku's skull. The man who has a gun to your head, he responded. Izuku snapped the handcuffs that tied him to the chair, and the man pulled the trigger. The man's eyes narrowed in confusion as nothing happened, and Izuku grabbed the gun, his mere touch crumpling it. His electricity made contact with the man's hand, and he flinched, taking a step back. Izuku stood up, the crumpled bullet falling from his head. It left a small red spot on his forehead, but that was the absolute extent of the damage. He stood up, and the man took another step back, holding his hands up complacently. Let's not get too hasty now, okay? He asked, and Izuku dropped the crushed pistol, taking a step towards the man. You kidnap me, torture me, degrade me, and now you want me to kill my own girlfriend? Izuku asked. The man scowled at him, his fists clenched. That thing needs to be 𝗓𝗏. He started, only for 𝗧𝗑𝗧 to grab him by the throat, lifting him off the ground with complete and utter ease. The next time you think about hurting Amy, I'm going to feed you your own gray matter. Understood? 𝗧𝗑𝗧 asked. The man growled at him, and 𝗧𝗑𝗧's glare doubled in intensity, his grip tightening. The man tried to grasp for breath, but 𝗧𝗑𝗧 didn't let up. I asked you a question, shithead, 𝗧𝗑𝗧 said, slamming the man into a wall. You understood. The man gasped out. 𝗧𝗑𝗧 was about to let him go, before an idea wormed its way into his head. Understood what? 𝗧𝗑𝗧 asked, and the man glared at him, his hands gripping at 𝗧𝗑𝗧's wrist. Understood, sir. He spat, and 𝗧𝗑𝗧 let him go. The man fell to his knees, and 𝗧𝗑𝗧 glared down at him, his fists clenched at his sides. Good. See you in your nightmares, fuckface. 𝗧𝗑𝗧 spat, before he walked through the wall, crumbling it to pieces. He looked around, noticing that he was in a hallway similar to the one from before. He sighed, not powering down just yet. If he was caught off guard and he couldn't power up in time, then he was as good as dead. 𝗧𝗑𝗧 took a step forward, before he heard Amy's voice. Look, I appreciate you looking out for me, but I'm fine, she yelled. 𝗧𝗑𝗧's eyes widened, and he sprinted down the hall, turning the corner and spotting Amy dashing towards him. Her eyes widened when she saw him, and he grinned. Ames, he shouted, and she grinned back at him. Zuzu, oh, I finally found you, she said, running at him and jumping into his arms. 𝗧𝗑𝗧 sighed as he held her, making sure to not grip her too tight, as he was still using a large portion of OFA. Wait, who were you talking to just now? 𝗧𝗑𝗧 asked, and Amy's eyes widened. Oh, right. You didn't tell me you could hear the last users of One for All, she shouted, and 𝗧𝗑𝗧's eyes widened. Wait, how the hell do you know about that? He asked, and Amy smirked at him. I can hear them too now. You know, we were like communicating mentally earlier. Apparently, they can hear me, and I can hear them too. Isn't that awesome? She asked, and 𝗧𝗑𝗧 paused. It's mostly awesome, he said, before he heard the voice he was afraid of hearing. Wait, so you're saying that she can hear me right now? Nana asked, and 𝗧𝗑𝗧 groaned. Oh God, please no, he muttered. Amy smiled, nodding. Sweet. Hey Amy, did you know that 𝗧𝗑𝗧's dick as she started? And 𝗧𝗑𝗧 blushed, shouting. Nope, that's not happening, he shouted, and Amy blushed. Anyways, you look nice in that. Always a treat to see you without a shirt on, after all, Amy flirted teasingly. 𝗧𝗑𝗧 blushed, stammering over his words, before he just spoke his mind. Well, you don't look too bad yourself, Ames, he muttered, and Amy's face got a little more red, before she put one hand on the side of her head, the other on her hip. Oh, you like? She asked, grinning at him. 𝗧𝗑𝗧 stared at her body for a second, before looking at her in the eyes. I'm sorry, what did you say? I was thinking about something else, 𝗧𝗑𝗧 said, and Amy giggled. Oh, likes is a word for it. He's lucky his clothes aren't skin tight, Nana quipped, and both 𝗧𝗑𝗧 and Amy went crimson. Nana, 𝗧𝗑𝗧 yelled, and the woman cackled in both of their heads. 𝗧𝗑𝗧 cleared his throat, his face still red. We should get out of here. Wherever here is, he said. Amy nodded, before they heard approaching footsteps. 𝗧𝗑𝗧 and Amy looked behind them to see a large group of guards rushing down the hallway, yelling at them. 𝗧𝗑𝗧 raised an eyebrow at Amy, who shrugged. All I did was escape. They're the ones that shot at me, she defended, and 𝗧𝗑𝗧 quickly turned to face them, eyes narrowed. They shot at you. Well, that changes things, he said, squaring up. Amy looked at him, surprised. You're gonna fight them? Why can't we just leave? She asked, and 𝗧𝗑𝗧 looked down at her, confused. You know where the exit is? He asked. She paused, before her hammer was in her hands. Good point, she replied. The guards quickly started unloading their bullets on Amy and 𝗧𝗑𝗧. The former twirled her hammer around, blocking the bullets from hitting her, while the latter simply covered his face and walked forward, the bullets just falling to the ground, not affecting 𝗧𝗑𝗧. After a second, 𝗧𝗑𝗧 clicked his tongue in annoyance and vanished from his spot, reappearing in front of the men. He glared down at them as they slowly looked up to see him floating above them. He snatched the rifle from one of their hands, snapping it over his knee. The man then took out a side pistol, aiming it at 𝗧𝗑𝗧, who just flicked it out of his hand. The man just pulled a combat knife out of a holster and stabbed 𝗧𝗑𝗧 with it, only for it to shatter against his skin. 𝗧𝗑𝗧 crossed his arms, unimpressed. The man then spat on his hands, rubbed them together, and clenched his fists, squaring up. Why don't you deactivate all that fancy lightning shit and fight me like a real man? The guard goaded. 𝗧𝗑𝗧 glared down at him, before he disappeared. All of the other guards immediately fell to the ground, unconscious, and 𝗧𝗑𝗧 reappeared in front of the guard, arms still crossed. Fine, he muttered, before powering down. He took a breath in, before taking another breath out, deactivating his sub-quirks as well, focusing only on his pure fighting instinct. Amy leaned on her hammer, waving her hand through the air with a grin. Kick his ass, honey, she cheered, and 𝗧𝗑𝗧 blushed. Honey's a new one, he muttered, before he slapped away a right hook. The man was clearly a brawler based on his heavy punches and focus on getting up close and as many body shots as he could, which wasn't any. Izuku backed up as the man rushed him, throwing an annoying amount of jabs and hooks that he parried, blocked, and grabbed with varying ease. The man then tried something new, a sweep kick that nearly caught Izuku, but his girlfriend was watching, and he couldn't afford to embarrass himself. Izuku jumped in the air and performed a mid-air split, using the thin walls to his advantage. The man looked up at him, eyes wide. Izuku then dropped from the walls, flipping midair and kicking the top of the man's head. Izuku landed on his back, before he performed a handspring, landing on his feet. He watched as the man stood still for a few seconds, before the helmet cracked in half and the man passed out. He sighed in annoyance, before he yelped as Amy walked up and smacked his behind. "That was pretty cool. Were you showing off for me? Be honest," Amy asked, grinning. Izuku blushed and looked away, giving her the answer. She patted his thigh, a teasing smile on her face. "You sure know how to make a girl proud, huh, Zuzu?" she asked, and Izuku blushed even harder before he shook his head, focusing on finding an exit. "Hell, let's just get out of here," he muttered. She sighed, hoisting her hammer over her shoulder. Yeah, she said, walking down the hall with Izuku. Izuku stretched, lifting his arms over his head, giving Amy ample opportunity to ogle his lats. "She's staring at you, Izuku," Nana whispered, making Amy look away. And Izuku look at Amy. "So?" Izuku asked, confused. Nana paused, surprised. "You're ... not embarrassed?" she asked, and Izuku scoffed. "Do you know how handsy Amy is? I have like 7 hickeys on my pecs alone," Izuku said, and Amy blushed, looking away. "Not my fault you're so hot," she muttered. Izuku blushed, and Nana scoffed. "Oh, so you're fine with being stared at, but the second she calls you hot, you just melt?" Nana asked, and Izuku shrugged. "Still not used to compliments, I guess," he muttered, before Amy tapped his leg. "Hey, you think those elevators will lead anywhere?" she asked, and Izuku's eyes widened before he took a step back. "Nope, I don't do elevators. Not enough space to move around in there," he muttered, shivering slightly. Amy raised an eyebrow at him, surprised. "Why, you have claustrophobia?" she asked, and Izuku flinched, before nodding, ashamed. I have for a while," he said, and Amy stared at him, intrigued. Izuku sighed, looking away as she asked him to tell her the story of how he grew afraid of enclosed spaces. "Well," he started. Izuku grunted in effort, landing on the ground, Koda in his arms. He looked behind him, sweating nervously as he saw a large man stand up to his full height, the black cloak around him not quite obscuring his devilish grin. "Ooh, Midoriya, huh, lucky me, you're on the list of people I get to kill," the man said, before tossing the cloak off the mountainside. Izuku's eyes widened in fear as he realized just who he stood against. Wearing black boots, tan combat pants, and a green tank top, Muscular looked him up and down, sizing him up. "The boss said you were strong ... Let's see if he was telling the truth," Muscular shouted, before rushing at Izuku. The boy flinched, before trying to jump away, but Muscular grabbed his ankle, his mad grin widening. "Nice try, brat, but that won't work again," he said, before throwing him at the mountain. Koda screamed as Izuku flipped midair, landing against the mountainside and hopping off of it, gaining a bit of distance from Muscular. He swiftly put Koda down, and told him to run as far as he could. But what about you?" the child asked, and a shaky smile adorned his face. I can handle myself. Now go. I won't let him past me," Izuku promised. The villain chuckled darkly, taking a step towards them. "If there's anything I hate more than a weakling, it's a weakling that makes promises they can't keep. Sure, the kid can run, but I'll catch up to him eventually. I always do," Muscular said, before multiple layers of muscle grew around his arms and legs. "I hope you told your mommy you loved her before you went on this trip, because you're never gonna see her again," Muscular yelled, and Izuku dashed forward, punching him in the face. Muscular stumbled backwards, but he looked entirely unimpressed. "Really? Was that it? I was told you were strong," Muscular yelled, backhanding Izuku into the mountain. Izuku yelped in pain as he slammed into the stone, before he grit his teeth, launching out and hitting Muscular in the chest, doing even less damage than before. "TCH, you call that a punch? Here, let me give you a demonstration on what a real punch is," Muscular yelled, cocking his fist back. Izuku's eyes widened, and he tried to jump away, but Muscular grabbed his wrist with his other hand, his grin widening even further. "Not so fast, brat. You want to play hero, you need to learn how to take a punch," the villain yelled, and Izuku grit his teeth, guarding with his only free arm. He screamed in pain when it snapped like a toothpick under the man's punch. Izuku was thrown into the mountain again, and Koda watched with horrified eyes as Muscular turned to him. "Now ... is for you, huh?" Muscular started, only for a hand to lodge itself in between his muscle fibers. He turned to see Izuku glaring at him, a scowl on his face. "You're not going to hurt him," he screamed, before using 100% of OFA in a devastating punch to the jaw. Muscular was immediately thrown into the mountain, cracking it with the force. Izuku huffed as he deactivated his power, smiling shakily at 𝗂𝐬𝐫. He gave the boy a thumbs up with his now purple arm. 𝐼𝐺H. I told you it would be okay, Izuku said, before he froze in fear as a laugh echoed throughout the crisp night air. Ha. There it is. There's the strength I was promised. You should have started with that, Midoriya. Muscular yelled as he peeled himself from the mountain, his shirt ruined and scrapes all over him. Honestly, if I didn't put up some layers of muscle at the last second, that would have been bad, Muscular admitted, rolling his shoulders. Izuku shook in fear as the man stood up, before he reached into his pocket, pulling out a red prosthetic eye, placing it into his empty socket. He groaned in pleasure as his body swelled with muscle, the fibers wrapping around his entire body this time, turning him into an absolute giant. Oh, that's good. You know, I don't take any of this fighting stuff personally, Muscular said, and Izuku squared up shakily as he powered up again. The villain scoffed at him before he vanished from sight. Izuku's eyes bulged out of his skull as he felt something slam into his stomach. He fell to his knees, vomiting onto the ground. Muscular watched from above, a perverted smile on his face. I just love the feeling of bones snapping under my blows. The feeling of taking lives ... It's incredible. I don't do this because of some stupid tragic backstory or some other lame shit. I do this because I like it, Muscular said gleefully, before he kicked Izuku in the chest, sending him into his back. He stomped on his chest, and Izuku spat up blood. He gasped for breath as his airflow was restricted by Muscular's boot, and he looked down, noticing that 𝗂𝐬𝐫 was still just standing there, watching, horrified. 𝗂𝐽𝐫 ... run ... he whispered, but the boy didn't hear him. Muscular looked at 𝗂𝐽𝐫, a grin on his face. Though, still worried about the boy? Huh. Well then ... how about I give you a little show? Muscular said, taking his boot off of Izuku's chest and walking towards 𝗂𝐽𝐫. Izuku gasped for breath before he got to his knees, trying his hardest to scramble to his feet. See, come on. Work, stupid body, he muttered, before he felt the air shift behind him. He blinked, and Muscular was standing in front of him again, before he slammed his much larger arms into Izuku's chest, nearly crushing him against the ground. Izuku gasped in pain, and Muscular grinned at him, his remaining eye bloodshot with madness. Yes ... It's time for you to show me your blood, Muscular screamed, lifting his arms up again, nearly doubling the muscle mass on them and slamming them down. Izuku held his arms up in a fragile attempt to block the attack, and he screamed as his broken arms were pushed down. Tears flowed from his eyes as he glared up at the large collection of muscle that was trying to crush him. His heart pounded in his chest as he attempted to breathe, too afraid to even do that. He felt everything around him collapsing, death drawing closer every second he pushed against the red mass. He closed his eyes, thinking of his mother and All Might. I am sorry, Mom. I wish I got to speak to you one last time, he thought to himself, before ... the pressure disappeared. He opened his eyes to see Muscular looking at 𝗂𝐽𝐫, whose hands were outstretched, water dripping from his digits. Get away from him, you psychopath, 𝗂𝐽𝐫 yelled, and Muscular scowled. Wait your turn, kid. I'm not finished with this one yet, whoa, Muscular said, and Izuku grit his teeth in fury, pushing up against Muscular. I thought I told you ... that you weren't going to hurt him, Izuku screamed, and Muscular's eyes widened in shock and confusion. What the hell? How are you getting so strong? He asked, and Izuku yelled in effort, pushing Muscular off of him. Before the massive man could recover, Izuku pumped every single percentage of power into his arm before cocking it back. Delaware, Detroit, smash, he yelled, throwing a punch that burned through every single muscle fiber that Muscular tried to defend himself with. Izuku felt Muscular's face crumble under his punch, and the man flew backwards, crashing into the mountain and extending the crack that he had already made. Izuku panted in exertion, before his eyes widened at what he had done. Muscular, or what was left of him, at least slid to the ground, blood splurting everywhere. Izuku had only meant to use enough power to knock the villain unconscious, but ... the man's entire head as well as half of his right shoulder and most of his collarbone were gone. His torso was filled with large holes, and his arms and legs were twitching. Izuku went pale as he realized what he had done, before he took a step back, screaming in fear. 𝗂𝐽𝐫 watched, misinterpreting the horror as triumphance, admiration shining in his eyes. Izuku then reached, before throwing up again. He looked at 𝗂𝐽𝐫, who nearly rushed to help him, shaking his head. I am okay. Just ... just stay away, okay? It's dangerous, Izuku said, pushing through his terror and burying the trauma of the moment, where it solidified into his crippling claustrophobia. Izuku carried 𝗂𝐽𝐫 through the forest, where he handed him off to Mr. Aizawa. Once the boy was gone, he finally shed his hidden tears. Amy blinked at him as he finished his story, wincing as she looked away. I didn't know it was that bad. I'm sorry for asking, she said, and Izuku snapped out of his brief trance, shaking his head. It's ... it's okay. That was the first time I had ever killed someone. It was hard to move on from that, Izuku murmured, and Amy looked at him, sympathizing with him. Unlike Izuku, she remembered what happened last night, new form and all but she wasn't too bothered by her actions. Yes, she did feel horrible at first, but her mind rationalized it as protecting not only herself, but also Izuku, which it was. If she hadn't done that then Izuku would have been gone forever. And if that happened, then she undoubtedly would have actually done something she would have regretted. Amy sighed, pressing the button to call the elevator, despite Izuku's protests. But he started, and Amy raised an eyebrow at him. Do you want to get out of this place? She asked gently, and Izuku bit his lip, before nodding. Well, come on. Do you want me to hold your hand? She asked softly, and Izuku nodded, looking at her hands, realizing that she wasn't wearing any gloves. He grabbed onto her hand, holding it tightly as the elevator doors opened. It was luckily empty, and slightly more spacious than Izuku had thought it would be, though he was still incredibly uncomfortable as the two walked inside. Izuku took a deep breath as the elevator doors closed, and Amy inspected the buttons, before shrugging and just pressing the top floor button. Izuku gulped loudly as they started moving, looking around warily. He started trembling, sweat leaking down his face. Are the walls closing in? It looks like the walls are closing in, Izuku muttered, and Amy squeezed his hand gently. Don't worry, they're not. The walls aren't closing in, Izuku, Amy said, admirably patient with Izuku. His breathing quickened as he looked around frantically, swearing he saw a mass of red muscle fibers closing in from the corner of the room. It's just an illusion, it's not real, he whispered to himself, and Amy kept regularly squeezing his hand, grounding him. His breathing slowed down slightly, though it was shaky. Thanks, Ames, he murmured, slightly embarrassed. Amy hummed, before the elevator stopped, the doors opening. A man with shoulder-length brown hair walked in, putting his phone away and eyeing the two strangely. You two had a fun night, he said, and Amy sighed. Look, do you want to get into the elevator or not? She asked, and the man huffed, entering with a wary stare. He pressed the button he wanted, raising an eyebrow at the other lit-up button. You two going to the penthouse? Surprised you can afford it, the man said, and Amy raised an eyebrow. Penthouse? Wait, we're in a hotel, Amy asked, and the man looked at them, confused. Yeah. You're in Central Hotel. How the hell do you not know where you are? He asked, and Amy scowled. Look, we just woke up in this building, all right. I appreciate you telling us where we are, but he's shirtless and I'm wearing a skin-tight rubber outfit, Amy said, and the man rolled his eyes. Yeah, whatever, he said, pressing his glasses further onto his face. I hope you know that the woman who lives in the penthouse is famous for being a real bitch around here. Real sassy, the man said, and Amy paused, confused. Okay, she said, and the elevator doors opened. The man stepped out, waving at the two. See ya, say hi to Metal for me. He's my favorite character, the man said, before the doors closed. Amy blinked, confused. A favorite character? What the hell was that guy talking about? And how does he know Metal? She muttered to herself, confused. Izuku shrugged, still shivering slightly. I don't know, but I think we're nearing the penthouse, he said, and Amy groaned. Ugh, great. Well, then we're gonna have to go all the way back down. She groaned, and Izuku whimpered. God damn it, he muttered, making Amy wince. Sorry, Izuku, she whispered. The elevator then beeped, before the doors opened. Both Izuku and Amy blinked at the lavish carpet that led into a wide room. Amy sighed, shaking her head. She looked at the buttons again, before she finally spotted the button with a small G under it. She groaned, annoyed at herself, before pressing the button only for nothing to happen. She pressed the button again, but still, nothing happened. Amy grit her teeth, pressing the button hard enough to crack it, yet nothing happened. She scowled, and before she could smash the panel to smithereens, Izuku placed his hand on her shoulder. The elevator's stuck, Amy, he told her, and the girl looked at him, annoyed. Oh really? I couldn't tell. She spat, and Izuku sighed, stepping out of the elevator and onto the nice carpet. He smiled at the feeling of getting out of that death trap of a box, before he heard Amy groan, stepping out as well. I suppose the only option we have is to wait here for the elevator to work again. It sucks, but we don't really have much of a choice, Izuku said, and Amy scoffed, leaning against the wall. Yeah, hey, do you feel that? It feels like a breeze, Amy responded, looking deeper into the penthouse. Izuku paused, before his eyes widened. There was a slight breeze coming from inside the penthouse. Amy peeked her head into the main room of the penthouse, her jaw dropping. This place is massive, she whispered, looking around. Better yet, she couldn't see anyone. She then spotted a pair of glass doors with a helipad on the other side. Bingo, she whispered with a grin. She turned back to Izuku, smiling at him. Good news, Izuku. I just found our way out, she told him. Izuku's eyes widened, and he walked over to her, immediately seeing the doors. He smiled at Amy. holding his hand out for a high five, which she graciously accepted. After a second, the two walked into the main room of the penthouse, attempting to be as quiet as possible. When Izuku stepped on the worst possible spot, the floor creaking, he winced, hearing a familiar voice coming from the other room. "Ugh, I already told room service that I didn't want them in here," he heard, and he looked at Amy, who looked back at him. "Fuck," they both whispered at the same time. Before they could do anything, a Mobian woman stepped into the main room, scowling at them. "I thought I told you people to wait ... hero boy," the woman asked. Izuku blinked before he recognized the Mobian woman despite her not wearing her usual makeup. "Rouge." Izuku and Rouge stared at each other, both surprised. Rouge was wearing an incredibly nice silk white dress that stopped at her knees, and unsurprisingly showed off a large amount of cleavage. Rouge was staring at Izuku, primarily at his chest. Rouge wasn't one to admire a man's physique, but damn, too bad he was taken. Rouge barely even noticed the elevator doors closed and go back down. She was so distracted. "What the hell are you doing here? And why are you shirtless?" Rouge asked, crossing her arms. Izuku was a little stunned that Rouge lived in this luxurious penthouse, but it did make sense. He narrowed his eyes, looking around. "So ... they're disguising a hotel as a government base. That's an interesting decision," Izuku said, ignoring Rouge's question. Amy hummed along, nodding at his statement. "That is a strange choice," she agreed, and Rouge rolled her eyes. "It's a pretty smart idea. I mean, who'd expect 𝐔𝐬𝐴N to hunker down in a hotel?" she asked, and Izuku raised an eyebrow. 𝐔𝐬𝐴N, that's what they're called. "Well, that's the most obvious acronym ever," he muttered, and Rouge scoffed. "Tell me about it." "Well, they let me stay here for free because of my stealthiness. I get them info, and they let me stay here. They barely even care that I steal stuff," Rouge said, and Izuku looked around, spotting a set of replica chaos emeralds being used as chandelier decoration. He hummed, remembering the night that she stole them. Izuku sat on a rooftop, eyeing the beef burrito that he held. He had just stopped a group of poachers from destroying a food stand, and the Mobian that ran it gifted him a free meal. He eagerly unwrapped the foil over it, taking his rebreather off and taking a bite of the meal. He groaned, savoring the taste. The meat, the cheese, the vegetables, even the sauce, all mixed into one beautiful meal. Quickly devouring the meal, Izuku sighed in satisfaction. However, that was until he heard a blaring alarm, along with red lights coming from the museum nearby. Izuku groaned, quickly standing up and popping the complimentary mint into his mouth and slipped his rebreather back on, hopping from the rooftop, and quickly flying to the museum. He landed on the glass roof of it, looking inside, and seeing a familiar silhouette of a Batwoman zip through the main room. He scowled, his irritation doubling. "Not again. Rouge, why do you do this?" he muttered, before he used Black Whip to force the window open. He dropped down, creating a loud echo that stopped Rouge in her tracks. She turned with a smirk as she already knew who it was. "Hey, hero boy, how nice of you to drop by," she said confidently. Izuku sighed, spotting the bag that she carried. "Come on, Rouge ... what's in the bag?" he asked, and Rouge closed her eyes, tossing the bag in the air and catching it casually. "Wouldn't you like to know?" "Here, catch," she yelled, before tossing the bag to him. Izuku flinched, catching it with a surprised blink. He opened the bag, looking inside it ... only to see a small sheet of paper with a drawing of a pink heart. Rouge's signature logo. Izuku stiffened, before he looked up to see that Rouge was gone. He scowled, clenching his fists around the bag. "Damn it, again," he grit out, before he dropped the bag, jumping to the roof and flying away. Rouge then dropped from the ceiling, grinning as she held a smaller bag that she had concealed with her wings. Izuku learned from the news the next morning that she stole a set of replica chaos emeralds worth over 12,000 rings. Amy had to cuddle him for 2 hours to get him to stop sulking. Izuku frowned, shaking his head. "Look, we just randomly woke up in this building after getting attacked by poachers. We've spent the last hour trying to get out," Izuku explained, and Rouge scowled. "So you broke into my penthouse. How do you think it's gonna look on me when he discovers that you were in here? If Tower asks me about it, I'm ratting you two out," Rouge threatened, her eyes set in a glare. Amy scowled at her, crossing her arms. "Hey, it's not our fault we wound up here. We wanted to go back down but the elevator's busted. We just want to go out on the helipad so that Izuku can fly us home." Amy spat, and Rouge scoffed, crossing her arms. "If Tower finds out I just let you guys go, then I'm as good as gone. There are cameras everywhere. If you get me evicted, I swear," she started, and Izuku frowned. "Calm down, Rouge. I doubt this Tower guy is gonna blame you for letting us go. I'm guessing he's the man with white hair and heterochromia," Izuku asked, and Rouge sighed, nodding. "Yeah, he's the commander of 𝐔𝐬𝐴N, and a powerful guy in the military." "You met him?" she asked, and Izuku paused. "I convinced him to let me go after he tortured me," Izuku said, looking away. Rouge's eyes widened and she stared at Izuku, baffled. "Why, you threatened him. If he finds out I'm even associated with you, I'm fucked." she yelled, and Izuku winced. Amy scoffed, looking around. You could just sell all of this junk, and you'd have enough money to buy this place. Stop acting like you don't have options, Amy said, and Rouge growled at her. I'm not selling this. I earned these. She spat, and Amy rolled her eyes. No, you stole it. It's not like rings are hard to come by anyways. You could just explore the areas packed with flickies and you're bound to find at least a few dozen, she said, and Rouge laughed at her. Dig around some gross mountain for a few dozen rings. Please, who do I look like? Rouge asked, and Izuku sighed. Look, can we just leave? You could just act like we threatened you or something, Izuku said, and Rouge frowned before she sighed. Hold on, I need to go get something, she said, walking away. Izuku looked over at Amy, who walked to the glass doors, opening them. She looked back at Izuku, waving him over. All right, now's our chance, she said, and Izuku winced, shaking his head. Well, what if she does get kicked out, or worse? He asked, and Amy groaned. Don't tell me you feel bad for her, she said, and Izuku looked away, embarrassed. I mean, it would be our fault, he muttered, and Amy facepalmed. Izuku, you're too kind. She got herself into this mess by working with those Ike'i government guys. I mean, has she ever seen a movie before? Never work with Ike'i government guys. They'll probably get rid of her when she learns enough stuff for them anyways, she said, and Izuku sighed. I can't just leave her unprotected, though. These guys seem a little trigger happy, he said, and Amy groaned, closing the doors and walking back over to him. Fine, but you owe me a back massage when we get home, she said, and Izuku cringed. Our home was destroyed, remember? He reminded her, and her eyes snapped open, glaring at him. Okay, fine. You owe me a back massage whenever we hunker down for the night. I don't know where we can hunker down, but when we do, I expect to be pampered, she demanded, and Izuku rubbed the back of his head, sweating slightly. All right, he relented, and Amy smirked. Awesome, she said, pumping her fist. Rouge then walked out, carrying a black shirt. This was the largest one I could find. I don't even remember stealing this, but here, keep it, she said, tossing it to Izuku, who caught it. It was incredibly soft, and stretchy as well. He sighed, slipping it over his head and arms with a smile. Thanks, Rouge. Wow, it's stretching to fit me perfectly, he asked, surprised. Amy looked at him, her eyes widening. The shirt was definitely too small for him normally, but it was stretchy enough to fit over his body, as well as being pretty tight as well. Amy grinned at Rouge, bowing slightly. Thank you. You don't know what you've done for me today, Amy said, and both Rouge and Izuku looked at her, confused. You're welcome. Now, you two are going to, she started, only to freeze as her ears twitched. She looked over to the elevator doors, hearing the elevator coming. Hide. You two are going to hide. Now, Rouge yelled. Izuku looked around, shocked, before he grabbed Amy and jumped to the ceiling, using float to keep them both in the air. Just as they got out of sight, he heard the elevator doors beep. He saw Rouge put on a confident grin, and he had to admit that she was a stellar actor. Oh, Commander, what brings you to my humble abode this time? Got a new mission for me? She asked, and Tower walked into view, a slightly purple hand mark against his throat. Izuku winced as Amy looked at him, eyes wide. Geez, Izuku, she whispered, and he wilted slightly. I didn't mean to use that much strength. I kinda got a little angry after he told me that he wanted me to kill you, as well as shooting me in the head, Izuku said, and Amy's eyes widened even more. He wanted you to what? He shot you in the head, she whispered, shocked and more than a little angry at Tower. I'll explain later. Long story short, I said no, scared him, and left, Izuku muttered, and Tower scoffed at Rouge, his fists clenched at his side. Cut the shit, Rouge. We have cameras everywhere. We know they fled here, Tower said, and Rouge paused, confused. Who? I don't remember seeing anyone come in here, she said, and Izuku smiled, clenching his fist. Thank you, Rouge, he muttered, before Tower placed a finger to his ear. Oh, is that so? Quite strange how I was just informed that you were seen talking to them. I have someone downstairs, looking at the security footage, Tower admitted, and Rouge flinched. What do you want with them? She asked, any joviality gone. Tower scoffed, reaching a hand into his pocket. Even if I did tell you, it wouldn't matter, he said, pulling out another pistol. He aimed it at Rouge's head, and Izuku scowled, his body sparking. However, before he could do anything, Amy held her arm out. Wait, he's bluffing, she whispered, and Izuku shook his head. I can't take that chance, he whispered, and Amy looked at him, eyes narrowed. Look at his hand. It's twitching. He's just trying to draw us out, she told him. Rouge clenched her fists before she looked past Tower, focusing on Izuku and Amy. Izuku's face dropped as she gave them away. Tower grinned, lowering the gun. That's what I thought, he said, before he turned around, shooting at Izuku. He grit his teeth, holding his arm out and blocking the bullets. He dropped from the ceiling, holding Amy behind him. Give me the girl, Midoriya, Tower said, before aiming the gun back at Rouge, who gasped, taking a step back. Are you really going to choose to save total annihilation over an innocent woman? He asked, and Izuku grit his teeth. You're a monster, he shouted, and Tower scoffed. I'm just doing what's necessary to keep this planet safe, Tower responded, and Izuku clenched his fists, swiping one through the air angrily. Amy is not who you think she is. You're willing to kill an innocent girl over a theory, Izuku asked, and Tower scowled at him. A theory? You saw her too. She looked exactly like that psychopath, he defended, and Izuku shook his head. I don't care. Amy hasn't done anything, he yelled, and the man scoffed. She killed 8 men this morning. She erased them, Midoriya. You're supposed to be a hero, but you're defending a murderer over a thief, Tower yelled, and power oozed from Izuku as he pointed at himself. No, you don't get to turn this on me. I'm defending the girl who killed to protect. I would have done the same. I have done the same, Izuku screamed. Tower stared at him for a second before he sighed. Fine, have it your way, he said, before pulling the trigger. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he burst forward, getting in front of the pistol. Rouge looked onwards in shock as Izuku jumped in front of her, whose hand was outstretched in front of him. He grunted in irritation as he opened his closed fist, inspecting the perfectly round bullet. He glared at Tower, dropping the bullet to the ground, not noticing the clacking sound it made. Tower then barely dodged a lunging punch, but Izuku was just far too fast. Before Tower could recover, he backhanded Tower, throwing him against the glass window, which cracked. Tower grit his teeth, glaring at Izuku, who walked towards him slowly, energy leaking from his eyes. His hair stood on end as he glared at Tower, enraged. Tower slowly got to his feet, and Izuku stopped in front of him, disgust evident on his face. You're strong, Midoriya. You need to understand my side of things, though. We could have the goddess of death on our hands, Tower said, and Izuku took another step forward, getting uncomfortably close to Tower. I don't care. You're not killing her. I thought I told you that if you tried, I'd tear you apart. Izuku spat, and Tower glared at him. What would that get you? You think I'm the only one with any power here? You kill me, and I'll just get replaced, and the cycle will repeat, he said, and Izuku scowled. However, before he could do anything, Tower held his hand up. You and the girl could live in this penthouse with Rouge and work for me, Tower suggested, and both Izuku and Amy froze. What? You want us to work for you? I thought you wanted me dead, Amy shouted, and Tower huffed. That would be the best case scenario, but it's clear that Midoriya will not allow that to happen, and by the looks of it, neither will you. So this is a fair alternative. This way, I can keep a close eye on you, and have Midoriya control you if you lose it, Tower explained, and Rouge scowled. Hey, I live here. You can't just pawn off my space, she growled, and Tower sighed. It would only be for a small amount of time. We can get Izuku's house rebuilt within a week, Tower said, and Izuku scoffed. A group of Mobians built it in a day. He spat, and Tower raised an eyebrow. Yes, with wood and stone. We would be using reinforced steel and meteorite, Tower explained, and Izuku shook his head, pointing an accusatory finger at Tower. No, that doesn't matter. What makes you think I'd ever even want to be near you after what you just tried to do? He asked, and Tower looked at the bullet. That's a ball of plastic, Tower said, and Izuku's eyes widened. What? He asked, looking over at the bullet. He glared warningly at Tower, before walking over and inspecting the bullet. Just as Tower said, it was nothing but a small piece of plastic. It probably would have hurt Rouge, but injure her? Not even close. Amy was right. You were bluffing, Izuku said, surprised. Amy huffed, crossing her arms. Don't sound so surprised. I know how to read people. Kinda the whole point of tarot cards, after all, she muttered, and Izuku crushed the plastic in his hands. You still tortured and shot me, Izuku yelled, and Tower sighed. Yes, because this wasn't my first choice either. I would rather the girl be contained or killed, but this works, Tower said, and Amy paused, before looking at Izuku. We don't really have much of a choice. It's either this or staying at Sonic's house, Amy muttered, and Izuku grunted, thinking to himself. It's either work with us or against us, Midoriya. We have eyes everywhere, and even more numbers. You'll never escape, even if you go to a different country entirely, Tower warned, and Izuku frowned, still thinking. Oh, for chaos' sake we'll do it, Amy said, and Izuku looked at her, shocked. Amy? He asked, and Amy scoffed, annoyed. Look, we don't really have a choice. What exactly would we be doing? Amy asked Tower, who smiled. What you were doing beforehand. You will be stopping dangerous threats that could pose a danger to the world. When there are no threats, you are free to do whatever you wish, as long as you don't break the law, Tower said, and Amy smiled. See, once again, we accept, Amy said, and Izuku looked at Amy, eyes still wide. Perfect. We already have your measurements, so we will be making you each custom outfits for your work. Midoriya, we have recovered your costume, and it is ruined, but we can repair it. We might even be able to improve upon it. Rose, we will be giving you a red bodysuit, along with a more durable version of your red and white dress, 𝗬𝗧 said, and Amy winced. You know a lot about us, she murmured, and he nodded. That's my job. I do what I do to protect this city, and that includes spying on possible threats. We will still be monitoring you too. However, you will be able to request backup from any of our agents at any time, he said, and Izuku huffed. He didn't want to work under this guy ... but he would be an idiot to just pass on this offer. Fine. However, if you attempt to get in my way while I'm patrolling the city, I won't be afraid to fight against you. I will not stop protecting the people of this city, including Mobians from the poachers, Izuku said, and 𝗬𝗧 nodded. I understand. You don't need to worry, as we'll only call upon you two when it's necessary. We need to make sure that we have as much protection as possible, as there are an abundance of threats that regular agents can't handle, 𝗬𝗧 said, and Izuku hummed. I suppose that makes sense. He relented, and 𝗬𝗧 nodded. Good. I'm sure Rouge here can explain the more monotonous rules. I have important work to do. Midoriya, explain Rose's predicament to her, 𝗬𝗧 said, before walking over to the elevator. Izuku nodded, walking over to Amy. Have either you or Rouge heard the name 𝗓𝗪? He asked, and Amy looked at Rouge, an eyebrow raised. 𝗓𝗪? I don't think so, Amy said, and Rouge scoffed. Of course I have. She was that one crazy hedgehog girl that turned divine and tried to exterminate all life on Mobius, Rouge said, and Amy's eyes widened. Geez, what does that have to do with me? She asked, and Izuku paused. Did ... he really want to tell her this? How would she react to the fact that she was possibly the reincarnation of the self-proclaimed goddess of death? He knew he wouldn't take it well. Well, we're waiting, hero boy, Rouge said, irritated. Izuku sighed, looking Amy in the eyes. It's possible that you're a reincarnation of her. How much of last night do you remember? He asked, and Amy wilted, looking away. All of it, she muttered, and Izuku's eyes softened. Don't worry, I'm not mad. You did what you had to do. The real question is ... do you remember how you changed? Izuku asked, and Amy looked down. I do. I don't think I could replicate it, considering I really don't know how. I do know that I might have unlocked a new way to use my chaos energy though, she said, and Izuku's eyes widened in interest. Wait, really? He asked, and Amy winced. I also don't know how to do that either though. When I was running from the guards, I remember touching a wall and a giant vine growing from it, Amy said, spreading her arms out to accentuate the vine's size. Izuku put his hand to his chin, thinking to himself. So ... you can grow plants? He asked, and she paused, before shaking her head. I don't think that's it. I think I can just change things, she said, and Izuku nodded, before he closed his eyes, focusing. After a second, he grunted, opening his eyes. I still can't bring out any of my chaos energy. I can feel it, I just can't feel it, Izuku explained, and Amy nodded, before she placed a hand to her chest. Her body started glowing with a pink aura, and Rouge rolled her eyes, a very tiny maroon aura engulfing her body. Wait, you can use chaos energy? Izuku asked, and Rouge scoffed. Of course I can. What, you thought I was just naturally as fast as I am? Honestly, the only person here who can't use chaos energy is you, she said, smirking at Izuku, who nodded. True, but this more than makes up for it, he said, clenching his fists and lighting up with power, sparks of electricity dancing across his body. Rouge scoffed, powering down and crossing her arms. Yeah, well, not all of us are brute force barbarians. I like to take a more elegant approach to battle, she said, smiling to herself. Izuku rolled his eyes, crossing his arms. You don't fight. Every time I encounter you, you run away, Izuku said, and Rouge looked him up and down, entirely deadpan. Listen, I don't mean to stroke your ego, but not many people could beat you in a fight. I've never been a natural with chaos energy, unlike Pinky over there, so I doubt I could last long against you. I might be good at fighting, but I doubt you'd even feel any attacks from me, she said, and Izuku smirked. Well, not to make you feel weak, but I'd agree with that. Anyways, as I was saying, you transformed last night, he started, and Amy interrupted with a grin. This morning, she corrected, and Izuku frowned at her. Do you want to know or not? He asked, and she giggled. Look, that form that you used was apparently the form that 𝗓𝗪 used. 𝗬𝗪 thinks you're her reincarnation, Izuku told her, and she froze. What? That's insane. I'm just a normal Mobian, she shouted, hands in the air. Izuku nodded, eyes narrowed. I also think he's wrong. I mean, reincarnation. I can see why he thinks that, but I still think it's a bit out there, he said, and Amy crossed her arms. Well, he's offering to give us a home to keep an eye on me, so I can't really complain, even if I do think it's kinda crazy, she said, sighing. Izuku looked away, annoyed at the thought of wanting to kill someone based on a suspicion. Well, in my opinion, he can go kick rocks, Izuku said, and Rouge smirked at him. Oh, is Izuku mad that his girlfriend is being scrutinized by mean old 𝗬𝗪? She asked, and Izuku looked at her, eyes narrowed. Yeah, I am. She's my girlfriend. Why wouldn't I be? He asked, and Rouge blinked before she sighed. Yeah, that's fair, she muttered. Just then, Amy's eyes widened in realization, and she cursed. Izuku looked over to her, confused. Whoa, what's wrong? He asked, and she looked at him, wincing. Metal probably has no idea where we are right now, she said, and Izuku flinched before he looked at Rouge, a nervous smile on his face. Can I use the helipad? He asked. She sighed, waving him off. Just go ahead. You apparently live here now, so just go, she said. Izuku smiled gratefully at her before he walked over to the glass doors and pushed them open, launching away. Amy grinned at him as he disappeared over the horizon, staring lovingly at where he previously stood. Rouge looked at her, unimpressed. Wow, he's got you wrapped around his thumb, huh? She asked, and Amy side-eyed her, smile gone. Heh, I'd say it's the other way around. If you saw how loving he was when we're alone, you'd be jealous, she boasted, and Rouge rolled her eyes. Sure, look, your boyfriend certainly isn't the worst to look at, but he's how do I put this an idiot, she said, and Amy glared at her. Yeah, but he's adorable for it. Sure, he doesn't always think things all the way through, and he can make some stupid-ass decisions, but he's a good man, and I wouldn't have it any other way. He might be a moron sometimes, but I love him, and he loves me, and that's enough, Amy told Rouge, who rolled her eyes, fake gagging. Ugh, your sappy shit is gonna make me throw up. You and Izuku can have fun with the power of love or whatever, just don't drag me into your lover's spats, Rouge said, and Amy scoffed. We don't have lover's spats. We barely even argue, Amy defended proudly. Rouge side-eyed her before huffing. Whatever, as long as you two don't keep me up at night. I better not be woken up by you two going at it or I'm recording you, Rouge said, walking away. Amy blushed red, scowling at Rouge. Why does everyone think we do that? We haven't even done anything close to that yet, Amy yelled, and Rouge smirked at her. Never even sucked his dick, eh? What's wrong? Afraid that he's gonna be a little bit smaller than you'd hoped? Rouge asked, and Amy squeaked, furiously waving her hands through the air. Shut up about my sex life. I'm sure he's packing anyways, Amy yelled, and Rouge laughed at her, hand over her mouth condescendingly. You're sure? You totally have no idea, huh? Rouge asked, amused. Amy scowled, a thin vine growing out of her back. Not like you've got anything going on either. When's the last time I've seen you with a guy? Amy asked, and Rouge winced. At least I'm not a freak of nature like you, Rouge spat, and Amy scoffed. The vine growing larger. Really? That was the best you could do. Face it, Rouge, you might dress pretty and have bigger wings than I do, but you're just not very likable. All you do is steal and use people. Thinking about it, when was the last time you talked to Izuku without it being because you stole something and he wanted to stop you, or you wanted something from him? Amy asked, and Rouge looked away, guilt crawling down her spine. She started, only for Amy to place a hand on her hip, scoffing. Honestly, Rouge, do you even have any friends? I don't think I've ever seen anyone willingly talking to you. Isn't that weird, how nobody wants to be around you? Amy asked, and Rouge flinched, feeling her eyes get moist. That was just mean. Why, you don't know me. I could have tons of friends, Rouge stammered, and Amy stared on, amused. You can't steal friends, Rouge. I know that's like the only thing you're good at, but calm down a little bit, alright, Amy said, and Rouge visibly recoiled. Before she scowled and stormed past Amy, tears rolling down her face. The Batwoman entered her room and slammed the door behind her, making Amy raise an eyebrow. Geez, talk about sensitive ... Don't dish it if you can't take it, she murmured, completely unaware that she had gone entirely too far. Unbeknownst to her, the vine growing out of her back disappeared, leaving a tracing of a black rose engraved into her quills ... And something malevolent deep within her soul grinned darkly. Knuckles sighed as he sat on the steps of the Angel Island shrine, staring out into the distance. He had looked around a few islands that were located near the location of the Master Emerald, but had sadly found nothing that could help them repair it. He was planning on going over to Windy Valley next to look, but he was taking a short break, something that he didn't do often. 𝗧𝗏 hummed as she examined the flowers that bloomed around the shrine, and Knuckles looked at her, curious. 𝗧𝗏, could you tell me some stories of our people? There are carvings in the temple about legendary warriors in the echidna tribe, but they are so ancient that their work has faded, making them illegible, Knuckles requested. He saw her freeze for a second before she turned to him, a smile on her face. Of course, I have been aware of the world around me ever since I locked myself away in the Master Emerald, so I could watch over our tribe. There was Maximilius, the first known being in the universe to ever use the Chaos Emeralds as weapons. There was Herculan, the mighty warrior that slayed dragons with his bare hands. There was also the great Crotto, the harbinger of vengeance, who slayed all who had wronged him. 𝗧𝗏 listed, and Knuckles interrupted, intrigued. Could you tell me about the mighty 𝗵𝗃𝗏 𝐔𝐻𝐽? He asked, his eyes wide. 𝗃𝐽 winced slightly before nodding, a false smile on her face. Oh, of course, 𝗵𝗃 was just as the legends say, a noble and humble leader that wanted nothing but the best of his tribe. He was also a great father, 𝗃𝐽 said, looking away spitefully. As usual, the sarcasm went straight over Knuckles' head, and he oohed at 𝗃𝐽. You mean to tell me that you're the daughter of the mighty 𝗵𝗃? You must be honored to share the blood of such a noble warrior, Knuckles said, and 𝗃𝐽's eyes narrowed as she looked at the ground. Yes, he was very noble, she said, memories flooding back. 𝗵𝗃 waved at his tribe with a smile, proud of what he had accomplished. He had brought a people that were basically nothing, and made them rise to the top. His daughter stood next to him, holding her arm uncomfortably and looking away from the leader of the 𝗧𝗵𝗲, ashamed. 𝗵𝗃 side-eyed 𝗃𝐽 before he bowed to his people. It is time for me and my daughter to retire to our home. We wish you all a night of peaceful slumber so that we may wake up to fight another day. 𝗵𝗃 cheered, causing all of the surrounding 𝗧𝗵𝗲s to pump their fists and cry in agreement. To the 𝗧𝗵𝗲 tribe, they all yelled in unison, and 𝗵𝗃 grinned before he entered his house, his daughter following warily. Once she entered, she shivered as she saw 𝗵𝗃 staring at nothing, facing away from her. You have made little progress, girl. Why must you embarrass me this way? 𝗵𝗃 asked, as if it were her fault that she wasn't as strong as him as most of their people. 𝗵𝗃 turned to her, throwing a wooden staff at her that she barely caught. She whimpered, her bruises from last night's training session throbbing in pain. Please, father, I don't want to do this, she whimpered, and 𝗵𝗃 paused, looking at her before walking up to her and getting onto one knee, looking her in the eyes. Tell me, girl, why do we fight? He asked, and 𝗃𝐽 shivered. To live, she said, the 𝗧𝗵𝗲 motto engraved into her mind, even though she hated it. And why do we live? He continued. To fight, she whispered. 𝗵𝗃 nodded, before he slammed his fist into 𝗃𝐽's stomach, making her keel over, nearly vomiting onto the ground. You are weak, girl. You are a disgrace to the 𝗧𝗵𝗲 tribe, which is something that I will not tolerate. You will train, or you will die. Make your choice within the next minute, or I will decide for you, 𝗵𝗃 said, glaring at her. 𝗃𝐽 slowly got to her feet, saliva dribbling down her mouth. Please, father, I don't wish to fight. I can do other things to help the tribe, she pleaded, and 𝗵𝗃 scoffed. If you are an 𝗧𝗵𝗲 that doesn't fight, then you are no 𝗧𝗵𝗲. I will not allow you to be some weak little girl. Pick up the staff so we may begin training, or I will leave you for the wolves to eat, 𝗵𝗃 threatened. And the 6-year-old girl whimpered, before picking up the staff, attempting to prepare herself for another night of merciless beating. 𝗃𝐽 snapped out of her flashback, shaking her head. Father was a special type of leader, one that instills strength in others. And no matter what the cost, 𝗃𝐽 whispered, her voice cracking slightly. Knuckles listened in awe before he grinned. What an inspiration. I wish to be just like him one day, Knuckles admitted, and 𝗃𝐽's eyes narrowed. If you knew the truth, you'd hate him as much as I do. But I won't do that to you, Knuckles. You've lived your whole life looking up to the 𝗧𝗵𝗲s. It's not my place to take that from you, even if your admiration is misplaced. She thought to herself, Knuckles was a good person, and it would kill her to see him lose faith in the one thing he had left. So she lied about the 𝗧𝗵𝗲, telling him grandiose stories that were told in the temple, despite them being nothing but lies. Izuku sighed as he landed on the grassy plains that used to house his home. He walked by the diner he and Amy ate at so long ago, smiling at it. It feels like it's been months since he arrived here and met Amy, but it's only been a few weeks. However, he realized with a start that all the Mobians in the diner were glaring at him. He raised an eyebrow, and then the front door opened, and one of the waitresses walked out, putting up a sign that looked like it was made especially for him. It read "No humans allowed" in large black letters. Izuku's eyes widened in shock at that, before he sighed, shaking his head. Whatever. It's not like he was planning on going there super often or anything, but he would have liked to take Amy there again. Izuku turned around, continuing towards his destination. After a few minutes, he stood in front of Sonic's house, before he walked up to the front door and knocked. He crossed his arms, waiting for a few seconds, only for nothing to happen. He raised an eyebrow and knocked again, but once more, nothing happened. Izuku huffed, shaking his head. I guess I can ask Metal to let them know what happened, he muttered, turning and making his way to where his house used to lie, grinning as he saw Sonic and Tails talking to Metal. He waved his arm in the air, yelling at them. Hey guys, over here, he yelled. The three of them turned, surprised, before both Sonic and Tails grinned. All of them rushed to him, and he smiled as Tails hugged him, tears in his eyes. We were so worried. What happened? Tails asked, looking up at him. Izuku smiled at him, crossing his arms. We got attacked early in the morning by poachers. Who I see are gone now, Izuku said, and Sonic grinned. Yeah, they woke up an hour ago, but we sent him running. he said, closing his eyes as he rubbed the underside of his nose. Izuku smiled, before going back to his story. Anyways, after winning the fight, we got kidnapped by some weird government guys, and now they want us to work for them, Izuku explained, and Metal Sonic nodded. I see. Well, now that we know you are safe, I feel much better now, he said, and Sonic snickered. You should have seen him, Izuku. He was panicking like crazy, he said, and Metal crossed his arms, looking away. They are important to me, Sonic. If Tails had suddenly gone missing, would you not be worried? Metal asked, and Sonic paused, before he cleared his throat, an apologetic smile on his face. Sorry, Metal, he muttered, and Izuku smiled. Well, I should probably head back now. I don't want to worry Amy, he told them, and Sonic waved him off. Yeah, go on and comfort Amy. She's probably pretty shaken up about this, huh? Sonic asked, and Izuku paused. Nah. She's probably more concerned about the fact that she could be the reincarnation of the goddess of death, but I don't know for sure, he said, and Sonic blinked. Come again, he asked, and Izuku shook his head, smiling. I don't know. See you guys later, he said, before jumping away, quickly flying back to the city. Sonic turned to Metal and Tails, who were both equally as surprised as him. You heard that too, right? He asked, and both of them nodded. Izuku sighed as he landed back on the helipad. But before he could walk in, Amy walked up to the glass doors, shaking her head. She opened them, crossing her arms. You better use float with those dirty ass feet of yours. If you track dirt in here, I'm not cleaning it, she said, and Izuku winced. All right, I'll use float and go wash my feet, he muttered, and she smiled, moving so Izuku could enter. He moved through the air quickly, making his way to what he thought was the bathroom. After a minute, he walked out of the bathroom, spotting Amy resting on the nice lounge couch. He walked over, sitting next to her, earning a smile from Amy. Where's Rouge? He asked, and Amy scoffed, rolling her eyes. She started teasing me and said some mean things, so I fired back. She got offended and locked herself in her room, Amy said, crossing her arms. Izuku's eyes widened, before he sighed. Amy, you should go apologize to her, he said, and the hedgehog girl looked at him, unamused. What? Why? She asked, and Izuku sputtered. Why? Because you offended her. If you said something that made her upset, it's your responsibility to fix that, Izuku said, and Amy huffed. It's not my fault she's so sensitive. Don't poke the hedgehog if you're afraid to get pricked, she told him, and Izuku shook his head. That's not how we do things, Amy. That's not fair to Rouge, Izuku told her, and Amy's eyes narrowed at him. Why are you so insistent on this? She'll get over it. She's supposed to be this master thief. If a few mean words take her out, then maybe she isn't cut out for this, Amy said, raising her voice. Amy, Rouge is our friend. It's not okay to just make her upset, then not apologize for it, Izuku told her, losing his patience. Amy scowled at him, pointing to his chest. Rouge might be your friend, but she isn't mine. She's just a petty thief that's done nothing but mess with you. Do you know how many times I've had to explain to you that you're not a bad protector because Batsy over there can't keep her dirty hands off a few jewels? She yelled, and Izuku shook his head. Fine, then you're not getting that back massage, Izuku said, crossing his arms. Amy's eyes widened, and she scowled at him. What? But you promised, she yelled. But before Izuku could respond, Rouge slammed her door open, glaring at them with red eyes and mascara streaks going down her face. Will you two shut the hell up? I'm trying to go to sleep, she yelled, and Amy scowled, the black rose tattoo growing just a tiny bit. Oh, can it? Izuku and I are talking. Go back to your room and hang upside down or something, Amy yelled, and Izuku stood up, glaring at Amy. He wordlessly walked over to Rouge, frowning apologetically at her. I'm sorry about her. I guess this has taken a greater toll on her than I thought. Normally she would apologize, but for some reason she's being stubborn about it. So is there anything I could do for you that could make up for whatever Amy said? He asked, and Rouge paused, looking at him, surprised. What? But you didn't do anything. Why would you? She trailed off, and Izuku smiled at her. Because you're my friend. Sure, you might get on my nerves sometimes, but you're still my friend, he said, and she paused, before she sniffled, eyes welling up with tears. Izuku's eyes widened, but before he could comfort her, she held her hand out, rubbing her eyes. There's a small convenience store down on Kintaber Street called Rabot's Requisites. It sells a certain snack that I used to have as a child called Insecto Pops. If you could get a box for me, that would be appreciated, she asked, and Izuku nodded, before wincing. Before I go anywhere. Do you have any shoes I could borrow? He asked, smiling nervously. Rouge paused, before she sighed. Let me go check, she said, entering the large closet, closing the door behind her. Izuku sighed, before hearing Amy walk up behind him. What are you doing? She asked, and Izuku turned to see her crossing her arms, glaring at him. Izuku shook his head, frowning at her. Doing what you should be doing. Look, I know that this is a stressful situation, but you can't just treat people like that. I'm sure that 𝗏𝗏 didn't mean whatever she said, and if you apologize to her, she might apologize back, 𝐒𝐴 said, and Amy crossed her arms looking away. 𝐒𝐴 took a step to her, wrapping his arms around her. Ames, please, I'll give you that massage if you apologize, I swear, he promised, but she didn't look at him, staying silent. 𝐒𝐴's grip tightened before he let go, not letting his irritation show. Fine, I don't understand why you're upset, but I'm here for you, Ames. Whatever you need, he said, kissing her forehead. But she still didn't look at him. 𝗏𝗏 then walked out of the closet, carrying a pair of black boots. Somehow, I have these. I don't know if they'll fit you, but it's not like we have anything else, she said, handing a pair of white socks to him as well. He smiled, quickly getting dressed in the boots, before 𝗏𝗏 handed him a few rings. That should be enough to cover it and then some. Get yourself something to eat if you want, or just keep the change. And thank you, 𝗧𝗏. I appreciate this, she said, sincerity coursing through her voice. Amy watched on, clenching her fists. Stupid hoe, getting all feelsy with my boyfriend, she thought to herself, before 𝗧𝗏 flinched, glaring at her. Okay, when I get home, we're having a talk, he told her, and Amy winced, having forgotten that he could hear her thoughts. I'll be back soon. I love you, Amy, he said, staring at her. I love you too, 𝗧𝗏, she said, looking down. 𝗧𝗏 walked to the glass doors, noticing that the sun was starting to set. As he jumped away, Amy thought to herself, was she really in the wrong? Had she gone too far? She looked up at 𝗏𝗏 to see her shifting uncomfortably, not liking being alone with Amy. She observed the mascara streaks, noting that she had been crying. Was she really that hurtful? She hadn't meant to be. The words just popped into her head, and she felt that they were fitting for the situation. I may not know much about you, young Rose, but what I do know is that you're a kind young lady. However, I do think that you were a little harsh. He heard 𝗏𝗏 start, before his voice just disappeared, being replaced with a new one. Don't listen to that old fool, preaching on about kindness. You're stronger than that stupid bat bitch, so why not show it? She started a fight with you, and you finished it. What else is there to be said? The voice echoed within her head, sounding identical to her own voice. But there was something different about it. But she thought to herself, and she heard the voice snicker. You're independent, aren't you? You shouldn't have to listen to 𝗧𝗏 all the time. You can make your own decisions, can't you? Or are you too weak to do that? The voice asked, and Amy scowled, clenching her fists. No, I'm not weak, and I'm never going to be that weak again, Amy shouted inwardly. She didn't know just what was in her head, but she could feel it grin, sharp fangs glinting within her mind. Good. If you want to prove how strong you are. Why don't you show the little thief over there how hurtful we can really be? The voice asked, and Amy paused. But ___, and she already had enough. I made her cry. I didn't want to do that, Amy denied, and she heard the voice giggle. Oh, do you really think it takes that much effort to sprinkle on some mascara like that? Don't be stupid. She's just using 𝗧𝗏 to get what she wants so she can just pig out. A few hours ago she even switched on you and 𝗧𝗏. She doesn't care about either of you. She only cares about herself. The voice coerced, and Amy paused, thinking about it. That did make sense, and she doubted 𝗏𝗏 would be opposed to tricking 𝗧𝗏 into doing menial work for her. Amy frowned, angry at 𝗏𝗏 for using 𝗧𝗏 like that. She glared at the bat, who flinched, the hedgehog's harsh words still fresh in her mind. I know what you're doing, 𝗏𝗏, pretending to be sad so that you can trap 𝗧𝗏 under your sniveling little thumb. Well, I'm not gonna let you use him like that, she told her, and 𝗏𝗏's eyes hardened, not allowing this random girl to push her around. You don't know me, Pinky. Just leave me alone. You've already done enough, 𝗏𝗏 said, and Amy scoffed. It's clear that you didn't understand, she muttered, before vanishing. 𝗏𝗏 flinched, feeling a powerful presence behind her. Amy's quills were a shade darker, and she was glaring at 𝗏𝗏, eyes glowing softly. Stay away from 𝗧𝗏. He isn't some toy that you can just play with and throw away when you're done, she growled, her voice crackling with power. 𝗏𝗏 took a step back, her eyes narrowed. What the hell are you even talking about? You may think otherwise, but I don't think 𝗧𝗏's just some lackey to me, 𝗏𝗏 defended, and Amy paused. Don't listen to her lies. Amy ... She just wants to make the most out of her new toy ... She doesn't care about anyone but herself, the voice whispered, and Amy scowled at 𝗏𝗏, believing the voice. Then why do you take so much from him? You take his time. You take his patience ... Have you ever stopped to think about how 𝗧𝗏 feels when he fails to stop you from stealing something? He feels like a failure. You don't even sell it. You just keep it like some sort of trophy, Amy yelled, getting angrier as she spoke, her quills darkening even further. 𝗏𝗏 took another step back as purple electricity sizzled the air around her, vines growing from the ground and wrapping around 𝗏𝗏's feet, stopping her from moving even further. You have his failures in front of him like some sort of flag, and you have the audacity to pretend like you're his friend. No, you're a poison, a worm that slithered its way into his life. He doesn't need you. He only needs me," Amy shouted, taking deep breaths, and Rouge grit her teeth, glaring fearfully at Amy. "You're insane," she shouted, and Amy grit her teeth back before she looked Rouge in the eyes. She was terrified of her. Amy stumbled backwards, the vines holding Rouge down dissipating into nothing. What am I doing?" she asked, powering down. Rouge nearly tripped as the vines let go of her, glaring at Amy, who stared back, horrified at her actions. What's happening to me?" she muttered, looking at her hands. Rouge took a wary step back, before quickly walking away. Amy swallowed thickly, her throat dry. She heard a menacing chuckle in her mind, before the voice came back. "Oh, that was a hilarious display. Did you see her face? She was about to piss herself," the voice said, and Amy shivered, no longer finding solace in the strange voice. "Who are you?" she whispered, and the voice chuckled once more. "I'm you, Amy Rose ... or should I say, you're me." The voice laughed, and Amy grit her teeth, a chill that wasn't there before spreading throughout the air. What the hell are you talking about?" Amy spat, and she flinched when she felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned around, seeing nothing. She shuddered, looking around, before she felt a stinging pain in her back. She winced, touching it where it hurt, but feeling nothing. She grit her teeth, confused and afraid. She dashed into the bathroom, closing the door and locking it. She threw her top off, looking at her back. Her eyes widened in horror as she spotted the large rose tattoo that was throbbing on her back, glowing red. Tears welled up in her eyes as a deranged cackling echoed in her head. Izuku sighed as he flew through the air, spotting a clear place to land. He quickly dove down, landing in an alley, before he casually walked out, garnering no attention from the people of the city, though he did catch some people staring at his chest. He shuddered slightly, uncomfortable at the stares. It felt good when Amy stared, but strangers? Blech. Izuku walked down the street, scanning the street signs. After a few minutes, he found Kintober Street, and sighed, turning the corner and immediately coming face to face with the store that Rouge sent him to. He huffed, walking inside and taking a look around. The store was packed to the brim with stock, ranging from berries to worms. All of the things in the store were made from Mobians and mine. Izuku paused as he felt danger sense ping, and he turned around to see a bunny Mobian with a metal arm holding a sawed-off shotgun directly to his head. "Can't you read, human?" she asked, a scowl on her face. Izuku blinked, putting his hands up slowly. I'm sorry, what did I do?" he asked, and the Mobian slammed her normal arm on the counter, before pointing behind to the window, where a large paper sign lay. Once again, it read "No humans allowed," and Izuku sighed. "Look, I'm just here to pick up something for a friend. She said she used to come here as a kid, and asked me to get her some insect pops," he asked, scratching his head. The Mobian paused, before she reached under the counter, grabbing a box. She slammed it on the counter, and Izuku took a close look at it. There was a small cartoon mosquito on the box wearing a backwards baseball cap and holding a few lollipops with different insects in them. Izuku hummed, grabbing the box and reaching into his pocket. He saw the Mobian's eyes narrow, and he looked her in the eyes, slowly pulling out all the rings he had. He placed them on the counter, before taking a step back. "Thank you, I'm leaving now," he said. But before he could move, a smaller rabbit Mobian came rushing out from a back room of some sort, wearing a blue mask with little red eyes in it. It was obviously made of cardboard, and it looked handmade. The little rabbit bumped into his leg, falling over and accidentally knocking his mask off. Izuku leaned down, going to help him up, but the Mobian that sold him the lollipops scowled at him. "Don't touch him, Benjamin, get back," the rabbit yelled, and Izuku sighed, standing up. The little boy winced, standing up and grabbing his cardboard mask that had a large crack in one of the 3 blue spikes, looking at it sadly. "No, I wanted to show this to Mr. Metal ... but now it's broken," the little rabbit muttered, sniffling. The cashier walked around the counter, dropping the weapon and glaring at Izuku, who noticed that it wasn't just her arm that was robotic. Her legs and waist were also entirely made out of metal. "All you human bring is pain. Get out of my store," she shouted, stepping protectively in front of the little rabbit. Izuku wilted, before he hung his head low, exiting the store. The rabbit stared at him, afraid, before the older one grabbed the boy and hurriedly took him back further into the store. Izuku sighed, shaking his head. It seems that some Mobians just hated humans. Eggman's grinning face popped into his head, and he frowned, guessing that he probably played a large part in that hatred. Izuku looked down at the lollipops in his hand, before he walked back down the street, and into an alley, where he launched away. Amy sat on the couch, her top back on. Her face was pale and her eyes swollen. Her knees were pulled up to her chin, and her arms were wrapped around her legs. Her head snapped to the side when the glass doors leading to the helipad opened, relaxing slightly when she spotted Izuku. Izuku, however, was staring at her, eyes wide in concern. He rushed over to her, inspecting her closely. "Amy, what happened? You look terrible," he said, and she chuckled humorlessly. You should give Rouge her gift," she muttered softly, and Izuku glared seriously at her, cupping her face. "That can wait, Amy. What happened? You look like you saw a ghost," he said, and the voice in Amy's head chuckled darkly. "Always the intuitive one, HM?" she asked, and Amy shivered. You know how you said that tower said that I'm reincarnation of that one psychotic girl?" she asked, and Izuku nodded. Amy grit her teeth, her shuddering increasing. I can hear her. Izuku ... She won't stop talking to me, telling me to do awful things," Amy whispered, and Izuku's eyes widened. "What?" he asked, and Amy nodded, biting her lip. "I am scared. Izuku ... What if I lose control? What if I hurt you?" "I don't want to hurt you, Izuku," she said, tearing up again. Izuku looked at her, concerned. "You need some air. Hold on for a sec, I've got to give these to Rouge," he said, standing up. He walked over to Rouge's door and knocking on it softly. "Rouge ... It's me, Izuku. I got you what you wanted," Izuku said gently. And Amy paused, before she stood up, shakily walking over to him. Rouge opened the door, looking at him, afraid. Is she out there?" she asked, and Izuku raised an eyebrow. He looked behind him to see Amy standing right there, looking at Rouge with shame in her eyes. Rouge's eyes widened as she made eye contact with Amy, but before she could shut the door, Amy held her hands out. "Can you please wait? I just wanted to apologize. I went way too far. What I said, what I did. I am really sorry," Amy said, tearing up again, before she got to her knees, laying her head on the ground. Amy's eyes widened as she heard the voice in her head growl at her. "What the fuck do you think you're doing? Bowing on the ground like some sort of servant? Get up, spit in that bitch's face," the voice yelled, and Amy glared at the ground, furious. "I don't know who you think you are, but you can't order me around. I'm not some random girl that you can just boss around. I don't care if you're the goddess of death or some random crazy bitch, you're not me." She spat at 𝐒𝐿ia, who screamed in rage. "Let's see how far that gets you. The more you deny me, the stronger I grow. Eventually, I will take control, and everyone you know will crumble to dust." 𝐒𝐿ia screamed, and Amy looked up at Rouge, who stared at her in shock. "I am not asking for forgiveness ... but I want you to know that I am sorry," she muttered. Rouge was silent for a few seconds, before she opened the door a bit more, looking at Amy with hesitation. She bit her lip, clearly thinking to herself, before she simply just grabbed the box of lollipops out of Izuku's hand, closing the door. Amy looked down, ashamed, but not upset. Izuku looked over at Amy, before he smiled softly at her. "That was amazing, Ames," he said gently, and she got to her feet, smiling at him. "Thanks. I said some really hurtful things to her, Izuku. What if ... what if she never forgives me?" she asked, and Izuku hummed, before he pulled her close to him, hugging her. "You did all you could, Ames. You put your heart into that apology. And now it's up to her to decide whether or not she wants to forgive you or not," Izuku said, and Amy looked down. That was really hard. I really didn't want to do that. I don't even know why, I felt like it was stupid. I felt like I deserved an apology first ... even though I didn't," Amy explained, looking down. Izuku tilted her chin up, looking her in the eyes. "Apologizing can be hard, even if it doesn't seem like it, but it's still your obligation to do it, and I'm proud of you for seeing past yourself. Not many people can do that," he told her, and she smiled tiredly. "Thanks, Izuku," she whispered. However, her smile quickly disappeared, looking up at Izuku, serious. "I need to show you something," she said, and Izuku paused, before he nodded. He let go of Amy, who quickly made her way to the bathroom. She watched as Izuku entered, before she asked him to close the door and lock it. Izuku did as requested, turning to the door and locking it. When he turned around, he jumped nearly a foot in the air when he saw Amy shrugging her sports bra off. Turning around with a red face, Izuku mumbled incoherently to himself, and Amy sighed when he saw her. "Izuku, you're my boyfriend. You were gonna see me topless soon anyways," she said, and Izuku flinched. "Look, I want you to look at my back anyways. We can move away from the mirror so you don't have to see them if you don't want to," she offered, and Izuku bit his lip, shaking his head. "And no, I'm good," he said, before turning around. Amy stared at him, a blush on her face, and Izuku looked back, his eyes instinctively looking at ... them. Amy sighed, shaking her head. "Just ... look, alright?" she asked, before turning around. Izuku gasped as she turned around, seeing a beautifully intricate black rose tattoo over her pink back. "Is this from ... her?" he asked, slowly reaching out to touch it. She shivered at his touch, before nodding. "Yeah, I think it burned itself into my back. I don't think I'll be able to remove it. It's there forever," Amy said, looking down. Izuku ran his fingers over the tattoo, and Amy bit her lip as her tail started wagging. He cleared his throat, realizing that he had been touching the tattoo for a bit, and Amy cleared her throat, quickly putting her top back on. She looked back at him, her face red. "You said something about getting some air?" she asked, and Izuku nodded, his face just as red. They quickly exited the bathroom to see that Rouge was still in her room. Amy sighed softly, walking over to the glass doors and opening them. She walked outside, breathing in the crisp night air with a sigh of relief. She looked up, gazing at the clear view of the stars. She heard Izuku walk up behind her, and she smiled when he wrapped his arms around her, picking her up and carrying her bridal style. He gazed down at her, before he hopped off the helipad, floating over the city. He slowly ascended, and Amy looked down, her eyes widening at the beautiful city lights. She smiled, but someone wasn't nearly as appreciative of the view. "Bah, disgusting." Ʒalia spat in her head, but Amy ignored her, too focused on the city. She looked up at Izuku to see him looking down at her, nothing but love in his eyes. She wrapped her arms around his neck, and they both leaned forwards, sharing a kiss in the night. After a few more moments of enjoying the beautiful view, the two entered the penthouse again. Amy looked a lot better, and Izuku sighed tiredly. Amy smiled at Izuku, walking into the empty bedroom that she had explored when Izuku left to inform Metal what happened, only to see that something new was there. Amy walked over to the bed, shakily picking up the small lollipop that laid there, before she sniffled, a smile on her face. Izuku followed her into the room, smiling at her as she held the treat. She didn't eat it though, placing it on the nightstand next to her bed, before she took her black socks off, hopping onto the bed. She sighed, getting comfortable, and Izuku grinned at her, taking his own boots off. "What are you doing, Ames?" he asked. She opened an eye, looking at him, confused. Sleeping," she answered, and Izuku chuckled, before he crawled into bed with her. "I thought you wanted a back massage," he said, making Amy's eyes widen. She grinned at him, before shifting into her stomach. She rested her head on her hands, before looking at him, a twinkle in her eye. "I'm gonna pay you back for this, honey. Just you wait," Amy murmured, and Izuku blushed, before placing his hands on her back, rubbing gently. He had no idea what that meant, but he didn't know whether to be excited or scared. Or both. Look at the little thing squirm. A voice echoed out in the dead of night. A tiny squirrel Flicky shivered, looking up at the two humans that grinned at it. "It's terrified of us. Look at it. Don't worry, little fella. We won't hurt you. Yet." One of the humans, an adult woman, said, and the man next to her smirked, a cigarette in hand. "Geez, Margaret. I don't know how you get your rocks off by tormenting little animals, but it's certainly a sight to watch," the man said, and the woman laughed. "You haven't seen nothing yet, John," she said, before throwing a rock at the Flicky. It flinched, attempting to back away, only to squeak in pain. I hit its leg." "What's wrong, little guy? Wanna run?" she asked in a baby voice. The man huffed, taking a drag of his cigarette. "You almost done, Margaret?" "I'm freezing my ass off out here," he muttered, and the woman scoffed at him. "What? No, of course I'm not done. The little bastard's still moving, ain't he?" she asked, and the man sighed. "Whatever, just stop fucking with it and kill the thing already," the man said, and the woman pouted at him. You're no fun, John. You wanna join in? It really gets the blood pumping," she offered, and the man scoffed. "Nah, I don't kill those little pests. I pay other people to do it. Tell you how I found a family of these little assholes in my attic a few weeks ago. I had to pay 100 rings to get those little fucks exterminated," the man complained, and the woman rolled her eyes. "You've only told me like a million fucking times. I don't care about your pest problems. Now hold still, you little jerk," the woman said, grinning at the Flicky. It limped backwards, baring its teeth at the woman, who just laughed. She reached for it, but the Flicky lunged forward, biting her finger. "Gah, little shit just bit me. Fuck this," she yelled, taking out a switchblade and waving it through the air threateningly. Suddenly, a loud clang was heard nearby, and both the man and the woman turned, on guard. The woman looked at the man, who scowled. Yeah, I'm going, he said, dropping his cigarette on the ground and stomping on it. He reached into his hoodie pocket, pulling out a shoddy black pistol. He walked over to the alley, taking a step inside. The woman watched him go, before she grinned back down at the Flicky, spinning the switchblade in her hand. "Where were we?" she muttered, before she raised the switchblade. "What the GUAH?" she heard, and she turned back to the alley, eyes wide. What the hell?" she muttered, before she scowled. "John, you better not be playing any tricks on me," she yelled, before her eyes focused on the ground as blood spilled from the alleyway. Her eyes widened in horror, but before she could turn around, a loud sound echoed out from the alleyway, loud clanking footsteps freezing her with fear and sending a tingle up her spine. Casting a large shadow in the moonlight, a massive robot walked out of the alley, glowing green lenses focusing on the woman. It carried some sort of weapon in its right hand, while its other hand was free. She saw the lenses focus on her, before focusing on the knife that she was holding. Its head then looked over at the Flicky that was on the ground, and within milliseconds, pieced together what was happening. Prime directive, eliminate threat. it stated, before it vanished from sight, moving far faster than anything that size had the right to. Before the woman could react, she felt a massive claw wrap around her head, picking her up off the ground effortlessly. She tried to scream, but the claw covered her mouth, muffling it. The claw turned her around, and she came face to face with the robot. Its body was a mixture of red and white, with a bold 102 on the side of it. The head was mostly yellow, with its face being black, and its limbs were red, gold, and white, with the exception of black feet. It stared at her curiously, before tightening its grip on her head. She screamed in pain, dropping her knife and lifting her hands to the claw, trying to pry its metal fingers off of her, to no avail. After a moment, she went limp, and blood drizzled down its claw. The robot inspected the corpse, before tossing it to the side, looking over at the 𝗧𝗧𝗍𝐿, who looked up at it, eyes wide. The robot reached its hand out, and the 𝗧𝗧𝗍𝐿 slowly limped to it, before backing off at the blood. The robot pulled his hand back, gazing at it. After a second, a small sanitization unit popped out of its wrist, cleaning the claw, making it as shiny as it was before. The robot then held its claw out once more, and the 𝗧𝗧𝗍𝐿 hesitantly sniffed it again before crawling onto it. The robot tilted its head at the 𝗧𝗧𝗍𝐿, before its lenses focused on the broken leg it had. Injury detected. 𝗧𝗧𝗍𝐿 defective, the robot said, before it raised the pistol at the 𝗧𝗧𝗍𝐿, who was none the wiser. The small animal looked at its savior, before it saw a bright light flashing from behind it. It turned around in its hand, gazing curiously at the barrel that was pointed at it, before it was disintegrated on the spot. After firing at the 𝗧𝗧𝗍𝐿, the robot gazed at its hand, seeing nothing but ash fall from it. After a second, it dropped its hand, looking up, and slowly walking away, leaving two horrifically mutilated bodies and a pile of ash. The crime was, of course, placed on the masked menace that often stalked the streets at night. The robot gazed back at the pile of ash for a second, lenses showing nothing but cold, calculated logic. Izuku groaned, waking up with a yawn. He stretched, sighing as his bones popped pleasurably, before he sat up, looking around blearily. Amy was gone, but he could smell the scent of food being made in the other room. He stood up off the bed, slowly stumbling his way out of the bare room that he slept in, spotting both Rouge and Amy in the main room. Rouge was lounging on the couch, and Amy was at the stove, cooking something that smelled delicious to his hungry brain. Amy heard him walk out of his room, turning around with a grin. She had fallen asleep in the middle of his back massage, but he didn't take that as a sign to stop, making sure to give her the best massage he could. She looked way better because of it, and had a spring in her step that she hadn't beforehand. "Good afternoon, sleepyhead. You were certainly tired." She grinned, and Izuku blinked, raising an eyebrow. "Huh, what time is it?" he asked, and Amy giggled. "It's 2:18. I decided to wait to make lunch until after you woke up, but it was clear that wasn't gonna happen anytime soon, so I just started making it a few minutes ago," she said. Izuku nodded, before he noticed what she was wearing. Gone was the black sports bra and shorts, replaced with a red skin-tight bodysuit, with her signature dress and boots on over it. The bodysuit didn't cover her arms though, only her legs and torso. "You look good, Ames," he said, and Amy smiled at him. "Thanks, Izuku. Your new costume is on the couch. Take a shower and get dressed in it. Apparently Tower has something he wants to tell us, and it involves us being in costume, so yeah," she said. Izuku looked at the food she was cooking longingly, and she scoffed at him. "Don't worry, you still have plenty of time until this is done. Go take your shower." Rouge said she doesn't mind you using her shampoo this one time, but she expects us to buy our own for the week, Amy told him, and Izuku nodded, walking over to the couch and gazing at his costume. He sighed, relieved at the fact that there was also some other clothes there, such as underwear and socks. He grabbed everything he needed before entering the bathroom. Amy hummed, stirring the beef and vegetables in the pan before adding some tomato sauce. She stirred it around, covering the food in the sauce, before she grabbed some grilled onions, throwing them in as well. Amy stirred the ingredients once more before she turned the stove off, letting the ingredients sit in the pan for a moment. She walked over to the fridge, taking out some shredded cheese, before closing it and grabbing the bag of tortillas that she had been eyeing. She smiled, quickly crafting tacos with the ingredients she had, making a stack of 15 of them. She set the tacos on a large plate, before carrying them to the table in front of the couch. Rouge reached for one, and Amy side-eyed her. "You only get 5, okay?" she asked, and Rouge rolled her eyes. Yeah, I know," she responded, grabbing one and biting into it. Amy grinned at her as she started panicking, the food still hot. "Something the matter?" she asked, and Rouge swallowed her food, glaring at Amy. "You could have warned me it was still hot," she muttered, and Amy deadpanned, unimpressed. I just finished making it in front of you. Of course it's still hot," Amy said, and Rouge paused, before she crossed her arms. "Whatever," she scoffed, eyeing the tacos. "Well, at least they taste good," she muttered, and Amy grinned. "Damn straight they do," she said, before grabbing one of the tacos, and taking a bite. She barely even cared about the heat, quickly eating the rest of the taco. Rouge looked at her, both disgusted and impressed. "Geez, how can you eat that thing when it's still that hot?" she asked, and Amy rolled her eyes. "It's not that hot. You'd be surprised at how fast food cools off even when it's off the stove for just a minute. It loses like ... half of the heat," Amy said, grabbing another taco. Rouge looked at her, arms crossed. "If you eat too many of those, you're gonna get fat," she commented, and Amy glared at her, a vein bulging out of her head. "Mind your own weight, Rouge. Besides, I have a very active life. I train almost every day," she said, before she paused. "Wait ... you guys do have a gym here, right?" she asked, and Rouge scoffed. "Of course we do. It's on floor 38. It's actually the largest gym in Central City," Rouge said, and Amy sighed, relieved. "Good. I'm probably gonna go later today. I bet Izuku would want to come as well. You can join us if you'd like," Amy offered, and Rouge scoffed. "Get all sweaty with a bunch of macho men." "No thank you," she said, and Amy shrugged. "Suit yourself. I think training's fun. I like the feeling of getting stronger, even if it takes a while," Amy admitted, taking a bite out of her food. Rouge sighed, shaking her head. "It's not that I don't go to the gym or anything. I just usually work out at night when it's more empty," she said, and Amy nodded. "Yeah, I can get that. Maybe Izuku and I could join you when you go sometime soon," Amy suggested, and Rouge scoffed. "I go to the gym to work out, not watch a couple grope each other with their eyes," she said, and Amy blushed, glaring at Rouge. I don't grope him, with or without my eyes," she shouted, and Rouge scoffed. "Please, I've seen you stare at his abs more than his face. Can't say I blame you though. He's a good-looking guy," she admitted, sighing. Amy grinned, crossing her arms. "Damn straight," she agreed, before she heard the shower stop. She paused, looking over at the bathroom, awaiting Izuku's exit. She wanted to see how the costume looked on him. It better have been tight, or she would have some serious complaints. After a minute, the door opened, and Izuku walked out. Amy noticed the differences immediately. Instead of Izuku's normal off-white gloves with green stripes, his gloves were a darker gray with green stripes. The torso portion of the costume was still tight, and the leg bracers were mostly unchanged. Izuku's iron soles were slightly altered though. They weren't as bulky as the previous versions were, but they had small holes in the bottoms that she had to admit that she was curious about. Finally, the last change was in the mask. The general shape was the same, but the rebreather was a lot sharper and more intimidating, along with being painted a matte gray that was nearly black. Amy smiled at Izuku, giving him a thumbs up. "How does it feel?" she asked, and Izuku smiled at her, taking his mask and rebreather off. "It's comfortable. It's a bit warmer than my last one, and I wish they had come to me about the color changes beforehand, but otherwise, it's fine." "How do you like yours?" he asked, and she grinned flirtatiously at him. "How do you?" she asked, and Izuku blushed slightly. I mean it's just a bodysuit, right?" he asked, and Amy giggled. "A skin-tight bodysuit. The dress covers most of it, but I can take it off whenever," she said with a wink, and Rouge made a disgusted face. "I'm right here. Why are you practically asking for sex right in front of me?" she asked, and Amy blushed, scowling at Rouge. I wasn't asking for ... that. I was just flirting. It's a normal thing for couples to do," she yelled, and Rouge rolled her eyes. "That's a bit more than your run-of-the-mill flirting, but whatever," she muttered, and Izuku cleared his throat before pointing at the tacos. "Can I have some?" he asked, and Amy grinned at him, finishing her second taco, giving him a thumbs up. He smiled, using Black Whip to grab a taco and shove it into his mouth. He ate quickly, and Rouge winced at him. "Ugh, I swear all men eat like pigs," she muttered, and Izuku shrugged, stalling the taco. "What? I'm hungry," he defended, before taking another one. "How many can I have?" he asked, and Amy swallowed, placing a hand over her mouth. "You can have 5. Don't forget to brush your teeth before you leave though. Don't want your breath to smell like taco when talking to Tower, do you?" she asked, and he gave her a thumbs up, taking a bite of his second taco. After a bit, the plate was nearly empty, and both Izuku and Amy had eaten their fill. The two walked into the bathroom, swishing some water in their mouths, before spitting it out and brushing their teeth. After that, the two said goodbye to Rouge before entering the elevator. Amy had a brand new pair of gloves, which Izuku noticed as he looked everywhere but the walls. "And new gloves?" he asked, and Amy nodded with a smile. "Yep, Tower dropped them off this morning along with our costumes. Supposedly, they're made out of the same fabric that your costume is, so they're super durable," she told him, and Izuku nodded. "Good. We should probably ask for a few spares though, just in case," he suggested, and she hummed, contemplative. "Yeah, that would be for the best," she muttered, before she pressed the button for floor 2. Izuku sighed, closing his eyes. If the penthouse was on floor 50, then this was going to take a while. "So, how's your guest faring?" Izuku asked, and Amy looked at him, confused, before realizing he was talking about Xaylia. She's been quiet. It's kinda strange that you can't hear her, considering I can hear the voices in your head, she said, and Xiaolia scoffed inside her head. That's because I'm not some weak little hero. I have enough power to block out your boy toy from hearing me, she told Amy, who rolled her eyes. Speak of the devil, she muttered, and Izuku chuckled. Guess we jinxed it. Sorry, Ames, he said, and she smiled at him. It's not your fault. It's just a burden that I have to bear, she said with a sigh. And Izuku looked at her, eyes narrowed, before he grabbed her hand. No, it's not. She may be a burden, but you don't have to carry that burden alone. You'll always have me, and I'm sure Metal Sonic wouldn't mind helping as well, Izuku said, and she smiled at him, squeezing his hand. You always know just what to say, she said softly, and Izuku lightly blushed, looking down with a smile on his face. I just say what comes to mind. It's just the truth, he muttered with a shrug. Amy raised an eyebrow, shifting up towards Izuku and grabbing his arm. You're lucky there are cameras in here, she purred. Izuku coughed into his fist, face red. See, thank you, he murmured, earning a chuckle from Amy. He looked down at her, and she looked back. Izuku leaned down to kiss her, and she stood on the tips of her toes, and just as they were about to make contact, the elevator door opened, and both Izuku and Amy looked at it, faces a few inches away from touching. The woman that stood on the other side was dressed in full tactical gear, only forgoing her helmet. She looked at them, unimpressed. What in the world are you two doing in here? She asked, entering the elevator. Izuku blushed, standing up straight, and Amy pouted, crossing her arms. What did it look like? We were having a moment, she said, annoyed. The woman rolled her eyes, looking at them as the elevator doors closed and started moving again. Whatever, I'm Agent Topaz, but you two newbies will call me ma'am. Got that? She asked. Izuku nodded, and Amy rolled her eyes. I'm your direct superior, which means that I'm your boss. Got that? She asked. Izuku nodded once again, and Amy looked her up and down, an eyebrow raised. Wait you, but you don't look all that special, she said, crossing her arms. Izuku's eyes widened, and he looked down at Amy, wincing. Topaz's eyes narrowed at Amy, and she leaned against the elevator doors. Oh, is that so? Well, I guess we'll see about that in a bit, won't we? She asked, a cold grin on her face. Amy blinked before she looked at Izuku, confused. What's that supposed to mean? She whispered, and he shrugged, smiling nervously at Topaz. Sorry about her. She's kind of stressed about this, he told her, and she smirked at him. Well, at least one of you can show some respect, she said, and Amy rolled her eyes. She's like Rouge but worse, she muttered, and Topaz scowled. I am not like that brat. You take that back, she shouted, and Amy smirked at her. Oh, it looks like you have a bit of a rival, huh? She asked, and Topaz scoffed, straightening herself out and looking away, cheeks slightly red. She just pisses me off. That's all ... and that is no way to be talking to me like that. We're not friends, we're coworkers, she said with a strict frown. Amy sighed, looking away. Of course we get paired up with a stickler, she murmured, and Topaz scowled. I heard that, she shouted, before the elevator beeped. She scoffed, turning around, and walking out of the elevator when the doors opened. Follow me, Tower's waiting in the sparring room, she told them, and Izuku's eyes widened in interest. Izuku and Amy followed Topaz, who led them through a series of winding hallways that connected to a pair of reinforced doors. Topaz opened the doors, causing Tower, who was standing in front of a window that looked over a gray padded room, to turn around, hands behind his back. Tower nodded at Topaz, who bowed back. Hello, Midoriya, Rose. I see you like your new threads, he said, and Izuku paused. They're acceptable, he said, still not being the kindest of Tower. Topaz scowled at him, crossing her arms. That's the commander you're talking to, Greenie. Show some respect, she yelled, and Tower placed his hand on her shoulder. Calm down, Agent. Now, I'm sure that you already figured out what this room is used for, so I doubt I'll need to explain it. Please take the stairs down to the room, and we will continue from there, Tower requested. And the two nodded, walking down the steps. What do you think we're going to be doing? Amy asked, and Izuku shrugged. Sparring, he asked, and Amy looked at him, unamused. Obviously, I meant who do you think we're going to be sparring? She asked, and Izuku hummed. Each other. I'm not too sure. Maybe Topaz, he muttered, and Amy sighed. I hate not knowing things, especially when I'm going to be partaking in what I don't know about, she told Izuku, and he smiled. I'm sure it'll be fine. Well, if we do end up sparring with each other, don't cry when I win, all right? He asked, and she rolled her eyes with a grin. Huh, that's the funniest thing you've said all week. We both know that if we fought, I'd kick your ass. She laughed, and Izuku shook his head as they entered the large padded room. Nah, I'd win, Izuku said, and Amy scoffed. Whatever makes you sleep at night, she said, smiling good-naturedly. Izuku chuckled in amusement, before he heard a pause system turn on. The two turned the window, spotting Tower holding a small microphone. We will be testing out your new costume features, as well as seeing how well you fare in combat, Tower said, and Izuku looked down at his clothes. New features, he muttered, before shifting machinery echoed out from the other side of the room. Both Izuku and Amy turned to see a group of red and black robots rise from the ground, all of them being nearly identical, though some wore boxing gloves and others held golf ball launchers. The robots all rolled forwards on their singular wheel, and Tower spoke through the intercom. First, we'll cover Rose's costume, as she has a lesser amount of features. First, why don't you take a look at your boots? Tower requested, and Amy blinked before she grabbed her leg, looking at the bottom of her feet. It didn't seem like there was anything strange about it. It looks normal, correct? Well, please click them together, Tower said. Amy looked over at Izuku, who shrugged. Amy sighed, before doing as requested. She yelped as 4 small wheels popped out of the sides of each boot, turning her boots into roller skates. She wobbled around, never having worn skates before. Izuku quickly walked up, placing his hands on her shoulders to stabilize her. She looked at him, appreciative. Alright, now try and make your way to one of those training dummies. They're set to stand still right now, so you don't have to worry about them attacking you, Tower said, and Amy looked up at Izuku, nodding. The boy nodded back, letting go of her and taking a few steps back. Amy wobbled slightly, spreading her arms out to balance herself. She bit her lip cautiously, moving her foot slightly. She yelped, nearly tripping when her other foot moved as well. She continued to wobble around, not really making any progress. Izuku winced as Amy tripped over her own feet, falling flat onto her face. Keep trying, Rose. Once you make a full loop to the dummy and back without tripping, we can move on, he said, and Izuku crossed his arms, watching as Amy shakily got up. Once again, she tried to move forward, but lost her balance fairly quickly. She groaned in annoyance, getting to her feet once more. Izuku flinched as Amy fell ever harder, but she only got up again, determined. Izuku started walking towards her, but she held her arm out, shaking her head. No, I can do this. It's just ... it's gonna take a bit, she said, and Izuku saw how important this was for her, taking a few steps back. She smiled at him, before the look of determination came back. She glared in front of her, taking a step forward, nearly tripping once more. She grunted in annoyance, before she heard Izuku snapping. She looked over at him to see him making a movement with his legs. Instead of taking a step, he kind of dragged his foot forward, not really walking. Amy looked down, before copying his movements. She waved her arms through the air as she moved far more fluidly than before, the change surprising her. After stopping, she looked down and tried again, moving forward far easier now. She smiled gratefully at Izuku, who gave an enthusiastic thumbs up in return. Slowly, she made her way around the robot, shuddering slightly as its soul lens followed her movements. Finally, she made it back to the starting area, pumping her fists in happiness. Hell yeah, I'm the best, she said, before she slipped, waving her arms through the air as she fell on her ass. She pouted at Izuku, who was chuckling at her slip. Click your heels together again to put the wheels away, Tower said through the intercom. And Amy quickly did so, sighing in relief as she stood on the ground normally. I'm never taking my feet for granted again, she muttered, and Izuku smiled at her. Oh yeah, he asked, and she nodded with a grin. Yeah, that sucked. I'm glad it's over, she admitted, and Izuku smiled down at his own costume. Man, I wonder what I've got packed in here, he muttered, and Amy giggled. Well, you're gonna have to continue waiting. It's my time to shine right now, Izuku, she said, throwing up a peace sign. Izuku smiled at her, crossing his arms. Yeah, you really made an impression ... I in the ground from tripping so much, he said, and she dropped the peace sign, looking at Izuku, deadpan. You should probably stick to punching things, she said, and he flinched. Wow ... that was just hurtful, he admitted, and Amy giggled again. Oh, stop being a baby. You know I was kidding, she said, and he rolled his eyes, a smile on his face. Yeah. Now what's next? He asked, turning to the window. Tower cleared his throat, looking at the two. All right, if you could please tap the top of your headband now, Rose, he said, and she looked up, before doing as she was told. She jumped slightly as the headband glowed, before it unfolded into what looked like a motorcycle helmet, the same shade of red as her dress, though the visor was pink. Izuku's eyes widened as she looked around, before grabbing the helmet and taking it off her head, looking at it. Her eyes widened, and her eyes sparkled, looking at it. Badass, she muttered, grinning. Izuku nodded in approval as she placed it back on her head. It honestly didn't look too bad on her. Now, if you could take the dress off, we can really tap into the potential of your new costume, he said, and Izuku paused. He really didn't want anyone other than himself looking at her in a skin-tight bodysuit. She paused for a second, before sighing, the sound echoing in his head. He blinked, before realizing that her helmet must have had a microphone in it, tuned to the same frequency as the one in his mask. She reached behind her, and Izuku heard a zipping sound. The dress fell off her body, and she caught it before it could hit the ground, before she folded it and placed it on the ground in the corner. Izuku blushed at the sight of Amy in the bodysuit, admiring the view. He had to admit, the motorcycle helmet looked amazing on her when it was paired with the suit. The bodysuit was mostly red, with some white accents running up the torso and legs, matching the shape of the black highlights going down his own costume. He smiled, nodding. Perfect. Now, there should be a button on the back of the suit. Press it please, 𝗬𝗧 requested. And Amy did as asked. Izuku's eyes widened as wire mesh slid over her arms from under the bodysuit, before checkered red cloth slid from underneath the bodysuit, falling over her arms and using magnets to keep the sleeves in place. Amy looked down at her arms, shocked, but certainly not upset. Her entire body was now covered, and she looked herself up and down before smiling at Izuku, though he couldn't see it. I look good, she said, and Izuku chuckled. You look like a biker. It's ... not a bad look for you, he said, and she giggled under her mask. I'm glad you like it. It's super comfy, even with these weird sleeves, she admitted, pulling on them. Izuku saw the fabric lift, showing the wire mesh underneath, before he let go, the sleeve snapping back into place. Now, for the final step. Flick your boots together again and bring your chaos energy to the surface, 𝗬𝗧 said, making Amy groan. Oh, great. I gotta use those things again. Whatever, she muttered, before bringing the wheels out once more. She was definitely more used to the wheels now, but that didn't mean she was good at using them. Amy wobbled a little bit, but stabilized herself after a few seconds. She then closed her eyes, before her body glowed pink. Now, why don't you try and maneuver with those skates while your energy is drawn out? 𝗬𝗧 asked, and Amy sighed, before she attempted to move forward a little bit, only to fly forward, a pink streak following her. She screamed, colliding with the wall. Izuku winced, before rushing over to her and helping her up. She shook her head slightly, before laughing. That was awesome. I went so fast, she said, and Izuku sighed. Yeah, well you should be more careful. Slam into a wall like that again, and you could go straight through it, he warned, and Amy rolled her eyes. Don't worry, I'm fine. Let me guess, do I have to get good at this stuff too? She asked, and just as expected, 𝗬𝗧 confirmed her suspicion. She sighed, bringing her chaos energy out again, and taking a deep breath. She flew forward once more, luckily a bit more used to the speed now. Izuku watched as he just barely turned around before hitting a wall, though that was short-lived as she rammed into the next one. Izuku sighed in amusement as Amy immediately got up and tried again. While she figures those out, why don't we look at one of your new toys, shall we? 𝗬𝗧 asked. Izuku grinned in excitement, before he cleared his throat. Sure. Yeah, let's get started, he said, and he heard Amy giggle through her microphone. Someone's excited, she said, and Izuku blushed slightly, pulling on his mask in embarrassment. I'm not, he responded, and he heard Amy giggle again, before she sped off. He sighed, amused, before looking up at the window. All right, what do you need me to do? He asked. Just activate your power and hold your fingers out in a flicking motion, 𝗬𝗧 told him. Izuku raised an eyebrow, but did as he was told. Thin panels around his wrists started spinning, and the electricity that coursed across his body gathered to his fists. Izuku watched in fascination as his fists were coated in a thin layer of pure green energy. Now flick your fingers at one of those training dummies, 𝗬𝗧 requested, and Izuku turned, aiming his arm at the dummy closest to him. From his peripheral vision, he could see Amy stop moving, grinding the back of her boots into the floor to break, looking at him in interest. He grinned over at her, before flicking at the dummy. A mix of air pressure and electricity flew through the air, hitting the dummy and causing it to spark, before exploding into pieces. His eyes widened as he looked at his hand, which was now devoid of energy. Whoa, I couldn't do that before, he muttered. 𝗬𝗧 cleared his throat, gaining Izuku's attention. The electricity that flows around you is erratic and uncontrolled. However, we believe that can change. If you find a way to control the energy surrounding you without the use of gear ... your options may as well be limitless, 𝗬𝗧 said. And Izuku looked down at his energy. Control it, he muttered. How had he not thought of that before? It made so much sense. Now ... if you could please press your fists together, 𝗬𝗧 requested. Izuku looked down, before doing as told. The panels around both of his wrists spun around, electricity gathering at his fists. After a few seconds, the panels retracted, resting against his wrist once more. However, the energy stayed around his hands, and Izuku looked at them, eyes wide. Your punches should have a bit more of a kick to them now. Why don't you try and hit another dummy? Don't try and destroy it though, just whack it a little bit, 𝗬𝗧 said. And Izuku nodded, walking up to the dummy next to the one he destroyed. He took a breath, before cocking his fist back, throwing it forward and denting the robot's body, as well as sending an electric shockwave throughout its systems, causing it to spark and malfunction. It shuddered, before it collapsed in on itself. Izuku looked down at his fists to see that the electric veil around them had dispersed slightly, though a majority of it was still there. That ... was useful. Sure, he could weaponize his energy, but he couldn't really control it. The closest thing he could do was the small EMP blast he could perform by clapping his hands together, but that was more of a reaction of the quirk itself. Izuku grinned at the robot, before sending a flurry of blurring punches that created at least a dozen dents. After a second, a wave of electricity was sent through the robot's entire body, detonating it. Izuku covered his face, taking a few steps back. However, he had a grin on his face. Amy shuffled up to him, fangirling slightly. "That was so cool. Your power is so awesome, Izuku," she said, and Izuku blushed, rubbing the back of his head with an embarrassed smile. "Damn right we are," Nana shouted in both of their heads. 𝐬𝐼 growled, blocking her out. Nana scoffed, annoyed at the prickly nature of the goddess. "Well, isn't she a bundle of sunshine?" she muttered, and Amy frowned. "Hey, you can't just do that. This is my head, not yours," she told 𝐬𝐼, who scoffed. "They're not communicating throughout your head, dumbass. They're communicating through your soul. That night, when you kissed Izuku after he got stabbed, you transferred a tiny piece of your soul into his. Now he'll not only always know where you are, but he can hear your thoughts, and vice versa," 𝐬𝐼 said. And Amy paused, before grinning. "Oh, that's so romantic. I swear, Izuku and I were destined to be together," she said, sighing dreamily. 𝐬𝐼 growled in her head, shouting at her. "You completely missed the point, you dunce," she yelled. Amy scowled under her mask, hands on her hips. "Hey, I'm not a dunce. You're just a bitch," she shouted back, and 𝐬𝐼 screamed in rage. Meanwhile, Izuku was still looking at his costume, inspecting it for anything else that could be new. He was certainly happy with what he already had, but he wanted to see if he had some other things. He looked at his belt, which did feel heavier than before. Could there be something in there? He felt around the belt, feeling nothing but the normal pushes, before coming across a small cylindrical shape. He blinked before looking at his side, where it rested. It was ... just a small black tube that was resting in a holster. He grabbed it, carefully lifting it out of the holster and inspecting it closely. There was a button on the top, but before he could press it, Tower spoke through the intercom. "I see you found the other thing I wanted to show you ... Why don't you go ahead and press the button on the top?" Tower requested. Izuku looked down at the tube, before shrugging. He placed his thumb on the button, quickly removing it as he heard something shift within the tube. Amy stopped her argument with 𝐬𝐼, looking over at Izuku, who was holding the tube cautiously. Suddenly, a small blade popped out of the top of the button, before the tube started unfolding in his hand. A dark green metal pommel slid out of the bottom of the tube, resting against Izuku's hand comfortably. He watched with wide eyes as a cross guard extended from the top of the sword, before the tiny blade from before extended, reaching about 2 feet in length. Both Amy and Izuku's eyes widened, and the latter's jaw dropped as he stared, in love with his new toy. Is that a fucking sword?" Amy asked, stunned. Izuku held his hand to the sword, slowly running his finger across the blade. "Yeah," was all Izuku said, and Tower chuckled. "Well, you seem to be happy with that. Why don't you activate your power again?" he asked, and Izuku immediately did as told, watching as red veins spread through the blade, similar to what happened when he first started using his quirk. The veins disappeared, but a soft red glow was present around the sword, creating a trail when he moved. How he started, and Tower answered for him. "We collected a blood sample of yours at your destroyed house. It was everywhere, after all. We simply infused the blade with your blood, so it is compatible with your power," Tower explained, and Izuku exhaled shakily, waving the sword around, watching the red glow. "This is so cool," he muttered, and Amy nodded, not hiding her jealousy. "Man ... you get a sword and I get roller skates?" she asked, and Izuku side-eyed her, a grin on his face. "You have a magical hammer," he said, and she scoffed. "Yeah, but it's not a sword. Babes love blades too, you know," she told him, and he rolled his eyes. "How about this? I'll let you hold it," he said, and her eyes sparkled under her mask. "Izuku, you do not know how much I love you," she said, and Izuku grinned, handing her the blade. She giggled like a gremlin, waving it around. You do know those are dangerous, right?" Tower asked, and Izuku nodded. "Yeah, don't worry. She won't cut herself. She might seem like a brawn-only bruiser when she fights sometimes, but she's actually very coordinated," Izuku said, and Tower sighed. "Well, if she injures herself, then it'll take a while to heal," he warned, and Izuku smiled, watching her have fun. "All right, Amy, you've had your fun," he said, and she groaned, looking over at her. Just a little bit longer?" she asked, and Izuku shook his head. "Sorry, but no. We're working for the government now, and have to be more responsible," he said, crossing his arms. She sighed, walking over to him and handing the blade to him. He grinned at it, chuckling excitedly. "Besides, it's my turn anyways," he said, and Amy narrowed her eyes at him. "What about us needing to be more responsible?" she asked, and Izuku flinched before he looked at her, a shaky smile on his face. Look, I just wanted the sword back. All right, he said, and she sighed, shaking her head. You're lucky you're so cute, she mumbled, and Izuku smiled, the sword glowing as he reactivated OFA. All right, now what do you want me to do? He asked, looking up at Tower through the window. Suddenly, the ground started moving again. Izuku and Amy looked over at the training dummies to see that the panels they were standing on were lowering back into the ground. As another panel opened up, and a similar robot with a large metal rod in its hands appeared. Izuku looked at it before approaching slowly. He walked up to it, staring at it as its singular lens followed his every movement. All right, Swordbot, activate sparring mode, level 0. Now, Midoriya, you have to defend against the robot without using your power, Tower said. And the robot's singular lens lit up with an eerie red glow. It scanned around it, before spotting the sword in Izuku's hand. The robot moved its arms, glaring down at Izuku. Training mode activated. Level, beginner. Vertical slice incoming. The robot stated, before it raised the rod up. Izuku raised an eyebrow, before he realized what it was doing. Before he could react, the robot slammed the rod down in his head, and Izuku shouted in pain. He dropped his sword, covering his head and taking a few steps back. He sucked in a breath through his teeth, and he felt Amy run up to him, grabbing his arms. Hold on, let me take a look, she said, before grabbing his mask and slipping it off of his head, looking at it. She hummed, running her hands through his hair. He winced in pain, and Amy looked at her gloves, seeing no blood. Don't worry, you're good, she told him. She let go of him, and he smiled painfully at her. Thanks, Ames, he muttered, before he took a step forward, grabbing his sword again. He took a breath, and the robot looked down at him again. Vertical slice, it said, and Izuku immediately raised his sword over his head. The robot slammed the metal rod into his sword, and Izuku grit his teeth as he held his hand under the flat side of the blade, pushing against the rod. This robot was a lot stronger than it looked. Izuku pushed up with a grunt of effort, sending the rod up. The robot paused, before it beeped. Guard successful. Horizontal slice, it said, and Izuku grabbed the handle with both hands, holding the blade to his right. The robot slammed his own weapon into the sword, and Izuku grit his teeth, being pushed by the powerful swing. He felt his wrist bend under the power of the swing, and the rod slid off the sword, slamming into his side. Izuku yelped, tears stinging at his eyes, but he didn't drop his sword. He groaned in irritation, wiping his eyes and readying his sword. The robot buzzed angrily, resetting its stance. Guard unsuccessful. Horizontal slice, it said, and Izuku readied his blade once more. While Izuku continued to guard against the robot, Amy watched on, hands clasped together nervously. What's wrong, Amy? Scared that your little boyfriend can't handle himself? Maybe deep down you know that you don't need him, but you aren't ready to admit that yet, she heard 𝐒𝐿ia say, and she scowled under her helmet, glad that it hid her face. What the hell are you babbling on about this time? You just like hearing yourself talk, Amy asked, before crossing her arms. Have you ever loved someone? Genuinely loved someone? No? Then shut the fuck up and stop acting like you know how I feel, Amy growled at the goddess, who chuckled back. Oh, such disrespect. You know, if someone spoke to me like that 2,000 years ago, I would have slaughtered them within an instant, 𝗧𝗍ia said, and Amy rolled her eyes. Okay, is that supposed to scare me? You can't do anything to anyone now. You've been dead for thousands of years. Hell, most people don't even know who you are. I haven't even heard of you before yesterday. You're a forgotten deity that nobody has cared about for thousands of years. You can whine and moan all you want about how you're the all-powerful goddess of death all you want, but that doesn't change the fact that you're nothing more than a voice in my head, Amy said, and 𝗧𝗍ia was silent. Amy scoffed, refocusing on Izuku, who growled as he was nearly hit by another strike. Even without OFA, he was strong enough to dent solid steel with his bare hands, but he was still just a base human. He took a breath, before readying his blade, grunting as the opposing weapon slammed into his sword. He pushed against it, before pushing with all his strength, finally pushing the rod away from him. The robot paused, before beeping. Horizontal slice successfully guarded. Thrust, the bot said, before rearing the rod back, and slamming it forward towards Izuku, who just barely parried it with his sword, creating sparks. Izuku grit his teeth in annoyance, before the rod slammed forwards again, impacting Izuku's stomach. He paused, before falling to his knees, holding his arms over his stomach. Amy uncrossed her arms, looking at Izuku with concern. Oh, he muttered, before he stood up with a wince. That's enough for today. If you want to collapse the sword, there's a button on the bottom of the pommel. Hold it for 3 seconds, and it will turn back into the small tube, where you can fit it back into your belt, Tower explained. Izuku looked at the underside of the sword, spotting the button that blended into the pommel. He sighed, pressing it and watching as it started to collapse back into the portable tube, and he placed it in its holster. he groaned, stretching and cracking his fingers. Amy walked up to him, holding her fist out, which he bumped with a grin. "Well, that was fun," he muttered, and Tower spoke again. "Good, because we expect you here tomorrow at 8 o'clock sharp. Midoriya, you will practice with your swordplay, and Rose, you will get a hang of your skates. Any objections?" he asked, and both Izuku and Amy shook their heads. Amy pressed the top of her helmet, and Izuku watched as it glowed, before transforming back into her headband. She sighed, shaking her head and freeing her quills from their tight confines. Izuku smiled at her as she walked over to her dress, unfolding it. She pressed the button on the back of her bodysuit, and the sleeves disappeared. She slid the dress over her arms and head, and Izuku walked over, grabbing the zipper for her. She sighed in relief, looking back at Izuku with a smile. "Thank you, Izuku," she said, and he smiled back at her. "No problem, Ames," he said, zipping the dress up for her. She turned around, looking at Izuku. He stared back into her eyes, and after a moment, they both took a step forward, leaning in for a kiss, when Tower walked into the room. They paused, looking at him, faces inches apart. The man simply ignored what they were doing, looking at the two, arms behind his back. "You two are done for the day. You are dismissed," he said, before walking away. Izuku and Amy looked at each other, before sighing. The moment was ruined, and the two backed away. "I'm probably gonna go back up to the penthouse," Izuku said, stretching. Amy nodded, hands on her hips. "I think I might join you," she said, and the two walked back up the stairs, quickly making their way to the elevator. Izuku sighed as he sat on the couch, Amy immediately sitting next to him. They weren't quite tired, but they definitely wanted to take some time to relax. "Oh man, that was certainly interesting," Izuku said, and Amy nodded. "Yeah, I'm still jealous that you got a sword, though. I mean, the skates are cool and all, but I kinda wish I got something as cool as a sword," she muttered, and Izuku chuckled. "Remember, you still have your hammer. You're pretty adept with it too, so you don't really need to practice using it," he said, and Amy smirked at him. "What's wrong? Are you saying you don't want to train?" she asked, and Izuku looked back, an eyebrow raised. "No, but it's a sword. I want to use it. I want to slice robots or something, not block slices from a robot with a crazy swing," Izuku said, grumpily, and Amy cooed. "Awa, is the big mean robot too strong for you to handle? Does Izuku want some cuddles to make him feel better?" she asked with a teasing tone. Izuku pouted, crossing his arms. "It's not too strong for me ... and yes I do," he muttered, an embarrassed blush on his face. She giggled, crawling over to him. Izuku's blush deepened as she sat in his lap, looking at him with a smirk. She slipped his mask off, chuckling at his red face. "What's wrong, big guy?" she whispered, and Izuku cleared his dry throat. "And nothing," he said, his voice cracking. Amy giggled at him, before she closed her eyes and leaned forward, kissing him. After a second, Izuku wrapped his arms around her upper back, kissing her back. Rouge sighed softly as she walked out of her room, before spotting Izuku and Amy making out on the couch. Her couch. She rolled her eyes, turning back around and re-entering her room. Neither Izuku and Amy noticed her, still locked in a passionate kiss. After a few minutes, they pulled away, both of them breathing deeply and faces red. "Why, you really know how to make a girl happy," Amy purred, and Izuku smiled lopsidedly. I guess it's part of my charm," he joked, and Amy's smirk returned. "Shirt off now," she ordered. Izuku shuddered, both afraid and excited. Before he could react, they both heard a loud boom from outside. Both Izuku and Amy looked out the window to see that a building was shaking, rubble collapsing from it. They looked at each other, before they nodded. Amy hopped off of him, tapping the top of her headband. Izuku slipped his mask on, before he and Amy walked over to the glass doors, opening them and stepping outside. He turned to Amy to see that her sleeves were down, and her dress was off, now on the couch that they were just sitting on. Izuku paused, before looking back inside. "Does Rouge know that we're leaving?" he asked, and Amy paused, before heading back inside. Izuku looked out to the city, biting his lip nervously. They had to get there fast, or people could die. After a moment, Amy walked back out, before she nodded at Izuku, jumping off the building. Izuku watched her fall as she summoned her hammer, and he smiled, recognizing what she was about to do. He took a step forward, before powering up, and launching off the roof. Amy started spinning midair, her hammer in front of her. She rapidly accelerated while falling, and the air heated up around her before she reached the ground, her hammer slamming into the concrete and sending her flying forwards with a high angle at an incredible speed. Izuku looked next to him to see that Amy was approaching him, and she uncurled out of her ball, looking at him. "You've really mastered that move, huh?" he asked, and she nodded. "I've been practicing. It was hard to get down at first, but I've definitely gotten better," she said, and Izuku smiled under his mask, before he clipped his rebreather on, looking ahead. "We're nearly there. Be ready for anything," he said. Amy nodded, before she started falling again. This time, Izuku used Black Whip, wrapping it around her torso and diving down. He rapidly accelerated, pulling Amy closer to him and grabbing onto her, before he flipped midair, landing on his feet. He set Amy down, and they looked around, spotting people running away. It seemed as though nobody noticed them. Suddenly, the ground started shaking, and Izuku and Amy nearly lost their balance, but they luckily stabilized themselves. Suddenly, a massive figure broke through the ground, roaring loudly. Izuku glared at the figure, before his eyes widened. A familiar dark green costume was stretched over a bundle of grotesquely inflated muscles, large spikes sticking out of the costume's elbows and knees. The figure crawled out of the hole, the mask over its head rigid and unsettling. Izuku scowled as Chaos roared once more, and Izuku sighted Amy. That's Chaos, but he looked nothing like that before. Izuku yelled, and she turned to him, eyes wide. That's Chaos. Why is he so big? She asked, and Izuku grit his teeth. I have no idea. We need to stop him, though, Izuku said, before rushing to Chaos, powered up to 20%. Amy quickly followed, hammer in hand. Chaos' massive form twitched, before turning to them. A large grin split his withered rebreather in half, showing sharp, rigid teeth. We meet again, Izuku, Chaos shouted, and Izuku said nothing, only jumping up and spin-kicking Chaos in the face. Chaos' head moved to the side a bit, but he looked back, his grin even wider. Izuku's eyes widened, before Chaos used his massive, gorilla-like arm to slap him away. Amy looked at Izuku's flying body, before she glared at Chaos. Hey, dickhead, she yelled, distracting the god. The faker grinned at Amy, standing up to his full height, which must have been 15 feet tall. Amy rose, the replacement girl. I hope you know that you're not 𝐈𝐭𝐲𝐿's first love, Chaos shouted, and Amy scowled. And I'm his current love, and that's all that matters to me, she shouted, before running over to him and jumping, swinging his hammer at him. His body warped, creating a hole that Amy went straight through. She landed on the ground with a roll, before turning around and scowling at Chaos, whose upper body turned 180 degrees to look at her. Too weak to save your family, and you're too weak to save your boyfriend. How poetic, he yelled, and Amy's eyes narrowed, a tiny bit of purple energy coursing around her. You shouldn't have said that, jackass, she growled, before tapping her heels together. Chaos energy flowed throughout her, and she shot forward at the speed of sound, jumping and swinging her hammer down onto Chaos' head. The god stumbled back slightly, before a streak of green lightning flew forwards, a kick landing itself in the back of Chaos' head. Izuku landed next to Amy, energy spilling from his eyes. Be careful, he's far stronger than before, he warned, and she looked at him, eyes wide. How much percentage are you using right now? She asked, and he looked at her, dead serious. 80%. Take this guy seriously, Amy. He's a dangerous threat, so be careful. Okay, he asked, and she nodded. Got it. Should we go for the kill? She asked, and he paused, before nodding. We may not have a choice. Try everything you can, he said, and she nodded. Right, she said, before they both heard an echoing laughter from the sky. Ho. It seems a few wretched rats have come out to play. How do you like Chaos' new form? This is what you can achieve with the power of 4 Chaos Emeralds, Eggman yelled, and both Izuku and Amy flinched. F4, they shouted in sync. Eggman grinned at Chaos, whose body became a transparent blue. Thick lines of bone stretched inside both of Chaos' arms and legs, an emerald lying in each hand, foot. Izuku scowled, taking a step back. This is bad. This is really bad. How the hell did he already get 3 more emeralds? It's been like 2 days, Izuku shouted, and Amy shook her head. I don't know. We have to focus, though, she responded, and Chaos grinned again, slamming his arms into the ground. They exploded into hundreds of droplets of water, which started moving towards them at high speeds. Izuku grit his teeth, jumping away from one as it extended upwards, turning into a razor-sharp spike. He looked at Amy, who was quickly weaving past the spikes, and danger sense pinged below him, making him perform a backwards handspring, just barely dodging another spike. He floated high in the air, turning to the building. He quickly flew towards it, but a thick tendril of water wrapped around him. He grit his teeth as he was slammed down into the ground hard enough to make a small crater, but he powered through the pain, getting to his feet. He jumped out of the crater, flying back towards Chaos and ramming into him at supersonic speeds. He turned to Amy, giving her a moment of leniency. Get inside the building. Help anyone you find, he yelled, and Amy nodded, before rushing inside the entrance of the building. Izuku turned back to Chaos as it roared at him, throwing him off of him. H. You can't beat Chaos, you little traitor, Eggman yelled, before he slammed a button in his Eggmobile with his fist. Izuku grit his teeth, flipping backwards as a barrage of energy missiles fired from the nozzle on the front of the vehicle. Izuku weaved around the blasts, only for them to start following him. Those missiles are locked onto your Chaos energy. Good luck dodging them now. Eggman yelled, before laughing to himself. Izuku scowled, launching himself up in the air, performing barrel rolls as the god of destruction shot tendrils at him, though he was grazed by one, cutting a hole in the side of his costume and causing him to bleed slightly. He grit his teeth, looking down at them from above, spotting the missiles aiming right for him. He frowned, clenching his fists, and summoning 4 thick tendrils of black whip behind his back, using them as limbs to grab one of the missiles and throw it at another one, yet there were still at least a dozen, all of them still gunning for him. Izuku growled in annoyance, zipping away. This isn't good. I have to keep avoiding the missiles and chaos tendrils. And if I fail, everyone in that building is going to die. He grunted, turning to face the missiles, weaving around more water tendrils. He looked back, facing the missiles, and braced himself once more. Amy entered the collapsing building, hearing screams coming from above. She cursed silently to herself, before she rushed up the winding staircase next to her. She yelled out, asking if anyone could hear her and that she was here to help. Help us. The masked maniac he's attacking. She heard, and she groaned. Great. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 coming. Just hold your ground. She yelled back, before rushing up the stairs. What floor are you guys on? She asked, receiving the answer of 12. She groaned, before continuing to rush up the stairs. It might take a minute, but those people needed her. As she got closer, she heard the screams get louder, and she grit her teeth. I won't fail them, she muttered, before an irritatingly familiar voice whispered in her mind. Like you failed your family? Ʒalia asked, and Amy growled, speeding up slightly. Within a minute and a half, she reached the 12th floor. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 here. Where are you? She asked, but didn't get a response. She clenched her fists, before speeding through the floor, crashing through doors and hopping through ravaged hallways, before she arrived in a large room. Small Izukus the size of her were cackling, cornering a large group of humans to the corner of the room. She scowled, summoning her hammer. Hey, she shouted, and all the fake Izukus turned to her. A few of them tilted their heads, before they all simultaneously grinned maliciously. Break her bones. Divided by crack her skull. Divided by shatter her spine. They all shouted, and Amy scoffed. You're terrible at impersonating people, chaos, she muttered, before rushing forward and slamming her hammer into one of the copy's sides, making it deform and turn into a puddle of water. She spun her hammer in her hands, slamming the head into another of the copies. She then hopped over a lunging copy, landing on its head, and slamming her fist down onto it. She then yelped as she was tackled from behind, one of the copies clawing at her helmet. She growled, rolling around and throwing the copy off of her, before a massive vine shot through the floor and smashed it into the ceiling. Amy paused, eyes wide, before the vine slowly started deteriorating. Amy looked down at her feet to see a trail of grass leading to the vine from her feet. She paused, before nodding. Out of everything, that may have been her favorite part about this whole reincarnation thing. Amy had always been close with nature. She had cared for the birds when they landed outside, fed the flickies that would wander near her, and took time out of her day to smell any flowers that stood out to her. Sure, she thought growing flowers was boring, but flowers in general? Well, let's just say her last name fits her. Amy's quills bristled, and she ducked as a clone leapt over her. She stood back up and crushed the clone, before turning around, seeing nothing but puddles. She sighed, before walking over to the group of people, who all smiled at him. Thank you for saving us from that maniac. We didn't know he could do that. The woman in front yelled, and she recognized her as the one to communicate with her. She shook her head, taking her helmet off and looking at them, eyes serious. She held her helmet against her torso with her arm. That's because he can't. What I just fought wasn't the masked maniac. Honestly, the masked maniac only goes after criminals. This guy is a fake, someone trying to slander his image even further. In fact, the one you call a maniac is outside defending this building from that fake right now. I believe once this is over, you all have some apologizing to do, she said, glaring at the group of civilians, before she placed her helmet back on her head. Enough of that. Though do you know if there are any more people in here? She asked, and the woman shook her head. I have no idea. I don't remember hearing anything up above, though, the woman said, and Amy nodded, before moving out of the way. You should go to the first floor. I wouldn't recommend going outside, because there's still a battle going on out there, but you'll be the most down at the bottom, Amy advised, and the woman nodded, before leading the rest of the people out of the room. Amy took a small breath, before exiting the room and making it back to the staircase, rushing up the stairs. However, she left so fast that she didn't notice the puddles on the floor start to converge. Izuku grunted in effort as he destroyed the last of the missiles, staring at Eggman's annoyed face with a grin. Nice try, but that won't work, he shouted, before dodging another sharp tendril of water from Chaos, who was equally annoyed. The god turned to Eggman, who nodded, a serious look on his face. The man reached into the Eggmobile, before pulling out another Chaos Emerald. Izuku's eyes widened, and he rushed forward. No, he shouted, but it was too late. Chaos arm extended, grabbing the emerald and taking it into his body. The water glowed brightly, causing Izuku to pause and cover his eyes. He grit his teeth before the light died down. He looked back at Chaos, and he raised an eyebrow. There was now a thick rib cage in the water creature's torso, with a Chaos emerald hiding behind it. However, Chaos was far smaller now. He was actually a little smaller than Izuku. It was quite a shock to see Chaos be so much taller than him, only to drop down to 56. Izuku clenched his fists, shaking his head. That didn't matter right now. What did matter was beating this guy and keeping Amy and everyone in that building safe. He exhaled before he dashed forward, feinting a right hook into a jumping spin kick. However, the god vanished, and before Izuku could even process what happened, he felt a freezing hand grab his neck. He froze as he was lifted off the ground, and he quickly grabbed at the hand, out for his hands to pass through it. He was turned around, looking into the bright green eyes of Chaos. He grit his teeth as he tried to breathe, but his airflow was blocked off. Izuku's eyes widened, and he helplessly clawed at the hand, to no avail. He's trying to suffocate me, Izuku thought, before he drew his energy inward, getting bulkier. Once again, he tried to grab the hand that was choking the life out of him, but even that didn't work. All of his sub-quirks started firing off as a desperate attempt to save his life, yet nothing worked. His body grew weaker as he hopelessly grasped Chaos' hand, glaring into his merciless eyes. Izuku's own eyes watered, and he closed them as his vision darkened. "I'm sorry, Amy," he muttered. Amy sighed as she stepped out onto the roof of the building. There were a few more people on the upper levels, though they were safe. She told them to head down the stairs and wait with everyone else, and they readily agreed. After that, she continued up, until she reached the roof. She looked around, noticing that a few clouds were gathering. It seemed like a storm was brewing. Just as she was about to turn around and re-enter the building, she felt a pang of dread deep within her. She froze, and her eyes widened, her face pale. She felt it. She felt the fear, the pain, the chill. Izuku was dying, and he could hear no. She could feel him calling out to her within her soul. She turned back to the roof, looking over it, her pupils dilating as she saw Chaos gripping Izuku's throat, Eggman watching with a vile grin on his face. She grit her teeth, about to jump over the roof, only to see someone running up behind Chaos, her eyes widening. Who is that? She asked herself. Despite having his enemy on his deathbed, Chaos wasn't happy. He didn't feel as satisfied as he thought he would. He looked Izuku in the eyes, and the boy closed his own, tears falling down his cheeks. For a fraction of a second, Chaos doubted himself. Was this really what he wanted? Did he want to replace him? Take over his life as the rightful Izuku Midoriya? Memories flashed in Chaos' head. Memories of all the people that Izuku had failed. Cries for help echoed in his mind, and he tightened his grip around Izuku's throat. Yes, he would be the superior Izuku Midoriya, and the world would bend to his will, whether it wanted to or not. He would create a paradise, one with nothing but harmony and peace, and if that meant killing those who would stand in his way, so be it. Suddenly, his train of thought was detailed as he felt something impact the back of his watery head, getting lodged inside it. He paused, before he used his other hand to reach inside of his head and grab whatever was thrown, pulling out a small rock. His head twisted, looking behind him as another tiny rock was thrown at him, faster than the eye could see. He swatted it out of the air, and it impacted the building next to him, sending it straight through the wall. He glared at the culprit, a small rabbit Mobian with large ears, wearing an orange dress. Her eyes were narrowed and she was frowning angrily at him, but he could see the terror in her form. She was subtly shaking in fear, but she still stood her ground despite this fear. "Why you leave Mr. Rabbit alone, you big bully?" she shouted, picking another rock up and throwing it at her. Chaos' grip loosened on Izuku's neck, and the boy took a much-needed breath, but Chaos was distracted. Suddenly, another Mobian stuck his head out of a store, an old purple cat. He, too, was glaring at Chaos. "Yeah, leave him alone," he shouted as he took his place behind the small rabbit girl, picking up a rock of his own and throwing it. Chaos' glare deepened as more and more Mobians showed up, all glaring hatefully at him and throwing whatever they could find. In under a minute, at least 3 dozen Mobians were all united, glaring at Chaos. "Go away. Divided by leave him alone. Divided by you suck," they all yelled, and Chaos growled. "Insolent fools," he muttered, and Izuku opened a singular eye, watching as Mobians that he had saved in the past stood against Chaos, chanting for the god to let him go. He weakly held his arm out. 𝐔𝐬𝐴. "It's not safe," he muttered, as that was the most he could manage. From a distance, Eggman growled. "Idiotic animals," he spat, before he pressed a button, the nozzle on the front of his Eggmobile building up energy. From the rooftop that she was standing on, Amy observed Eggman and scowled. "Oh no you don't," she whispered, before hopping off the rooftop. Eggman grinned, about to fire the laser, when Amy landed on his head, making him yell out in pain and rage. "Damned brat," he yelped, and Amy smashed the controls of the Eggmobile with her hammer, shutting the laser down. he growled, slapping Amy off of him with a surprising amount of strength. She yelped, but quickly stabilized herself, landing on her feet. Her helmet was cracked from the power of his slap, and her eyes were wide. "How in the hell is he that strong?" she muttered, before shaking her head. It didn't really matter, as she was undoubtedly stronger. He just surprised her, is all. One of Chaos' eyes turned, observing Eggman, and he growled to himself, "Weak old man can't even handle a little girl. Fine, I'll take care of these heretics myself," he muttered, before he cocked his arm back, the fist turning into a long spear-like blade. Izuku's eyes widened at the blade, and he grit his teeth, grabbing at the hand once more. Chaos threw his arm forward, aiming at Cream, and Izuku's body moved on instinct. He chopped at the hand, cutting it off, landing on the ground. He put all his power into his legs and dashed towards Cream. He didn't have enough time to move her out of the way, but 𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴. Maybe he didn't need to. Izuku stood over Cream, whose face was mere inches away from the tip of the blade. Her eyes widened, and she took a step back, looking up to see Izuku's worried eyes looking down at her. "Are you okay, Cream?" he asked, and she nodded, before her face went pale as she looked down at Izuku's torso. Izuku smiled softly, blood leaking from his rebreather. That's good," he whispered. He looked down, seeing a watery blade sticking out of his chest. "Mr. Rabbit?" Cream asked, her voice shaky. Izuku looked up, his eyes kind. "Tell your mother I said hi," he said, and Cream took another step back, covering her mouth. "I see you, KU," Amy yelled, face pale. The Mobians behind Cream were just as shocked as she was, but Cream definitely had it the worst. "And no, Mr. Rabbit, please," she yelled, and Izuku smiled, closing his eyes. "It's so warm," he muttered, before he exhaled, his body going limp. "No," both Cream and Amy screamed. Izuku gasped as he woke up, staring at the bright blue sky. He sat up, his mask gone. He looked around, seeing the calm water surrounding. Wherever he was, he stood up, looking down. He was still bleeding, but he didn't feel any pain. Before he could check if he was still injured, he felt something press against his leg. He looked down to see a small blue creature with a floating yellow ball over its head hugging his ankle. It looked up at him, a happy smile on its face. "KO," it chirped, and Izuku smiled. "Hello there, do you know where I am?" he asked, and it tilted its head, the ball transforming into a question mark. "KO, it said, and Izuku blinked. "Oh, thank you," he asked, and it nodded, a smile back on its face. "KO, it said, before it flapped its tiny wings, moving forward towards a palm tree. It looked back at him, smiling. "Do you want me to follow you?" he asked, and it nodded. "KO." Izuku walked along with the little creature towards the palm tree, where even more of these creatures resided. They were all the same size, though many of them were different colors, and some of them had halos instead of the little yellow ball, while others had bat wings. He looked around as they all started dancing happily around him, chuckling in amusement. "You guys are adorable," he muttered. "That they are, Izuku Midoriya," he heard. He turned around, spotting a familiar watery form staring at him, and he scowled, clenching his fists. "Chaos, of course you brought me here. Where's Amy and Cream?" he shouted, and Chaos paused. Your friends. Don't worry, they are okay. But they won't be unless you get up," Chaos said, and Izuku's scowl deepened. "If you touch them, I swear," he started, but Chaos placed his hand up complacently. "Please, listen, we don't have much time. The Chaos that you fought is me, but not the true me. You are currently in a small pocket dimension that I have resided in for the past 3,000 years, well, your soul is, at least," Chaos admitted, and Izuku paused, lowering his fists. "What are you talking about?" he asked, and Chaos sighed, turning around and looking at the calm ocean. "We are in the land between life and death, a purgatory, if you will. My soul has been trapped here for thousands of years, leaving my body a raging monster without a soul. The moment I was trapped inside the Master Emerald, my soul was transported here. I have been watching over the world, and it pains me to see what I have done," Chaos explained, and Izuku's eyes widened. "Wait, so the Chaos down there is just a soulless husk? But how is it even alive?" he asked, and Chaos sighed. "The Master Emerald is the most powerful artifact in all of creation, and I am ashamed to say that I was the one who created it. I did not expect for it to become so sought after, but I suppose that's my own fault." "Huh?" Chaos asked with a chuckle, before he cleared his throat. "Apologies. The Master Emerald holds an incredible amount of power. Enough power that if enough is absorbed, it could act as a soul. I don't blame Tikal for what she did, as 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗏 was a power-hungry monster that wanted nothing more than power, yet he was her father. She sacrificed herself to save her tribe, and I respect her for that," he said, before turning to Izuku. "You cannot use chaos energy, correct?" he asked, and Izuku nodded, confused. That is because certain Mobians are blessed by my KO at birth. Sonic the Hedgehog was one such child, granted the gift of incredible speed. Amy Rose was another, gifted the strength of the Amazon Queen, along with the legendary 𝗵𝗃𝗃 hammer ... even if that strength came with a downside, Chaos said, before a KO with a small bow tie flew up to Chaos, who pet the creature. However, certain KO can bless people even when they aren't children. This is one such KO. His name is Cheese, and I would like you to have him, Chaos said. The KO flew to Izuku, his little wings flapping. Izuku gently grabbed Cheese, who blinked at him before sneezing on Izuku. The boy winced as a strange golden dust covered him before he glowed green. A massive amount of energy burst forth from his soul, and he looked down to see a dark green aura encompassing him. He looked up at Chaos, who was smiling kindly at him. If you mix that power with your own ... you will become the strongest warrior in the universe. Though be careful, as it's hard to control. Most creatures need the combined chaos energy of 7 chaos emeralds to transform, but your power should make up for most of it. I know I don't deserve this ... but please, destroy my body. I may not be granted an eternal rest ... but to call will, he said, before Izuku felt a harsh pain in his chest. Wait, what about, he asked, but Chaos simply smiled at him. Just wait, Izuku Midoriya. Reincarnation may take a while ... but it will happen, even across dimensions, he said cryptically, before the world went dark once more. Chaos scoffed, pulling his arm back, watching as Izuku fell to the ground, blood pouring from his new wound. Chaos took a step towards Cream, whose eyes widened. Before he could take another step, he felt Amy leap towards him, her eyes glowing. Yet, he swatted her away without a problem. She slammed into a building, her helmet shattering. She landed on the ground, looking up with a pained scowl. Chaos glared at her, warning her to stay down, before he looked back at Cream. He then felt something prod his foot, and he looked down to see a blue creature glaring up at him with a pout. Amy was about to get to her feet, only to shudder as a drop of water landed on her head. She looked up, spotting rain starting to fall. Everyone else looked up, seeing dark stormy clouds forming around them. Cream jumped as lightning flashed near them, thunder cracking soon after. After a few seconds, the light drizzle had turned into a harsh pour. Amy paused, before looking over at Izuku. The droplets that landed on him had quickly transformed into steam. Everyone quickly noticed this, and Amy grinned as Izuku's hand twitched. Chaos scowled, his hand transforming into a spear once more. A dark green aura formed around Izuku, and he looked up, his eyes glowing as Chaos threw his attack. Izuku vanished from sight, and Cream jumped as he reappeared in front of her, back turned to her, blood still gushing from his wound. Izuku's eyes were closed, and the wound slowly started to close. She looked up at him to see that he held the blue creature in his arms, before he turned around, opening his eyes. They were glowing with incredible power, and the air around him grew hotter as green chaos energy leaked from him. He smiled at her, handing her the small blue creature. Here ... hang on to him for me, will you? His name's Cheese, he said, and she grabbed onto him, looking at the KO with a surprised look in her eyes. Now, you should go back home. Your mother is probably worried about you. The rest of you should leave as well. I appreciate your support ... but this is a very dangerous area right now, he said to the group of Mobians, and they all nodded, going back into hiding. Though, Cream stood still, holding Cheese tightly, who had fallen asleep in her arms. What about you, Mr. Rabbit? She asked, and he took his rebreather off, smiling reassuringly at her. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Let me take care of this creep while you hurry home, all right? He said, and Cream paused, before she nodded. I believe in you, Mr. Rabbit, she said, and he smiled at her, before she ran off. He sighed, before turning back to Chaos, a disgusted frown on his face. Chaos scowled at him, turning his spear hand back into a fist. You should be dead. I watched you collapse, he shouted, and Izuku shrugged. That doesn't matter right now. The only thing that does matter, he started, before he clenched his fists. Sparks of electricity jolted around him, the familiar green that he had come to call his own. He grit his teeth as he powered up to 100% of OFA, before he felt his newly unlocked chaos energy merge with his quirk. He grunted in effort, feeling his body strain with power as the electricity shifted into a bright golden color. He shouted loudly as a blinding light encompassed him, and Chaos' eyes widened as he realized what was happening. No, I won't let you, he yelled, rushing forward. Amy's eyes widened as Chaos punched Izuku, who was fully covered by the golden light, which was cleared by the force of Chaos' blow. Her jaw dropped at the sight of Izuku, his now straight golden hair flowing through the wind. The entire top half of his costume, including his gloves and mask, were burned off by the sheer power he was emitting, and his eyes glowed with a fierce ruby color. Most importantly, though, Izuku's hand was wrapped around Chaos' wrist, and the watery energy was bubbling from the heat that he emitted. Izuku opened his mouth, finishing his sentence. As you and me, Right here, right now. Prepare to die. Villain ... for I am here. Chaos screamed in both rage and fear, transforming his free hand into a sharp blade and aiming swinging directly at Izuku, who let go of his wrist, jumping over Chaos' head and kicking him in the back. A golden shockwave burst from Chaos' head, rupturing the ground in front of him. Izuku blinked before he grit his teeth as his body swelled with muscle, subconsciously going into his bulky form. It's time to show everyone just how brutal I can be. I'm going to slaughter this fake and then we'll see who has the balls to call me a maniac, he thought to himself before he blinked. What the hell was that? It was definitely his own thoughts, but he would never do that. Scaring citizens into liking him was not what he wanted to do. Was this what Sonic meant when he said this power was hard to control? He muttered to himself, before subconsciously slapping away the fist flying towards him, headbutting Chaos so hard it launched his head off. Izuku vanished, reappearing behind Chaos and reaching his hand into the god's torso, grabbing his spine and squeezing. The god writhed in pain as one of his only solid body parts was snapped like a twig. Still gripping the spine, Izuku pulled, ripping it out, as well as the emerald that rested inside. Curiously, Chaos didn't get any less powerful, as he had already absorbed the power of the emeralds. Izuku threw the spine to the ground, before he was hit in the back of the head by a sharp object. He grunted in pain, turning around to see whatever bad hit him, spotting Chaos' floating head spewing crystallized chaos energy at him. He grit his teeth, before he was slashed across the back by a sharp claw. He growled, jumping in the air and using Black Whip, only for it to flood out of his arms like a tidal wave. Dozens of thick black tendrils slammed into both Chaos' body and head, the whips covered in a golden glow instead of the normal green. Izuku blinked in surprise before he flew down, glaring angrily at the god of destruction, who was missing multiple large parts of his body. Danger sense warned him of something incoming behind him, and he vanished, reappearing behind Chaos' floating head and slamming it into the ground. He clenched his fists, glaring once again. "That's it?" he asked, and Chaos glared up at him, his body slithering over to his head, reattaching the two. Blood leaked from the claw marks on Izuku's back, but the cut was shallow, so he didn't really care. "That's all you can do? Aren't you supposed to be a god?" Izuku asked, and Chaos growled. "You little," he spat, but Izuku stomped on his right hand, crushing that bone too. Chaos screamed, and Izuku leaned down, hate-filled eyes drilling holes into Chaos' own fearful ones. "All that talk ... just to fall in a few attacks. You mocked my dead friends, killed innocent people, slandered my enemy ... and this was all you could do?" Izuku asked, before scowling. Before Chaos could respond, Izuku grabbed him by the head and dropped him into a devastating right hook that shook the ground. Izuku dashed forward, quickly getting behind Chaos and following his attack up with a spin kick so powerful it went through Chaos' torso. Izuku glared at Chaos' limp body, getting angrier and angrier. He grabbed the god's torso, pushing it off of his leg, before he lifted himself into the air. He grit his teeth, before throwing a punch at Chaos' chest, sending him flying. Black Whip flooded out of Izuku's arm, wrapping around Chaos and flinging him back towards Izuku into another devastating punch. Chaos wasn't even moving anymore, as Black Whip held him in place as Izuku hit him again and again with more and more force. "Where's the god of destruction? Because this sure as hell isn't it?" Izuku asked, his ruby-red eyes shining with rage. Chaos barely even moved, his body almost entirely decimated. Izuku heard a ragged breathing and scowled. "This can't be the height of your power. You come at me and my friends, insult my dead family, and now you don't even fight back," Izuku yelled. Amy got to her hands and knees, gritting her teeth. She tried to get to her feet, but she yelped in pain, her left arm giving out on her. She looked down, seeing it bend unnaturally, a small splotch of blood leaking through her new suit at her elbow. Her eyes widened, and she winced, tears stinging at her eyes. Izuku heard her yelp, looking over at her to see her arm was broken. His eyes widened in concern, and Chaos' eyes snapped open. He grinned, his entire left arm turning into a giant sickle. Izuku just barely noticed, quickly leaning out of the way, though his arm was sliced pretty badly. Izuku grunted in pain, gritting his teeth as he placed his right hand over his bleeding arm, glaring at Chaos. "What did you do to Amy?" Izuku yelled, before flying forwards with a burst of golden electricity. Amy blinked, and Chaos was everywhere. The god's entire body was completely obliterated by Izuku's body slamming into him at a speed faster than light itself. The only part left of him was his brain, which was flopping around in a panicked frenzy, as well as the 4 other emeralds that were in his body, which all fell to the ground. Eggman, who was tinkering on his Eggmobile, looked up with a surprised blink. Chaos ... was defeated? But how? He beat him. He actually beat him. That's not possible. He's just unless ... He combined his own power with that of chaos energy. This power, I need it, he thought to himself, before gritting his teeth. But that doesn't matter right now. I need to get out of here, he thought, before he pressed a button, the Eggmobile shakily starting up. He quickly flew away, and Izuku scowled at him. "Not this time," he muttered, before Amy yelped again, her arm throbbing in pain. He looked over at her, concerned. He glared back at Eggman, before rushing over to Amy. He looked at his golden aura, remembering how it felt to accept chaos energy as a healing source. He dully felt his arms start to heal, but he scowled. "Heal her, not me," he muttered, before focusing his chaos energy in a small pulse of energy in his hands. "Izuku, are you all right?" she asked, looking at his healing tricep. Izuku exhaled, before placing his hand on Amy's back, watching as her arm cracked back into place. She winced in discomfort, before sighing, relieved. She was lucky that his energy dulled the pain, or else she'd probably scream. Izuku looked back up to see Eggman nowhere in sight. Before he sighed, his aura calming down. After a second, the golden glow disappeared, and the electricity around him turned back to a bluish green. His hair fell back down to its natural curly green look, and Amy got to her feet. She looked up at him, grateful. "Thank you, Izuku," she muttered, and he smiled tiredly at her, before he blinked, taking a shaky step back, the electricity around him vanishing, though he was still in his bulky form. She quickly stepped forward, grabbing his hand worriedly. He paused, before putting a hand to his head. "I am alright, just tired. That golden form really took a lot out of me," he said, and she nodded. I can see that. Do you need to rest?" she asked, and Izuku smiled reassuringly. "No, I just woah. Izuku said, before his eyes fluttered, stumbling backwards. Amy went to help him, but before she could, a slip of white fabric wrapped around his torso. She blinked, before looking up to see a man looking down at them, yellow goggles blocking his eyes, and right pant leg pulled up to reveal a black and red prosthetic leg. She looked at the man, who nodded back. "Ms. Rose," he said, and her eyes widened in recognition. "Aizawa, what are you doing here?" she asked, and he smiled. "I was told to follow you by my superiors. Glad I did, too. I just got here, so I don't really know what happened, but Tower told me to bring you back to the hotel," Aizawa said, and she blinked in shock. "Wait, you work for GUN?" she asked, and he smirked. "I told you I worked 4 jobs, didn't I?" he asked, and Amy paused, before humming. I guess so," she muttered, and Izuku looked at Aizawa, vision fading. "Aizawa-sensei," he murmured, and the man's smile faded. "Hey, Midoriya, you're gonna have all right. Your friend and I are gonna bring you back to the hotel," Aizawa said, before noticing how much bigger Izuku was. He turned to Amy, his eyes serious. "Has he been taking supplements?" he asked, and Amy's eyes widened, before she laughed. Izuku, take steroids? That's hilarious. And no ... it's just something that he can do with his power. He can store that electricity stuff in his muscles to make them larger and stronger," Amy explained, and Aizawa nodded, turning back to Izuku and walking towards him. "All right, well ... up you go," Aizawa said, before lifting Izuku over his shoulder, grunting over his weight. "Ugh ... you're heavy, Midoriya," he muttered, before he started walking down the street. Amy was about to follow him, before she turned to Chaos Brain, which had stopped struggling. She looked at it for a second, before shrugging. It looked like it was dead, so there wasn't really a reason to take it with her. However, those Chaos Emeralds were coming with her. She quickly ran after Aizawa after collecting the emeralds, just barely missing. A pool of blood leaked out of the building, 2 sharp claws and a maw full of sharp bloody teeth peeking its head out of the building. It grinned when it saw that they were gone, before it walked out, its body warbling as it turned transparent. The many clones of Izuku that Amy had destroyed had fused together to create one 10 feet tall lanky clone with sharp teeth, each at least 4 inches long. It took another step, grabbing the brain and opening its mouth wider than it should have been able to, before tossing it in and swallowing it. The brain quickly moved into the clone's head, and it groaned, before looking down. "I knew keeping a separate body out would be a good idea ... and I still have all my energy stored in my brain ... if that had been smashed too, I would have been a goner. You're a fool for not killing me when you had the chance, Izuku Midoriya. Because now, I get another chance to kill you," Chaos said, looking down at his new body. He quite liked this form ... he would be staying like this for a while. He looked back into the building, hearing weak gargles for help. Chaos licked his sharp teeth, walking back into the building. Aizawa led Amy to a sleek black car, with a symbol of a shield that had the letters G, U, and N inside it. She hummed, sliding her gloved hand across the hood of the car. She had never been much of a car girl, but that didn't mean she couldn't appreciate a good set of wheels now and then. Aizawa opened one of the back doors, before setting Izuku inside, not caring about the blood. He could just get the interior washed later. He then opened one of the many pouches on his belt, taking out a small bottle of pills. He grabbed 2, before handing them to Amy. "Give him these. They're special pills made by GUN. They give a ton of energy, but have a few side effects, and take a while to work, so expect him to be a bit loopy when he wakes up." Aizawa said, and Amy nodded, grabbing the pills. He walked to the back of the car, crawling inside and over Izuku. The boy in question looked up at her, questioningly. Hey 𝐴𝐚𝐲. What do you have there? He asked, and she smiled back at him. They're just some pills. Open up, she said, and he did as told. She placed them in his mouth, before lifting his back slightly. All right, now swallow, she said, before smiling as the pills went down easily. Izuku sighed, before looking at Amy gratefully. Thanks, 𝐴𝐚𝐲, he muttered, and she nodded. Of course, Zuzu, she responded, before kissing him on the cheek. Aizawa, who had been subtly looking in the mirror, smirked. It was good to see the kid love someone again. He knew that the boy had tried to hide it, but when he first saw Izuku in this world, he could tell that he had been deeply scarred by whatever happened when he was gone. Aizawa hadn't asked, and Izuku clearly didn't want to talk about it, but he knew that it wasn't good. The most he knew was that people had died. He didn't know how many people had, but he knew that it had been a large amount. He closed his eyes, before looking back at both Izuku and Amy. Get him buckled, and buckle yourself, he said, and she nodded. She crawled around the back seats of the car, hovering over Izuku as she buckled him up, by fairly unconventional means. The right belt was wrapped around his chest, while the left one was wrapped around his legs. He blinked, smiling in amusement. You know, it's usually me pampering you. This is a pretty nice chance, Izuku joked, and Amy pulled on the belts, making sure they were secure, before smiling at Izuku. Oh yeah, you want me to give you a massage when we get to the penthouse? I personally wouldn't mind. As long as you have your shirt off, that is, Amy said, and Izuku smirked back. Oh. You want me to take my pants off too? He asked, and Amy giggled, blushing. When did you get so bold? You should be like that more often. It's kinda hot, she started, and Aizawa looked back, an eyebrow raised. If you two are done staring into each other's eyes, we need to go, he said, and Amy cleared her throat while Izuku blinked. I forgot you were there, they both said in sync, and Aizawa rolled his eyes, grabbing a keyring from his pocket. You two are made for each other, he muttered, inserting a black key into the car. Amy smiled at Izuku one last time, before hopping over to the passenger seat, quickly buckling herself up. She sent Aizawa a thumbs up, who nodded, before he pressed down on the gas, flooring it back to the hotel. 𝗃𝐿 frowned on Angel Island, making Metal Sonic tilt his head. He had visited the island once more, wanting to see 𝗃𝐿 again. What seems to be the matter, 𝗃𝐿? He asked, and she hummed, concerned. Midoriya and Chaos were just fighting, and Midoriya won. However, Chaos isn't dead. I can still feel his energy, and he's slowly gaining strength. Did Midoriya let him live? Why? She asked, her frown deepening. Metal paused, before crossing his arms. Last time we fought, Chaos was beaten and ran away. Maybe he did it again, he asked, and 𝗃𝐿 shook his head. No, I remember sensing Midoriya's energy rise exponentially, and soon after, Chaos' own energy dropped to near 0. Then Midoriya's energy lowered, before they just left. Chaos' energy signature never dipped below 200 though. Did he play dead or something? 𝗃𝐿 asked, genuinely confused. Just then, they heard Knuckles shouting from below. Metal Sonic, I require your assistance. They heard. Metal blinked, before walking to the edge of the island, spotting Knuckles using both his legs to keep himself afloat in the water, but both of his hands were closed, a barely visible green glow emanating from them. Metal's turbine started spinning, and he jumped off the island, a burst of flame appearing out of his back. The robot quickly flew down, grabbing onto Knuckles' arm and lifting him up back into the island, dropping the 𝗃𝐻𝐻𝐿, who flipped and landed on his feet. Much thanks, friend. My dreads can carry me far, but unless there's a wind current blowing me upwards, I cannot rise. Your vast skill set never fails to impress, Knuckles praised, and Metal paused, before nodding. Thank you, Knuckles. Your words flatter me, he said, and Knuckles grinned. Of course, I only speak the truth, Knuckles said, before walking up to the Master Emerald's shrine. He opened his hands, the shards of crystal levitating out of his palm and floating over to the Master Emerald, which was nearly fully reassembled. Just a few more trips, and I should be finished. Maybe my duty wasn't as failed as I thought, Knuckles muttered, and 𝗃𝐿 smiled at him. Nobody sees you as a failure, Knuckles. Well, nobody that matters, anyway, she said, and Knuckles looked at her, eyes wide. You mean, 𝗃𝐻𝐿 wouldn't see me as a disgrace? He asked, and she flinched, her smile fading. I said anyone that matters. His opinion on other 𝗃𝐻𝐿's worth has always been skewed in an interesting way, 𝗃𝐿 admitted, looking away in shame. Knuckles looked at her, confused. What do you mean, skewed? He asked, and she sighed. Knuckles. My father is your hero. But the legends aren't always the most accurate, she said, clenching her fists behind her. Knuckles paused, confused. What are you saying, 𝗃𝐿? He asked, and the girl paused, before shaking her head. Just don't worry about it, she said, and Knuckles raised an eyebrow, frowning. What? I deserve to know about my tribe, he said, and 𝗃𝐻 looked at him, pleading for him to just drop it. Please, Knuckles, I don't want to talk about it, she said, and his eyes softened, but he didn't let up. 𝗃𝐻 ... You're the only other echidna that exists. If you don't tell me the truth about my tribe ... then I'll never know about my people, Knuckles said, seriously, and 𝗃𝐻 looked at him before sighing. Fine, I want to say that once my father became leader of the echidnas, he changed ... but that just isn't the truth. For my entire life, he'd only seen me as one thing, a warrior. It didn't matter that I was his daughter. Hell, it didn't even matter that I was related to him at all. If I wasn't a warrior ... then I wasn't anyone, she said, a dark look on her eyes. Metal Sonic, who was listening into her speech, looked down. He suffered through the same fate as she had. Robotnik had only ever seen him as a tool to use to further his own agenda. It didn't matter if he was sentient. It didn't matter if he could feel every individual scratch that was carved into his shafts. Robotnik would immediately sacrifice him if it meant he got further. He was nothing more than a tool for the doctor ... and it hurt when he learned that. To hold some level of similarity to 𝗃𝐻 in that regard ... it only made the weird feeling in his core get even stronger. Knuckles looked at her, confused. So ... he wanted to push you to become a warrior. How is that a bad thing? He asked, and if it were anyone else, 𝗃𝐻 would have been angry, but she knew that he was genuinely asking it as a question. She sighed, shaking her head. Knuckles wasn't dumb, not even close. He was just unknowledgeable. No, you don't understand. The way he saw it, if I wasn't a warrior, I wasn't an echidna. He would rather abandon me than accept me as anything other than a warrior. But I didn't want to be a warrior, she admitted, and Knuckles' eyes widened. A non-warrior echidna. That's unheard of. Though, abandoning your own blood over it? That's incredibly dishonorable, Knuckles said, outraged. Isn't all. The echidnas weren't the original protectors of the Master Emerald, she said, and Knuckles froze, uncrossing his arms. He stared at her, eyes wide and mouth agape. What? He asked, and she bit her lip, looking away. Before my father became the leader of the echidna tribe ... we as a people were divided. We stole from each other, killed each other mercilessly, fighting over even the simplest of reasons ... but my father was a born leader, and he wanted to conquer Mobius as a whole, she said, clenching her fists. And his first conquest, the ancient Great Horn City and the fabled Master Emerald that was held there, she said, and Knuckles turned to the nearly restored emerald, confused. The Great Horn City. I've never heard of this in the ancient echidna manuscripts, he muttered, and 𝗃𝐻 scowled. That's because my father had it left out. Our opposition were the original defenders of the emerald ... and we slaughtered them for it. They had superior technology and better training than us ... but we had overwhelming forces. Eventually, the race that resided in the city was driven to the brink of extinction, and only a few survived. However, the last of their kind was killed a few years after you were born by none other than your father, Locke, 𝗃𝐻 explained, and Knuckles looked down at his hands, which were shaking. We eliminated an entire race ... over a conquest, he asked, horrified. 𝗃𝐻 clasped her hands together, looking away. What was the race that protected the emerald? He asked, and 𝗃𝐻 looked at him, her eyes growing moist. The owls, she answered. Knuckles' already shallow breathing stopped, and 𝗃𝐻 wilted slightly. I know it may be hard to, she started, before Knuckles glared at her, betrayal shining in his purple eyes. Why ... didn't you tell me? He spat, and 𝗃𝐻 clenched her fists. I wanted to, but... She trailed off, and Knuckles took a step towards her. But what? If you wanted to, then why the hell didn't you tell me? He asked, and 𝗃𝐻 took a step back. Because I knew how much you looked up to your ancestors. I didn't want to ruin that for you, she said, and Knuckles scowled. You allowed me to admire a genocidal warmonger. I grew up hearing that I was chosen to guard the Master Emerald, and that it was my sacred duty as an echidna, but that was all a lie. This isn't our emerald to guard. This is nothing but a glorified trophy. A symbol of death, Knuckles screamed, face even redder than usual. 𝗃𝐻 stammered, tears gathering at her eyes. She stuttered, and then Knuckles waved his arm through the air. Shut up. Just shut the hell up. I don't want to hear it. Everything that I learned, everything that I am. All of it is based on lies, he yelled, tears stinging at his eyes. 𝗃𝐻 took a step forward, trying to comfort the angry Mobian. That's not true. Without a proper guardian, the Master Emerald could fall into the wrong hands, she yelled, and Knuckles laughed humorlessly. Fall into the wrong hands. It's been in the wrong hands for thousands of years. It should have been in the owl's hands, but we slaughtered them all over some stupid rock, he screamed, and 𝗃𝐻 grit her teeth. Stop it. You don't know what you're saying, she said, and Knuckles clenched his fists even harder. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm saying. My entire life is nothing but a lie, forced on me by a race full of genocidal warlords. Knuckles screamed, before he roared in rage, slamming his fists down on the ancient staircase, destroying a large chunk of it. 𝗃𝐁 looked at the destroyed area, before she glared at Knuckles. You are going to fix that by the end of today, or you will face consequences. This is our legacy that you are spitting on. 𝗃𝐁 warned, and Knuckles looked at her, the anger still there, yet another emotion was present. Disgust. A legacy filled with unnecessary bloodshed is one I want nothing to do with. He spat, before turning around and walking down the staircase. 𝗃𝐁 watched him go, before she vanished, reappearing in front of him. Where do you think you're going? She asked, and he simply continued to walk forward, pushing her aside. I'm going to gather the rest of the emerald shards ... and then I'm leaving. For good, he said, and she scowled at him, grabbing his wrist. You don't get to make that choice. You were chosen by the previous guardian till he started. And he looked at her, the spark that was previously in his eyes gone. He curled his lip in vitriol, glaring at 𝗃𝐁 with every fiber of his being. Then I, the guardian of the Master Emerald, choose you to be the new guardian. Now leave me be. He spat, before hopping off the island, gliding away angrily. 𝗃𝐁 watched him go, before she scowled, only to freeze as she heard something behind her. She turned around, seeing Metal Sonic looking at her, hurt in his digital eyes. You really think it's not up to him to decide his own life? He asked, and she winced. 𝗃𝐁 didn't know much about Metal's life, but she did know that free will and forging his own destiny was extremely important to him. It's different for the echidnas. It was different for me, she said, before looking away uncomfortably. I never got to choose my life path. It was either fight ... or die, she said, and Metal shook his head. Then ... why continue the cycle? Why tell him that he can't choose for himself when you never got to? Is that really what you want for him? He asked, and 𝗃𝐁 paused. It's just how we do things, she said, but ... even she sounded unsure. But why? The echidna race is nearly extinct. Why continue old traditions when they clearly didn't serve you well? Metal asked, and 𝗃𝐁 frowned, not liking how much sense this was making. Why are you taking his side? He's abandoning his sworn duty, she said, and Metal stared at her. Have you ever asked him if he wanted to guard the Master Emerald? Wasn't that duty placed on him by somebody else? Metal asked, and 𝗃𝐁 scowled. Don't you understand? It doesn't matter what he wants. The only thing that does matter is the Master Emerald, she yelled, and Metal just stared at her. I thought, Metal Sonic started, and 𝗃𝐁 could see his digital eyes waver, confusion and anger merging together to create righteous fury. However, he barely showed it with his body language. He simply clenched his fists, looking up at 𝗃𝐁, eyes hardened. Goodbye, 𝗃𝐁, he said, before turning away. Her eyes widened, and she took a step forward. And Metal, wait, she pleaded, and Metal paused, before turning slightly, side-eyeing 𝗃𝐁. I chose my path. Just because you weren't allowed to choose yours, doesn't mean Knuckles shouldn't as well. I thought you were different ... but I suppose I still have much to learn, Metal said, before a burst of flame shot out of his back, propelling him forward. 𝗃𝐁 stared at the retreating robot, eyes wide in shock. She stared down at her own hands, watching as they shook idly. She swallowed thickly, the latest words of Metal ringing in her mind. I thought you were different ... but I suppose I still have much to learn, she thought, and a tear slid down her face. 𝗃𝐁 fell to her knees, gasping thickly as tears streamed down her face. Her heart shattered. Oh God, I am ... just like him, she muttered, the memory of disapproving eyes flashing in her mind. Let me get this straight. Midoriya fought Chaos, got stabbed, then ... his hair turned gold and he got really strong. Aizawa asked, and Amy nodded. Yep, that's basically it. Izuku and Chaos fought some more, and Izuku won, she explained, and Aizawa nodded, still focused on the road. Izuku lifted his arm, looking at his hand with a serious glare. That super form was ... it made me really angry, he said, and Amy looked at him. What? She asked, and he clenched his fist. Being in that golden form just ... made me angry. It was like there was a fire burning inside me, and the more I used that form, the larger that fire grew. It scared me. I haven't been that angry in a long time, Izuku said, a dark look coming over his eyes. Amy reached over, putting her hand on his arm. It's okay, Izuku ... it's over, she said with a smile. Izuku looked down at her hand, before he grabbed it, looking at Amy with a tired smile. Thanks, Ames, he muttered, and she nodded. Of course, I love you, Izuku, she said, and he closed his eyes. I love you too, Amy started, before passing out. Amy smiled, shaking her head in amusement. Hell of a time to go to sleep, Aizawa muttered, pulling into the hotel's parking lot. Amy paused, before sighing. Yeah ... that checks out, she mumbled, before smiling at Aizawa. Thanks for the help, Mr. Aizawa, she said, and he nodded at her. Don't mention it. Help me get Midoriya out, he said, opening his door and stepping out. After a minute, Amy and Izawa walked into the hotel, one of them holding his arms while the other held his legs. Amy wilted slightly as everyone stared at them, but Izawa handled the situation expertly. "Move aside, please. This young man isn't in the best condition," he called out to the crowd, who made a clear path towards the elevators. "Thank you," Amy said, her voice cracking. Izawa and Amy carried him to an elevator, before the former pressed the call elevator button. After a few seconds, the elevator doors opened, but there was a couple in there. Izawa immediately walked in the elevator, though Amy was a bit more hesitant. The two were obviously staring at them, confused. The man started, and Izawa side-eyed him. "Don't ask," he said, and the two looked at each other before shrugging. After a fairly awkward elevator ride, they finally made it to the penthouse, and the two carried Izuku's unconscious body into the main room before setting him on the couch. Amy sighed before smiling at Izawa. "Thanks for helping me carry him all the way here," she said, and he nodded. "No problem. It's about time for me to head out. Anyways, the shift for my janitor job starts soon," he said, and Amy blinked before tilting her head. "You work as a janitor too?" "Where?" she asked, and he placed his hands in his pockets, re-entering the elevator. "The movie theater just down the road from here. If you ever want me to hook you up with some tickets or something then too damn bad. I am on your own," Izawa said, before the elevator doors closed. Amy stared at where the elevator was, before she sighed, amused. He was interesting to be around, that was for sure. Amy hummed, looking around. It looked like Rouge had gone somewhere, leaving Amy the only conscious one there. She pouted, bored, before looking at the TV, spotting something that she hadn't noticed before. There, under the TV in a cubby, was a thick gray box with a controller next to it, a thin layer of dust over the both of them. She walked up to the thing curiously, getting onto her knees and inspecting it. She wiped the dust away, thick bold letters that read Game Station 3 on top of it. She blinked before realizing just what this was. It was a video game console. Amy had never played a video game before. She had been curious, sure, but not curious enough to actually try any not that she could afford them. Video games weren't new, but they were still fairly expensive. She looked at the game station before shrugging. It wasn't like she had anything better to do. She grabbed the controller, looking at it curiously, before she sighed. She squinted at the game station, before seeing a small button labeled power. She pressed it, and the TV turned on after a second, a loud sound echoing throughout the room. She winced, looking back to see that Izuku was still soundly asleep. She exhaled, relieved, before she turned back to the screen to see a bald human man covered in white body paint. The man had red tattoos over his face and body, and he wore nothing but a strange medieval skirt, bracers with chains on them, and sandals. Fire surrounded him as he stared out at her, a scar over his right eye. In the corner of the screen, inputs on how to navigate the menu popped up, and she looked down at her controller, which now had a singular red light glowing in the center of the G that was placed in the middle of the controller. Amy paused before she pressed the X button, clicking on New Game. The option to select 3 game files popped up, one of which had a total of 4.5 minutes of playtime. Did Rouge get this thing? Play it for a few minutes and just get bored of it? Amy sighed before selecting the second save file, not wanting to erase the first one. The screen went dark before she saw the same man from before standing over the edge of a cliff, staring down at the foggy depths below, a lifeless look in his eyes. "The gods of Olympus have abandoned me and now I have nothing left," the man said before he took a breath, stepping forward off the cliff. And just like that, Kratos cast himself from the highest mountain in all of Greece, death being his only escape from the 10 years of torment that haunted him, a female narrator said. And Amy blinked in surprise, looking behind her to see that Izuku was still sleeping. She looked back at the screen, biting her lip. It got dark pretty quickly. Suddenly, the screen shifted, showing a ship sailing across a stormy sea. The words, 3 weeks ago, appeared on the screen, and it cut to Kratos standing on a broken ship, staring down a group of strange humanoid monsters. But it had not always been this way. Kratos was once a champion of the gods, doing their bidding in exchange for peace for himself. But they only rewarded him with pain. The narrator continued, and Kratos pulled 2 blades from his back, scowling at the monsters. "Face me, foul beasts, so I can send you back to the depths of Hades," Kratos yelled, and the monsters yelled. Amy blinked, and there was suddenly a green bar in the top left corner of the screen, and the monsters were approaching. Amy stared as Kratos was attacked, waiting for him to attack, only for a small pop-up to appear, telling her to press square to attack. She looked down at the controller, an eyebrow raised. She looked back up at the screen to see that the green bar that was previously full was now half empty, and she realized with a panicked start that the bar was her health. Suddenly, the bar was emptied, and Kratos froze before he fell to his knees, coughing up blood. He then fell onto his stomach, and the screen went dark. Amy looked at the dark screen as bold red words that read, "Game over" popped up on the screen, along with retry and quit options. She frowned, looking down at the controller. "Aren't these supposed to be fun?" she muttered, before shrugging. "Well, it's not like I have anything else to do," she whispered, before pressing confirm on the retry option. Izuku groaned softly, placing a hand on his head. It felt like his brain was filled with fog, but not in an unpleasant way. It just felt weird. He blinked slowly, looking up to see Amy glaring at the TV, two red words lighting up the screen. Was she playing a video game? He paused, hearing her murmur to herself, "I just don't get it. No matter how many times I hit the thing, it just gets back up. It's so annoying. I thought I had to take out both heads at once, but that's not possible," she muttered, and Izuku smiled, amused. He silently watched as she grabbed the controller that was on the ground, pressing retry. He watched as a man covered by gray ashes and red tattoos ran around the screen, using fiery blades to slash at two heads of a hydra, quickly realizing that Amy was controlling him. He watched, surprised at how adept she was at the game. She seemed to have completely memorized the hydra's attacks. After a moment, one of the hydra's heads fell, and Amy frowned. "Great, I'm just here again," she muttered, before the other hydra head sucked the man on the screen towards it, and Amy started slashing at that one. This cycle repeated as each time one of the heads fell, they would just get back up a minute later. Izuku watched as Amy grew more and more frustrated, starting to take hits as her health bar slowly depleted, before finally, "Oh, this is impossible," she groaned, before shaking her head. "TCH, video games suck," she said, before turning around, freezing at Izuku, who smirked at her. "Didn't know you were a gamer, Ames," he said, and she blushed. "I am not. I was just bored," she said, and Izuku nodded. "Hey, nothing wrong with playing a game every now and again. I used to have a few friends that would play games all the time, though I never really got too into it myself. Sure, I played a few games sometimes, but it was pretty rare," he said, and she scowled. "Well, I think they stink. Stupid game. Stupid giant dragon thing," she grumbled, crossing her arms. "Hydra. It's a hydra," Izuku corrected, and Amy glared at him. "I don't care what it is. It's unbeatable. And I'm never playing one of these stupid games again," Amy said, and Izuku smiled, rolling his eyes. "I'm sure it's not unbeatable, Ames," he said, and she scoffed. "Well, it seemed pretty unbeatable when I hit it for the billionth time," she said, crossing her arms with a pout. Izuku chuckled, staring lovingly at her. "You're adorable when you're angry," he said, and she humphed. "I'm always adorable," she said, and Izuku smirked. "You're pretty hot sometimes too," he said, and she blushed, looking at him with a raised eyebrow. "Oh, is that true?" she asked, before standing up. She walked up to him, smirking back at him with her hands on her hips. Izuku leaned forward, grabbing her by her waist and placing her on his lap, making her blush deepen. "Does this answer your question?" he asked before he leaned in for a kiss, which Amy gladly reciprocated. She groaned, placing her hands against his chest and shamelessly groping his abs. She pulled back, smirking at him while she licked her lips. "You're not so bad looking yourself, big guy," she purred, and Izuku smirked, his hands sliding down her body. Amy yelped, before she glared at Izuku, who grinned back. His hands were cupping her behind, and he could just barely make out her tail wagging behind her. "You make me crazy, Izuku," she growled, and Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Good crazy or bad crazy?" he asked, and she unzipped the top half of her bodysuit, shrugging it off and letting it hang down her body. Izuku gulped, as her entire upper body was now covered by nothing but a bra. "Let's find out," she purred, before wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling him in for a passionate kiss. Knuckles knew that what he was doing was selfish, but he just didn't care anymore. He had spent his entire life wanting to know more about the honorable echidna tribe but to find out that this entire time, they were just a genocidal race of monsters was it was heartbreaking. Tears stung at his eyes as he flew through the air, using his dreads to glide. He didn't know where he was going, but what he did know was that he wasn't going back to Angel Island for a few days, even if he did find the Master Emerald shards. Knuckles shivered slightly, closing his eyes and imagining the suffering that his people brought. He was raised by the Echidna legends, the same legends that taught him to be honorable, stoic, and give his all into everything he did. Yet the men and women who wrote those legends were nothing but a bunch of disgusting monsters. It hurt even more to see 𝗏𝗏 defending this vile legacy. Knuckles saw the way she cared for life, and thought her a kind soul but in his eyes, if you defend a killer's actions then you're no better than the killer. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a jet drawing near, and looked behind him to see Metal Sonic drawing closer. He frowned, looking ahead once more. "I apologize for making you witness that. I know that you are quite close to 𝗏𝗏. Knuckles said, and Metal looked at him, slowing down to keep pace with the distraught Echidna. I am. However, that does not change the fact that what she has done, what she has said to you, is not her place in the slightest. It is not her to decide how you love your life. That is a choice that only you should be allowed to make, Metal said, and Knuckles looked at him, surprised, before a weary smile grew on his face. You're a good friend, Metal, he said, and the robot looked at him, eyes showing deep sincerity. I appreciate your words ... but we have some important matters to attend to. Chaos is not dead, and we must find Izuku Midoriya. The likelihood of him believing he had killed Chaos is a staggering 92.45%. If he has enough time to gather strength, or worse, find the remaining Chaos Emeralds ... then we may not have a chance to stop him, Metal explained, and Knuckles looked down. I will help you, not as a guardian ... but as a friend, Knuckles said, smiling. Metal nodded, before looking forward, his eyes glowing. My scanner is incredibly advanced, but I do not know where he is yet. We will have to be within a 30-mile radius of him to find him, so we should head to Central City. Have you been there before? Metal asked, and the Echidna shook his head. I have never traveled anywhere unless it was for the Master Emerald. Central City is one of the many places I have never visited before, Knuckles admitted, and Metal nodded. That is not a problem. Once we get to land, I can carry you there, as I do not believe you can fly. It will be faster that way, Metal said, and Knuckles nodded. I see. Thank you for allowing me to accompany you. It gives me a chance to take my mind off of everything, Knuckles said, and Metal looked at him. The toll that Knuckles had taken from realizing that he had been lied to his entire life was very obvious, as he was not only pale, but the stress that he suffered from was visible. His body was tense, and his movements rigid. His eyes were swollen from tears ... It was clear that he wasn't okay in the slightest. Metal looked forward once more, thinking about Tikal. How strange. Even though I'm angry at her ... that strange feeling still hasn't faded. I still care for her ... but why? She wants to take Knuckles' freedom away. That's exactly what he wants to do ... but she was a victim as well. Maybe ... if I hadn't met Izuku Midoriya, I would be like her, Metal thought to himself. He was still new to feeling things ... but he couldn't help but feel bad for Tikal, even if what she had done was wrong. She was just as much a victim of the corrupt ways of the Echidna as Knuckles was, maybe even more so. Based on who her father really was, he could guess that he did something to anger Chaos, which prompted him to go on a vicious rampage, only being stopped by Tikal, who sacrificed her own life to save her race. In the end, both Tikal and Knuckles were victims of the Echidna tribe's vicious ways. But that didn't excuse the fact that Tikal was actively choosing to continue the cycle. Metal sighed, refocusing on the task at hand as Green Hill Zone came into view. Eggman grunted as his Eggmobile just barely made it to the egg carrier, climbing out of it and glaring at the machine. He kicked it, creating a large dent in it, before he stormed off. Various robots stiffened, saluting him as he walked, and the doctor placed his hands behind his back, glaring forward. He had to find a way to gain the upper hand against Sonic and his pestering peers. Midoriya having a super form was quite troublesome, but it wasn't anything he couldn't handle given enough time. Eggman stepped into a large room with an equally large table, where 4 people were already sitting. They all turned to him, before bowing their heads at him. Lord Eggman. They spoke simultaneously, and Eggman hid a smile. He would have to thank that sniveling Sonic once he finally fell to him. Lord Eggman had a nice ring to it. I apologize for being late. There was something I hadn't accounted for, Eggman said, before walking up to the table. The leader of the poachers sat at the far end, closest to Eggman. She looked over at him, a grin on her face. So, how'd the attack go? Did you kill the brat? She asked, and Eggman's face darkened. No, in fact, he took out Chaos. He was stronger than I anticipated, Eggman said, before he walked over to the table, placing his hands on it. However, that doesn't matter. Chaos was far from our most powerful asset. Monica, status report on the poacher's tech, he asked, and the leader of the poachers scoffed. You made it, boss. It works fine. The rifles are powerful, and the brute's enhancements still work perfectly, she said, and Eggman nodded. Good. Blair, what about you? He asked, turning to a man with gray hair that flowed down his back. The man was leaning back on his seat, a small white stick between his lips. The man smirked at him, resting his hands behind his head. Yeah, their training's coming along just fine, Blair said, and Eggman scowled at him. No smoking in here, he yelled, and Blair looked at him, his smirk still present. Chill out, man. It's just a sucker, he said, grabbing the stick and pulling it out to reveal a small lollipop. Eggman sneered at him, before turning to a small monitor with red static in it. Sonic, how's the trap coming? He asked, and a red and black checkered floor appeared on the monitor. Before something that looked like Sonic walked into view. Whatever it was, it clearly enjoyed making this trap, as it had a large toothless grin on its face, and its eyes were all the way open. Eggman nearly shivered as its soulless eyes looked directly at him. Its limbs were far lankier than the actual Sonic's, and its socks and cuffs of its gloves were very long, nearly taking up a third of each limb. Most interestingly, though, was the way its head floated a few inches above its body. Finally, the creepy Sonic imposter spoke, though its mouth didn't move. "Into my world, our friends will be, and they'll have no choice but to play with me," Sonic sang in a high-pitched, robotic voice. A cold chill swept through the room, and Monica scowled at the monitor as red static appeared across the screen once more. "God, that thing is fucking creepy," she muttered, and Sonic's face reappeared, its pupils locked onto her. "Continue to let your big mouth run, and with your soul, I'll have so much fun," it replied, and Monica shuddered. Sorry," she muttered, and Sonic laughed, before being replaced by the red static. Eggman tweaked his mustache, before turning to the last person sitting at the table, a cloaked figure whose body was entirely concealed. "Now for you, what intel on 𝐔𝐬, and can you provide me?" he asked, and the cloaked figure flinched. Izuku Midoriya and Amy Rose are staying with Rouge the Bat in her penthouse. Amy Rose is supposedly the reincarnation of 𝗬𝗪, the goddess of death. "That is all I have to report," they said, and Eggman paused, before he grinned. The grin was wide and toothy, and it was clear that he was very happy with this information. "Amazing work, friend. You may leave if you'd like now," Eggman said, and the cloaked figure nodded, before standing up and beginning to walk away. Before they could get far, though, a hand was placed on their shoulder. "You do know I can figure out if you're lying to me, right?" Eggman asked, staring down at them, his eyes hidden by his glasses. The cloaked figure shivered, before nodding. Eggman grinned, leaning forward and whispering to the figure's ear. "And if you are lying, then you can say goodbye to your father," he said, and the cloaked figure froze, before taking a step back. "Gee, good thing I'm not lying then," they said, and Eggman let go. "Good. Leave," he said, any joviality in his voice gone. The cloaked figure quickly rushed away, and Eggman turned back to the group, his eyes narrowed. "That includes all of you as well," he said, and Monica and Blair stood up, bowing to Eggman before leaving. Eggman turned to the monitor, seeing Sonic staring directly at him. Eggman blinked, and Sonic just continued to stare, entirely silent. "Well, is there something on my face?" Eggman asked, annoyed. Sonic giggled at him, its head being the only part of him that moved. "You're being hunted," was all it said, before disappearing. Eggman blinked at the monitor, before he stiffened. He turned around, viewing the empty corridor behind him. He unclasped his hands, clenching them at his sides as he stared, before he hummed. He turned back around, continuing further into his base. He saw a large metal form standing against the wall, beady green lenses following him. Dr. 𝐒𝐻𝐵 215 new flickies in containment, subdued and ready to harness, the robot said, and Eggman grinned. "Excellent work, 𝐒102 Gamma. You are quite the specimen. This is the 4th night in a row that you have achieved excellent numbers. Maybe it's that flicky inside you ... It was quite large," Eggman muttered, before nodding back at the robot. "I will have you waxed tonight, a commemoration for your hard work," Eggman said, and Gamma paused, before getting down onto one knee. "Thank you, Lord Eggman. Your kindness never ceases to impress," Gamma said, and Eggman smirked, walking away. Gamma watched him go, before entering the door next to him. The robot looked around, spotting the other units in the 𝐒100 series resting, allowing the flickies inside to sleep. Gamma blinked, before he looked down at his body. It was extremely shiny and well kept, as he had been waxed 3 days in a row. Getting your shas waxed was among the highest honors as any badnik, whether it be a Modabug or a roboticized Mobian. Gamma walked over to his own charging station, closing his lenses and powering down to rest mode. He may not have been the most powerful of the 𝐒100 series, but he was definitely the most skilled, as well as the most sentient. As Gamma fully powered down, he just barely missed seeing a monstrous form make its way down the hallway, and towards Eggman. Eggman scowled at the Modabugs that sped away from him, before shaking his head. It annoyed him to no end when those things were in his way, which he supposed was a good thing, because that probably meant that Sonic was just as annoyed. Eggman pulled a small clicker out of one of his jacket's 4 pockets, aiming it at the wall and pressing one of the many buttons. A small monitor popped out from the wall, and Eggman walked up to it as a camera feed popped up. He pressed the same button multiple times, watching as the camera feed switched over and over again, until it showed the room that he was in. He nodded, seeing that nothing was there, but he waited a few minutes. Sure enough, he saw a tall figure slowly creep into the room, grinning at him with incredibly sharp teeth. He scowled, glaring at the figure on the screen. It seemed that Chaos had survived, as well as taken a new form. He watched as the monstrous mimic Midoriya crept up, and as soon as he reached the middle of the room, Eggman smirked, before pressing a button on his clicker. The God of Destruction's eyes widened in confusion as a large plexiglass tube dropped where he was standing. He looked around, before scowling, his teeth glinting as he slammed his fists against the wall, flattening them. Eggman turned around, grinning at Chaos. Well, how are you, my chaotic companion? He asked, walking up to the tube. Chaos growled at him, and Eggman's grin widened. Did you really think you could track me in my own base? I designed the egg carrier by hand. I remember the entire layout of this place like the back of my own hand, Eggman boasted, and Chaos slammed his fists against the plexiglass tube again. Let me out, before I break out and crack you open, he yelled, and Eggman scoffed, walking up to the tube, placing his hand on it. This was designed to hold Sonic in his super form. You can try as hard as you want, but even you can't hope to match that power, Eggman said, and Chaos growled. I can't believe that you thought I wouldn't plan around your betrayal. You do know that I have an IQ of 307, right? Eggman boasted with a wide grin, and Chaos grit his sharp teeth, angry. You've mentioned it quite a few times now, he said, and Eggman tweaked his mustache. Good, he said, before pressing another button on his clicker. A small syringe attached to a tiny tube made out of the same material as the one that Chaos was trapped inside slowly descended from the top of the tube, before stabbing into Chaos' liquid body, getting a sample. Chaos didn't even notice, too busy glaring at Eggman, before a wide grin spread across his face. Oh, I believe I just sensed a little something in this carrier of yours, he said, and Eggman looked at him. A small tube was lifted from the ground, watery energy inside. Chaos' eyes focused on it, before they widened, and his glare doubled in intensity. How he started, but Eggman grinned at him, grabbing the tube. It seems you're not as perceptive as you seem. You see, I've always been interested in your anatomy, but I never had a chance to get a solid sample. Until now. Let's see what you're made of, he muttered, walking over to a microscope in the corner of the room. Chaos growled, before scoffing. Whatever. Chaos latched into the energy he sensed, grinning. He knew he had senses a couple Chaos Emeralds nearby, and drool leaked from his mouth as he realized they were the two he hadn't absorbed yet, meaning he could reach his final form, a state that even he didn't know he could achieve until around a week ago, when he had been freed from the Master Emerald. Chaos focused, and across the ship, the two emeralds twitched, before an invisible stream of Chaos energy flowed from them, making their way towards Chaos. Amy sighed in contentment as she cuddled with Izuku, the two of them watching a movie together. Izuku was, by all means, utterly fried. He blinked every few seconds, slowly rubbing Amy's braless back, not even focused on the fact that Amy's bare chest was pressed against his body, too enthralled in the movie. Amy giggled softly, looking at his face. He was staring at the screen, mouth slightly parted. Oh, I wish I had a camera, she thought to herself, before refocusing on the movie. It was a whodunit movie, and the cast of characters had just discovered a corpse in a hotel. Goodness gracious, how could this have happened? An old man asked, and the young detective hummed. I'm not too sure ... but we're quite lucky that I decided to spend the night, aren't we? He asked, and Izuku scoffed. Oh come on ... it's obviously the old man, he said, and Amy looked at him, amused. You think, why is it him? She asked, and Izuku rolled his eyes. It's so obvious. He's the most recurring character besides the detective. He's the only one traveling alone, and he doesn't like being around the detective, Izuku said, making Amy grin up at him. Interesting theory. I personally think the guy died in his sleep, Amy said, and Izuku smiled down at her, shaking his head. That's dumb, Ames. He probably woke up, made a sandwich and choked on it, he said, and Amy giggled. No, he choked on a glass of water, she said, and Izuku chuckled. He must be the laughingstock of the afterlife, he quipped, and Amy nodded, an amused smile on her face. Duh, who the hell dies to a glass of water? She asked, and Izuku grinned. Him, apparently, he said, and Amy giggled, before sighing, leaning deeper against him and tightening her grip around him. This is nice, she muttered, and Izuku smiled down at her, still softly rubbing her back. Yeah, I'm glad we can just relax sometimes. You don't know how many crimes happen every night in Japan. There are some nights where I'd be fighting crime the entire night, not even getting a moment to rest before someone was getting mugged or a store was getting robbed. Ugh, I don't think I ever hated being a hero more, he muttered, and Amy hummed, kissing Izuku on the cheek. Well, now you're here, and I'm not letting you go anytime soon, you hear? She asked, and Izuku smiled down at her. I'm not planning on leaving, either. I'm happier than I've been for a long time, Izuku said, and Amy smiled softly. I'm glad. You deserve it, Zuzu ... more than anyone, she said, and Izuku's smile turned wobbly, tears stinging at his eyes. Why you mean that? He asked, and she rolled her eyes with an amused smile. Of course I do, dummy. Even now, you still work as hard as you can to help others. You're what every man should aspire to be, she said, and Izuku sniffled, tears running down her face. Oh ... that's so nice, he muttered, before tightening his grip around Amy. You're so good to me, he murmured, a shaky smile on his face. Amy smiled, nuzzling her face into his neck, purring softly, before the elevator door opened. Both Izuku and Amy looked over at the elevator to see Rouge walk in, sweating slightly. She wore a blue sports bra and purple sweatpants, carrying a duffel bag with her. Ugh. You two better not have fucked on my couch, she muttered, and Amy scowled. We wouldn't do that, she yelled, and Rouge turned slightly, staring at the red bra that hung off the couch. Amy blushed, grabbing the bra and huddling closer to Izuku, who didn't hesitate to tighten his grip, though he did blush as he felt Amy's breasts against his body. Hey Rouge, he said, before raising an eyebrow at her. Why are you so sweaty? He asked, and Rouge crossed her arms, scoffing. I was at the gym. Why are you shirtless? She asked, and Izuku grinned shakily. I thought chaos got a power boost and disintegrated the top half of my costume. Even if I didn't, though, Amy probably would have had me take the top half off anyways, he said, and Amy pouted. It's not my fault you have nice abs, she muttered, and Izuku chuckled. Rouge rolled her eyes, walking further into the apartment. Well, while you two are busy planning your wedding, I'm gonna take a shower, she said, and Izuku nodded. After Rouge entered the bathroom and closed the door, Amy sat up with a sigh. Izuku's eyes immediately locked onto her chest, and he frowned, slightly disappointed as she put her bra back on. She giggled at his expression, shaking her head. Sorry, Izuku, but I can't just have the girls on display on the couch when Rouge is home, she said, and he sighed. Yeah, I know, he murmured, before they heard a loud clunk from outside. Izuku and Amy both looked out the glass doors to see Metal Sonic and Knuckles walking towards the doors, and nodded at them. Izuku looked over at Amy, who quickly zipped her costume back up, before letting the two in. Metal and Knuckles both had serious looks on their faces, and Knuckles walked up to Izuku, frowning. Did you kill Chaos? He asked, and Izuku looked down, his eyes resolute. I did, he responded, and Knuckles sighed. Well, you weren't thorough enough. Chaos is alive, and slowly regaining strength. We have to find him before he gets even stronger, Knuckles said, and Izuku's eyes widened, before he winced. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can be of much help. I'm completely exhausted, he said, and Metal took a step forward. What? How? He asked, and Izuku paused. Well, I finally figured out how to access my chaos energy, and I combined it with my quirk to make it even more powerful, and I guess I can use the same power that Sonic can. Except I only need the power of 2 Chaos Emeralds along with my quirk to activate it, Izuku said, and Metal looked down, interested. Fascinating, he muttered, and Knuckles nodded. I see. Well, I suppose we can wait a bit. We need all the help we can get, after all, he said, and Izuku nodded, before turning to Amy. I'm gonna go take a nap. I don't know if you want to join me, but don't be afraid to climb in bed, even if I'm asleep, Izuku whispered, before kissing her on the forehead and walking into their room. Amy smiled, watching him walk away, before she noticed Metal staring at them. Were we interrupting something? He asked, and she sighed. Kind of, but it was for a good reason. I'm probably going to rest as well. I want to be in top-notch when we squash this creep for good, she said, and Knuckles smirked at her. An admirable trait. May I join you in your nap? He asked, and she paused. You can't sleep in the same bed as usual, but I don't think Rouge would be too opposed to you lying on the couch, she said, before turning the TV off. She followed after Izuku. Knuckles laid down on the couch, his eyes widening at how soft it was. Eggman's eyes widened as he inspected the small sample of chaos, finally realizing what he was looking at. Millions of particles of chaos energy ... all packed together to make a watery texture. That's incredible. He has full control over every molecule in his body, Eggman murmured, and Chaos scoffed. It seems he figured out what he was made of. A regrettable outcome, but not too much of a problem. Chaos grinned as he absorbed the energy of the Chaos Emeralds, slowly but surely. In just a few hours, I will become perfect chaos ... and nobody will be able to stop me, he thought to himself, laughing softly. It was about time for the true god of destruction to awaken.